Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers and is a presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this coverage. Tonight's meeting is the second to last for this term of the council. The council faces a 32-page agenda, so if you think we might be here for a while tonight, you are probably right. There are no first reading bills, however, up for consideration tonight. That's because there are not enough meetings left for them to pass 3 readings to become ordinances. All second reading bills on the agenda tonight must pass or fail tonight. A deferral also means the second reading bill is dead because only 1 meeting remains. There are several zoning bills tonight up here. Dozens of them, in fact, several of which are disapproved by the Planning Commission. Some can be amended to make the Planning Commission favorable to them. Others cannot, but we still will take some time to go through all of those. Also remember that when a bill is on third reading that's zoning and is disapproved by the Planning Commission, it takes 27 or a 2/3 vote of this council in order to approve it. The council will hold some other public hearings tonight for bills on second reading. Some would waive distance requirements for beer permits to be issued. Another public hearing seeks to change the checkback requirements for parking facilities at the Fairgrounds. That would seem to include the new MLS Stadium and other new developments at the Fairgrounds. The MLS Stadium has been a particularly controversial one. It's unclear if this setback would actually make any difference, even if it passes on second or third reading. The stadium's already gone through the city approval process and therefore may be grandfathered or vested under state law. The bill for that, by the way, is 219-1634. When the bill comes up for consideration throughout the night, whatever the bill is, you'll be able to find those numbers across the bottom of your screen in order to keep up with what bills are being debated. You can go to the Metro Nashville website at nashville.gov. Go to the council section. You'll be able to find the council agenda to follow along if you'd like to do that tonight, so you'll know where they are during the evening. You can also find the analysis of all the bills there as well. There's also a resolution before the council that should come up later in the agenda. It's RS 219-1872. It requires a moratorium on any demolition at the Fairgrounds Nashville site. Now, it's memorializing only. The council cannot mandate a stoppage through a resolution process, so they can't really stop it, and it'd be interesting to see exactly what happens. Surely if it passes tonight, that would continue the controversy. Another of interest tonight is a resolution 2019-1861. It would declare 10 delinquent tax properties to be surplus. They're in 3 council districts, 21, 5, and 17. The resolution would also appropriate $9.8 million from the city's Barnes Fund to 7 different local nonprofit groups to build affordable and workplace housing. The analysis of the proposal that I saw does not outline exactly how many new units will be built with this, but again, $9.8 million going to 7 different nonprofits to do this in 3 different council districts. Those approving the money would be Affordable Housing and Resources, Urban Solutions, Habitat for Humanity, Rebuilding Nashville Together, Crossbridge, Inc., Renewal House, Inc., and the Woodbine Community Organization. Another resolution of note tonight is 219-1862. It allocates $1 million in grants from the city's new operating budget. It has gone to several city agencies. They now want to allocate it to various nonprofits. These are called community partnerships grants. They're coming from the Office of Family Safety, which appropriate $200,000. The Public Library would also appropriate $200,000. Juvenile Court would appropriate $200,000. Social Services, again, $200,000 they would allocate through this resolution, and the Health Department would appropriate $200,000 as well. The nonprofit agencies involved were selected pursuant to criteria set forth by the Mayor's Office and the Finance Department. Also on second and third reading, there are bills concerning how the city deals with its tax increment financing program. Tax increment has been very helpful in spurring new development, particularly downtown. It works by using the extra property taxes a new project would generate to help the developer pay for part of that project. But there are complaints that none of that money ever winds up going back into the city's general fund. So this will try to address that. It's unclear whether the bills on second reading will be moved or the third reading bills will be moved. Also bills tonight that would limit and eliminate the city's panhandling laws, and also bills that would regulate further the short-term rental properties, which has been a subject of some controversy and discussion here at the council throughout this term. Finally, a bill that would establish an honorary designation of Perry Wallace Way on 25th Avenue South in front of Memorial Gym over at Vanderbilt University. Perry Wallace was a former Vanderbilt basketball player and the first to play in the SEC. It looks like tonight's meeting is ready to come to order. Let's go to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, who will gavel the session into order. Tell me one of the committees running late, and he not give you a signal whether to come back in the room, because if they don't come back in the room, he's not ready to start. Y'all need to coordinate with him.
Win in just a minute. You don't say anything. You just bang the gavel. Okay, Mike, you ready? Okay, hit that thing 3 times. There you go. Good work. Stay right here. Will the meeting please come to order? Welcome to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, August the 6th. 2019. Will all members of the council as well as the public please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Council Member Robert Swope.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please bow your heads with me. Father, grant us peace. Bless this city, its residents, its servants, and this council as we deliberate the future of Nashville. Thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon each of us, and we pray you continue to bless Nashville and all of its residents. Please receive our prayers for the victims of the recent violence in Ohio and Texas, and accept our hopes that this indiscriminate violence ends quickly and forever. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job. Stay here for just a second. Y'all may be seated. So I would like to introduce Miss Iris, who is here representing the Metro General Hospital family. How old are you, Iris?
7.
7 years old. So would you join me in thanking Miss Iris for banging the gavel tonight and starting our meeting? And I'm going to ask Miss Iris, if she doesn't mind, to go down the steps and go to Council Member Hurt, and she'll walk you back to your parents. Thank you, Iris. So I would like to recognize, I believe we have at least, I'm looking in the back, at least 2 new members of the council that were elected the other night who will be sworn in relatively soon and will be a part of the next Metro Council. I believe Tanya Hancock is here. There she is, from District 9. And Joy Stiles is here from District 32. Did I miss anybody else? Any new council members back there? All right, so Ms. Hancock and Ms. Stiles, you are welcome to stay. We have how long is this agenda? 32 pages. So just find a comfortable seat back there. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we start actually getting into the agenda, I'd like to say that once again, we as the legislative body of Nashville and Davidson County need to recognize and reach out to another city whose residents have been the victim of a mass shooting, as Councilmember Swope said. But in this case, we have 4 cities that have to be in our thoughts and prayers tonight. Gilroy, California, South Haven, Mississippi, El Paso, Texas, Dayton, Ohio. So I hope you agree that it is long past thoughts and prayers and then moving on. As a governing body, we have to act. We have to work together to find solutions. We have to find ways to stop this madness. I have asked former police officer and future council member Bob Nash to begin discussions with cities in Tennessee to see if together we can start finding potential solutions. Those discussions should ultimately lead to discussions with state and federal officials. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot do nothing. It is time for us to take action. Please join me by standing up in a moment of silence for the individuals lost and the families shattered and the cities in mourning for the 4 cities referenced. Seated. So we will now proceed with our business. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from July 16, 2019? Properly seconded. Without objection, minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
No, Mr. Vice Mayor. There are no messages from the mayor.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do wish to express our condolences to the family of former Budget Director David Manning, who recently passed away. Those of us who worked with Director Manning knew how smart he was, how capable he was, and what an outstanding public servant he was. He served Metro as the Budget Director. He also served the state as the Commissioner of Finance and Administration. He will be greatly missed. His services are tomorrow afternoon. And we also want to recognize the passing of former Mayor Bill Purcell's mother, who passed away last week. We also want to recognize Councilmember Doug Pardue, who had some recent health problems and is back. We're very glad you're here. All right, so reports from committees other than legislation. Any committee reports? Seeing none. We move on to elections and confirmations. Councilmember Lee, do you have this report?
Yes, sir. Thank you. For the Arts Commission, Ms. Busey and Ms. Roberts were approved 6-0. For the Electric Power Board, that was deferred. For the Procurement Standards Board, the reappointment of Mrs. Raybon was approved 6-0. The reappointment of Ms. Peacock was approved 6-0. And the appointment of Ms. Smith was approved 6-0, sir.
Can I have a motion to approve all of them?
Please, sir.
Okay, got a motion. Can I have a second? Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt.
Thank you.
So thank you, Councilmember Lee. So if you would, please stand as I call your name, those folks that were just selected by the council. Ms. Sherry Nichols Busey for the Arts Commission. Ms. Paula Roberts for the Arts Commission. Ms. Shannon Rabin for the Procurement Standards Board. Ms. Charlotte Peacock for the Social Services Commission. And Ms. Lisa Smith for the Solid Waste Region Board. So on behalf of the entire Metro Council, thank you for your willingness to serve and to volunteer your time and expertise. Thank you. All right, we are ready to begin. We are on resolutions on public hearing. So I'm going to explain to the viewing audience and the public who are in the back exactly how this will work. We have a very, very long agenda tonight, so please pay attention. So we are now on resolutions and bills on public hearing. I will call up the resolutions and the bills one at a time and then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. I will then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor, and then I will ask for a show of hands for those who are here in opposition. If anyone in favor wishes to speak, I will ask you to come forward, introduce yourself, and give us your address, and then you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. I will then ask if anyone opposed wishes to speak. We'll do the same thing. After that process, I will close the public hearing and refer back to the sponsor. I will say, if you do want to speak, either for or against, please come forward when the measure is called. I believe we have 65 measures up for public hearing tonight, 65. So we would like to be courteous to the public, particularly those whose ordinances are way in the back of the calendar. All right, so with that, we are ready to go to resolutions on public hearing. I'm going to call the first one up. It's Resolution RS 2019-1837 by Councilmember Kendall. It exempts spring water located at 2701 Poston Avenue from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Kendall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Call for the public hearing, please.
Okay, so you've got a committee report, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Roberts first. Okay. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Safety voted 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Kendall, ready for the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Can I show of hands of those who are here in support of this measure? All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak? See no one coming forward. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Kendall, you're recognized.
Move approval.
So I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, we're on Resolution RS 2019-1838 by Councilmember Scott Davis. Exempts red-headed stranger located at 305 Arrington Street from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Scott Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
All right, let's get the committee report first.
I apologize. Committee reports, please.
All right, Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Safety voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Davis, you ready?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the resolution. Okay, show of hands of those who are in opposition to the resolution. Seeing none, those in favor wish to speak? Good. Have a seat. Declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Davis.
Move for approval, please.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. We're on Resolution RS 2019-1839 by Councilmember Kendall. Exempts no-bake cookie dough located at 117 28th Avenue North from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Kendall, you are recognized.
Committee reports, please.
Okay, Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Safety voted 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Kendall, you're recognized.
Open public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the resolution. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the resolution. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Kendall.
Move approval.
Okay, I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Resolution RS 2019-1840 by Councilmember O'Connell. Exempt Mother's Ruin located at 1239 6th Avenue North from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get committee reports, please.
All right, Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Safety voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the resolution. All right. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to the resolution. Seeing none, those in favor wish to speak? Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We believe no mothers were actually harmed in the creation of this distance waiver, and I'd like to move approval.
Okay, I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Resolution RS 2019-1841 by Councilmember Pridemore exempts racetrack C-store located at 106 Myatt Drive from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Pridemore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Safety voted 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are in favor of the resolution. All right. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to the resolution. Okay. So I have people on both sides. Those in favor wish to speak. If you would, please come forward. We'll let those in favor speak first, and then we'll go to those who are opposed. You've got 3 minutes. Name and address. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Here you go. Got it.
All right. Good evening, Council. My name is Drew Cunningham with Racetrack Petroleum, 200 Galleria Parkway, Atlanta, Georgia, 30339. Before we get into the specifics of the application, I would like to take a moment and just explain who we are as a company since we are new to the area. We're a third-generation, privately held convenience store company based out of Atlanta. We operate 500 privately held owned stores across the Southeast, and most recently we've made a push into the Middle Tennessee market. We have 6 stores under construction right now between Clarksville and Murfreesboro, and over 20 stores in the permitting and design phase. A few of those falling within Nashville Metro, including the site we're talking about here tonight on Highway 45 and Myatt Drive. Our business model is pretty straightforward. We're a high-quality convenience store that puts a lot of focus on customer service. We achieve that high-quality experience through the aesthetic look of the building on the outside. That's masonry wrapped columns on the canopy, all masonry on the building, followed up by more of a modern experience inside. Offerings inside, we've really pushed over the past decade or so, more of a experience dealing with food and hoping that people would come in, and it's really more of a neighborhood market concept. Our convenience stores offer free Wi-Fi, freshly made sandwiches, made-to-order pizzas, frozen yogurt, or crazy good coffee, and typical other commodities that you would see at a convenience store. This property has been on our radar for a long time. We're very excited about it. Just a few months ago, we successfully rezoned the property to allow our use, and through that zoning process, we met with the community multiple times and really felt like it was something that the community rallied behind and was excited to see. Believed it would raise property values and just serve a need in the community. Through those meetings, we negotiated with the community, agreed to install landscaping above and beyond what was required. We're going to have a 6-foot privacy fence along the north side of the property, along the side of the property where the waiver is actually being triggered by. And overall, we're just really excited about it. Through the notification process, we did receive a concern from the church that's across Highway 45. I've reached out to them and asked if there was any specific concerns that had to do with the racetrack. Based on our conversation, it wasn't a racetrack issue or an operational issue based on racetrack, more so just not wanting another property in Madison to sell alcohol. We really feel like, as I mentioned, this is an important and integral piece of property for the community and one that our redevelopment will help and benefit. Thank you all for your time. I'm really excited again.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Sean Henry, 315 Dedrick Street. I represent Racetrack. The reason we're here, of course, is there's 2 residences in close proximity to this property, in relative close proximity, less than 100 feet. The property owner that is closest to this property has signed a letter addressed to Councilman Pridemore. I know he has a copy of that, but I'd like to entertain this for the record. And she simply says that she believes this business will improve my property value. I ask that you please approve their distance waiver request. That's Darlene Stratton of 112 MacArthur Drive. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And the other residential structure is owned by the owner of the property, and he's getting ready to speak as well. So the Planning Commission approved this unanimously on the rezoning. There was no opposition to this. There were a few people that spoke concerned about drainage issues, and of course, Racetrack will be required to take care of all the stormwater drainage that they accumulate and generate on the site. Substantial landscaping. They're going to meet, we believe they're going to meet the brand new tree ordinance that was just passed at the last meeting and may very well exceed that with the tree plantings on this property. So we ask for your support and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name is Ken Johnson. I own the property at 108A Myatt Drive, which adjoins this property, and I've asked that the council approve it. I have no objections to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing none, those who are in opposition resolution, if you'd come forward. I need a name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Mark Montana, Sr. I live in Madison. I represent Madison Heights Baptist Church, which is right across the street from this place. We do not have an objection to people making a living, but we as members of Madison, can I move this down? Madison Heights Baptist Church request that the Metropolitan Council of Nashville, Davidson County uphold the section 7.08.900E of the Metropolitan Code. There are currently several businesses within walking distance of our community and our church, and have provided beer sale permits. We request that the council respect the current code. I've been in Madison for 40 years, and this community is going downhill quickly. I've seen good and bad come in. There are 11 institutions in that neighborhood within a quarter mile that sell beer already. Kroger's, a liquor store. There's 5 to 6 of them on East Old Hickory Boulevard already. And there's 2 down the street. There's on Myatt Drive. We feel that this is 116 steps from our church and would be a slap into the church's face since it's been there in 1948. Not only that, I'm not against anything as far as people making a living, but I am against another place where they sell alcohol. We have enough places that in this community, and we feel another one is not conducive to the Madison community and in that area also. We've had crimes increase there, and more alcohol sales will be detrimental to this community, in our opinion, and I've been here for 40 years again. I'm outnumbered here, but I just feel that this place would be a slap in our face and in God's place, too. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Pridemore.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a slight statement, please.
All right, so I've got a motion to approve with a second. Back to you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. During this time of this process, I just recently discovered that Mr. Fontana had an objection, again, not to a racetrack, but just to the sale of beer throughout the community. And I understand, I appreciate his understanding, and I appreciate his opinion and his feelings about that. You know, and we spoke and sought out any type of, I don't know, compromise or that sort of nature, sort of thing. But he was more, again, making a statement about alcohol sales in general in the Madison community and near his establishment. I would like to say that the racetrack, you know, for those who don't know, it is an upstanding business, and it also that is not going to, beer sales is not going to be the ultimate drive for their opening and for their servicing the community. As they've mentioned, some have written letters in support. Actually, one's living immediately adjacent to the property. And in fact, the property that Mr. Fontana, Pastor Fontana is speaking of is across the 4-lane state highway, State Route 45, and I believe it's 240 or 280 feet at least from the business, but there's a traffic light and 4 lanes and a median on each side between that business and the church, and there's a car lot on the other corner from across from the church. So with that, I just respectfully request that we pass for approval.
Okay. Thank you, council member. So I have a motion to approve the resolution. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Okay, so we are on the resolution. All in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, council member. So we are now on bills on public hearing. We are now ready for BL 2018-1400 by council member Kendall. This was approved by the Planning Commission. It changes 0.18 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 712 26th Avenue North. Councilmember Kendall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to move to defer this.
So defer this indefinitely, so it's off?
Yes.
Okay. So I think it was a motion to defer indefinitely. So I've got a Councilmember Kendall moving to defer indefinitely. Do I have a second? Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Those opposed to the motion say no. Motion is adopted, so this bill is deferred indefinitely. All right. Thank you, council member. BL 2019-1516 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This was approved with conditions disapproved without by the Planning Commission. Changes 0.18 acres from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 725 Hart Avenue to permit up to 3 residential units. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open a public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the bill. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the bill. So I've got people on both sides. Those wishing to speak in favor. Anybody wishing to speak in favor, if you would, please come forward. So I need name and address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My name is Roger Dart Livingston, 2115 Yeaman Place. Just wanted to speak in support as it's my project. The Maxwell Heights area is my family and I's favorite place to visit. We eat there with our friends at a minimum of once a week. Mas Tacos and the Pharmacy are our favorite restaurants, and we just wanted to be a part of the action. So we bought a lot at 725 Hart Avenue. And we are excited to invest a substantial amount of money into the neighborhood as we feel that it'll benefit everyone. And we plan to live in one of the units as well. I'm really excited also about the River North project. I know that Cleveland Street's going to be one of the connector streets in there, and so I see a lot of big things coming to that area. I was advised to go with the commercial route. But I don't want that because I don't think it's best for the neighborhood. I think that 3 small homes is the perfect match of what's going on already. There's a gas station right next door to me with a barber shop, another barber shop, and a coffee shop, and then Ruby Ann's Frisk Fry is about 5 feet from my property line. On the left of the gas station, you have high residential condos, and then on the other side, you have my empty lot. I'm proposing to do 3 small detached homes to kind of match the other side, and then it peters out into single-family homes into the Maxwell Heights neighborhood. For symmetry purposes, it would be similar on both sides of the gas station. Houses are already really expensive in Nashville, and so it's simple supply and demand. Add more homes, you lower the price because builders have to compete. This is a solution to that, in my opinion. The design is actually inspired by the resident exactly right behind the lot. He preferred a different design style than mine, so I went with his to try and appease the neighborhood. We've worked with the neighbors. We've met multiple times with the Maxwell Heights Neighborhood Committee. They asked for numerous concessions. I'll go through those. They wanted me to reduce it from 4 units down to 3, limit the homes to 2 stories, increase the parking to 6 spaces so that each unit will have 2 parking spaces, and they don't want cars on the sides of the streets, which is very understandable. Increase the setback of the side yard, the part facing Cleveland Street, so that as you pull out onto that busy road, you can see better and not get hit. And to do not allow Airbnbs on the property. We have met and agreed to every one of their concessions, so I'm interested to hear what our opposition has to say tonight. Eventually, we found ourselves in a circular discussion, and so we decided to proceed forward with the project. It's been over a year now that we've been trying to get this over the finish line. I would ask also that you please take into consideration that, I wish we lived in a black and white area and black and white life, but there is gray areas. My lot is the only lot in this whole neighborhood that has a gas station next to it. And on Saturday mornings, I've got a line of 50 people lining up to get their breakfast burritos at Ruby Ann's. So please be flexible.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Chioke Buckley, and I'm in support of this motion here. Address is 2626 Music Valley. I want to speak on his character. I've worked with him a lot in the military, and one thing that you can rest assured is that whatever he does, he goes above and beyond perfection. So when he told me about this idea of what he wanted and why he did not want to go with the commercial route, but more of the residential, it was because of the community that he wanted to participate in and the effect that he wanted to create. So his motives are not only to make money, of course, because this is an economic planet, but to provide a service that's greater for the community above that. And his design, if you did see pictures of what he's going to create, you can see the aesthetics that he's going to provide to the community, and of course the quality of life for people who cannot afford to live near the city through his company. So I support it, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
My name is J.D. Watson. I live in 509 Legion Fields Road in the Cree Fall area. Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, appreciate your time tonight. I've worked with Dart Livingston for approximately 8.5 years. And again, here to speak of his character and also here to speak of his mindset. If Dart Livingston has made, has given his word and told the members of the community in which these 3 residences are supposed to go up, then you can rest assured that that should be what happens, and that will be what you see happens if he has anything to do with it. As to the business model behind it, let's just be honest. Of course, there are some vested interests, right? There's money involved. There's money being made. But at the same token, DART has gone out of his way to try to meet the residents of that neighborhood and meet their needs and provide a viable solution. I think we all know that there's a shortage of affordable homes in the Nashville area, and there's just 3 more homes. And that may sound like a small number, but I think we need to encourage as a city small business owners that are willing to provide affordable housing the option and the availability to provide that option to current residents and incoming residents. And thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Randy Davis, 260 Granger View Circle. I also want to speak to Dart's character. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, and he's one of the most integrity-minded and moral men I've ever met. From what I understand, he's met every concession that's been presented to him by the community around him, and I know that he'll continue to work with them to make sure that this property is pleasing to the community. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President, Sean Henry, 315 Dedrick Street. I represent Dart Livingston. The Planning Commission approved this rezoning unanimously back in January. And after that, Councilman Scott Davis deferred this so that more discussion could occur with the neighborhood. My understanding, and I've only been fairly recently engaged on this, but my understanding is really just within the past few months, Mr. Livingston has once again returned to meet with the neighborhood group, and they've come to an understanding about this project. Now, some may differ on that, but he did what Councilman Davis directed him to do, instructed him to do. He's reached out and tried to compromise, and we think that's certainly occurred here. Again, these are 3 homes. Next door, you've got a nail salon, you've got a mini market, and a breakfast restaurant place. On a personal note, I used to drive by this property for 11 years when I lived in East Nashville. I got off Cleveland Street, headed east, drive right by this vacant piece of property. And that intersection at McFerrin, Cleveland, and West Eastland Avenue has seen just a light year change in character and progress. And this is just one more component of that little commercial node, adding a mixture of uses here with residential to that really critical intersection. So we ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name is Michael Dewey, 2925 Berry Hill Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. The initial proposal for this site was for 4 units. We worked with Planning Commission and Planning Department to reduce the proposal down to 3 units. This layout was also worked on with the community to face Cleveland Street and provide certain materials that were pleasing for the community. We ask for your approval tonight.
All right, thank you.
My name is Timothy Bowers. I live at 409 Hart Avenue. I have for 50-plus years. I'm familiar with the lot. I think what he's proposing to put on the lot would complement the neighborhood instead of taking away from it. Something needs to be done with it. It's sat vacant for a long time. I've spoken to a lot of my neighbors who have been there for just about as long as I have, and they have no objections to it. So I would appreciate consideration for him to be allowed to do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Marissa Back, address 114 Louise Avenue. I know Carla and Dart very well, and I know they have nothing but good intentions for the Maxwell neighborhood, and I do think it could help increase the housing here in Nashville. I support this motion.
All right, thank you.
Hi. Sorry, I'm a little short. My name is Carla Livingston. I live at 2115 Yeaman Place, and I am also an owner of 725 Hart Avenue. I've lived in East Nashville for 4 years now, and just in that short 4 years, I've seen tremendous growth. My husband, like he was saying, we love that area because of the restaurants and even more restaurants than we can keep up with in just that one little nook. So we've always kept our eye on that Hart Avenue lot. We've seen it vacant and just trashed for years. Finally, when the owner wanted to get rid of it, we were so excited, and we worked with him to try to get it because that was always been our dream to live there. Unfortunately, we can't afford the lifestyle, so our main focus was to get it to where we could afford to live there and have our son raised there. He's 1 year old, and the only way that we can make that affordable for us is to build 2 other homes that will also be affordable for families like us that find it very difficult to find affordable housing in East Nashville. So I know that not a lot of people would want to live right next to a gas station. We have cleaned up the lot, and we found a lot of needles and a lot of narcotics, aftermath of a lot of people like to use that lot, for things that probably the neighborhood doesn't want to be a part of. And I think building on there and making it a beautiful place for people to live will help close that gap between the gas station, the restaurants, everything that's right next to us, and the beautiful neighborhood that we're so excited to be a part of. So we're really asking that you please help us to make this possible to where we can work with the neighborhood like we have, but still make it to where, everybody can be happy in this whole situation. And I really appreciate all of y'all listening to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Roger Livingston, 3516 Gulf Street, and I'm kind of asking you guys to approve this for a selfish reason. I'm going to buy the first unit, and I'll be responsible for the maintenance of it. And I can guarantee you it's going to be the showpiece down that street. Those 3 homes that are affordable size and maintained like it's an apartment complex or whatever, the flowers and the cutting and everything. And I just want to give my word that that's the way it'll look when I'm living there, and I'm going to.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in favor wish to speak? All right, those who are in opposition, please come forward. I need name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Leslie Boone, the president of Maxwell Heights Neighborhood Association. Thank you for this opportunity to be here and to speak to this council.
Can I get an address?
620 North 9th Street.
All right, thank you.
And so we have spoken with the Livingstons about this particular development for over a year. They have made some concessions. We have advised that they were ill-advised because there are other areas within the neighborhood boundaries that accept multi-dwellings. This changes the landscape and also the entry into that street on Hart. Of course, all of our other neighbors are not here in opposition right now, but we know that for those who are elderly, those who are blind, because we do have some in the neighborhood, that just changes the orientation for them. So at this time, we do not support the current development. What we have been advised by our council person is that this would be redesigned and that we would have some compromise. So I'm waiting to see if that compromise will come to bear. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Jason Trevathan, 726 Myrtle Street. I'm against this. This is an area that was once a single-family home, and now they want 3 units placed on the property. The Livingstons have met with us twice over the past year. The first time was to propose their development, and then the last time was about 2 months ago when we told them that we were not in support of that. Scott Davis, our council person, had brought up the idea of doing a single-family residential home with a dadu, and at our last meeting in July, Scott Davis had told us that that was what was going to be proposed, which obviously that doesn't seem to be the case. This is something that we're not in favor of. This is a neighborhood with single-family homes, and we're concerned about the precedent that this sets for the rest of the RS5 lots. So, Scott, we'd like to know if it's still going to stay residential and a dadu. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? Anybody coming forward? All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to close the public hearing with a brief explanation.
All right, so do you want to move the bill? The public hearing's closed.
I'd like to move the bill.
Okay, so I got a motion on the bill, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I've asked our new but fantastic planning staff member to draft a substitute with the dadu for me. And my goal is to present it at the Maxwell Heights meeting coming up this Monday. We still have one more meeting, and majority of the time we do amend and substitute on third reading. And I had to get through the public hearing process first. So I want to thank my neighbors who came out in support and in opposition, and looking forward to seeing them Monday. And thank you, Matthew, for working on that draft for me for that amendment. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Bedney.
Can I ask Councilmember Davis a question?
Sure.
Councilman, there were 2 different people speaking against it. So the dadu thing will address the concerns of the 2, or just the last one?
Well, the dadu will probably address, even though I'm assuming, and I don't want to, well, the dadu will address the opposition with the substitute that our new planner is drafting for me. And so, but I do encourage, those in support of the original plan to come and talk. I'm not going to restrict any neighbor or anybody from speaking at my community meeting, but before third, I wanted to present the new draft to my neighbors at their monthly meeting.
Can I clarify my question?
Sure. Proceed ahead.
Because the first person said that you had talked to her about something specific, so I wanted to know if what you just said about dadu will address what the first person commented on.
Oh, the first person that spoke total? It may or may not, I'm just be honest with you, but I know that the dadu legislation will address the concerns of the 2 neighbors in opposition.
Thank you, Councilmember.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Bedney. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to be voting no on this today. I do believe that it's possible to amend this to an SP that could address some of those concerns. Again, even though this is an approved bill, when I have a neighborhood leader that I've known for many years and I trust a lot, take time to come out to this body and let us know that communication has not necessarily been followed up with to a level that the neighborhood association feels is where they need to be. That's very, very concerning. I could switch my vote to a yes on third reading if I then subsequently hear from the community that their concerns have been addressed. It's, once again, if there have been discussions on this bill for a year, if there have been multiple discussions, really I want to know why an SP was not already brought to this body for public hearing that incorporated those. So I'm just not satisfied with where discussions are today. I'm going to be voting no today. I will be voting no on third reading unless I hear from the community members and the community leaders that their concerns have been addressed.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Any other discussion on this? Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I wanted to ask the sponsor, so I was looking at the site plan. So the site plan proposes three approximately 910 square foot units on this parcel, and I got lost on the Dadu one. What is the potential substitute we might be looking at? How many units is that going to put on, and how is it going to change the square footage of those units?
Councilmember Davis.
Just be a single-family house and a Dadu. That's it. Simple.
Councilmember
Substitute.
Can you do that already in this district? Does it have is it in the Dadu?
Well, that particular spot, no.
Gotcha.
You cannot.
Okay. All right. That helps clear it up. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other discussions? Okay. So we are on BL 2019-1516 on second reading. I understand there's a negative vote, so we're going to need to go onto the board. Madam Clerk, if you would. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So we are voting on 2019-1516 on second reading. Madam Clerk, open up the machines. Council Lady Gilmore, what's your point of order?
Machine is not working.
That is a good point of order. So we're going to keep the machines open. So she just showed up on my board. We good? Madam Clerk? Okay, if you will close the machines, take the vote.
25 in favor, 4 against, 2 abstentions.
Okay, bill passes on second reading. Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Gilmore. Okay, we're now on BL 2019-1584 by Councilmember O'Connell, recommended for indefinite deferral by the Planning Commission. Amends the Metro Code by making provisions to 13.79 acres of a historic preservation overlay district to various properties located along Joe Johnston Avenue from 16th Avenue North to 12th Avenue North. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Per that recommendation, we just did not have time to schedule the appropriate follow-up community meetings on this one, and I would like to move to defer indefinitely.
All right. So the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. We're now on BL 2019-1615 by Councilmember Vercher, recommended for withdrawal by the Planning Commission on 6/27/2019. Amends the Metro Code to require the Metro Planning Department to provide 3 business days notice of any pre-application conference to the District Council member representing the affected area and a summary including copies of any renderings or drawings. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for withdrawal. I've been working with the Planning Commission, and they are implementing some processes to better aid district council members so that development and development and planning is more transparent to neighborhoods, where neighborhoods can be more proactive on the front end versus being reactive. When I take Councilwoman Van Reese's, her little slogan as it relates to planning for us and not planning to us. So this idea with this legislation actually came from some challenges that various district council members were enduring as it related to development in their respective districts, and I request a withdrawal.
Okay, so the motion is to withdraw, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. I believe that Councilmember Van Rees had that copyrighted, so you owe her some money. Before we move on to the next bill, I would like to recognize that Jennifer Gamble, the council-elect for District 3, has walked in. Please join me in welcoming her to the council. So we're on Substitute Bill BL 2019-1631 by Councilmember O'Connell, approved by the Planning Commission, creates Title IX noise and amplified sound, and to consolidate existing provisions regulating noise, excessive noise, and construction noise into the new title. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
All right, so I've got codes and fair and farmers market. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Through much discussion, and I'm going to take this in reverse order of amendments, if I may. The Johnson amendment failed, 0-4, 4 against. The Glover amendment failed, 0-4, 4 against. The Allen amendment passed, 4-4, 0 against. And 1631, as amended on the Allen amendment, passed 4-4, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Bedney, you're recognized for planning and zoning.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The legislation was reviewed by the committee, and it was approved as amended. The amendments that passed were Councilmember Allen's amendment, 12-0. But the amendments by Johnson and Glover failed. Glover failed because of a lack of a second. So the committee recommended approval as amended.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Bedney. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. So I declare the public hearing open. Anybody here in favor of the bill who wishes to speak, raise your hand. Thank you. Anybody here in opposition to the bill who wishes to speak? Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak? If so, come on up, name, address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Elizabeth Mayhall, and I live at 305 Church Street. I first moved downtown in 1984 and have lived in my present home for the past 13 years. Tonight I feel a little bit like the redheaded stepchild because there's been a lot of talk about money coming downtown, but big projects don't make a healthy downtown. The Nashville Downtown Partnership's recent residential update reports that there's currently 12,000 people living downtown. Current projects under construction and in the pipeline will add an additional 8,000 residents. By the end of 2022, we'll have close to 20,000 people living in the downtown core. Problems with noise downtown is nothing new. We wouldn't need a noise ordinance if we were all good neighbors. Honky-tonks are meant to be loud, and they should be loud. All I'm asking for is some common sense for the sound to not be so high that it interferes with another establishment, disturbs our residents and tourists, or damages the hearing of our downtown workers. Currently, we have noise wars going on down on Broadway between merchants. It's happened before on 2nd Avenue. You can hear the music on Broadway all the way up to Church Street. Most of the honky-tonks are good neighbors. Honky-tonks are not responsible for all the noise issues downtown. Construction blasting next to residential towers and hotels, music coming from cars that make your body shake, motorcycles without mufflers, and numerous vehicles that crank up the music to entertain our bachelors and bachelorettes. While I have your ear, services have not kept up with the exponential growth on Broadway in terms of safety, trash pickup, and walkability. It's like the Wild West down there, and it's quickly getting out of hand and dangerous. Tonight, I'm asking for your help for our residents, help for our workers in our downtown establishments, our tourists, and frankly, for all of us. Voting for this ordinance is a start. I'm asking for your support for Councilman O'Connell's bill. Please, we need your help. Thanks for your time, your attention, and your service to Nashville.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Okay, need you to come up to the microphone. Name and address.
Kim Patterson. I live at 1212 Laurel Street. I'm a resident of the 1212 condominium, and we have had previous problems and continue to have problems with the noise and blasting in our neighborhood, and I really ask that you support this.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the bill. Is it appropriate to move Amendment 1, which is Councilmember Allen's amendment at this time?
All right, she's got her button pushed, so I got a motion on the bill, properly seconded. I can go to Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just want to move an amendment that would simply leave references in the places where all these spread around noise ordinances used to be, so that if someone is looking where they remember where it used to be, it will now direct them to the new section, and to thank Councilmember O'Connell for all the work he's done on this. So I would like to move the amendment.
All right, so I got a motion on Councilmember Allen's amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, we're voting on Councilmember Allen's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. And there's other amendments. I've got Councilmember Johnson in the queue. Councilmember Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Amendment I offered is, let me get back. The bill, Councilmember O'Connell and Council Lady Allen's amendment, what it does, as I understood, is nothing changes existing code. So my amendment I offered was to go a little bit further, like first speaker said, please help us. So my amendment was intent to give a little bit more definition and clarification to intent of this noise ordinance is to protect residential zoning area and also lodging. So it will give some kind of protection to the hotel guests and tourists and so forth. So I would like to offer my amendment to give a little bit more assurance to this noise ordinance. And so I'd like to move my amendment.
All right, so I have a motion on Councilmember Johnson's amendment. Do I have a second? Okay, I've got a second. So I've got a motion second. We're on Councilmember Johnson's amendment. Councilmember O'Connell, do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We worked with Metro Codes and Metro Police extensively on this. We've worked with a variety of stakeholders, and basically the departmental review, working with our own staff in the Metro Council office, we looked at basically this as a restructuring as a first step, and I think especially approaching the end of term, it would be advisable to leave this as a clean bill and use it as the basis for further future discussion. I have not had a single conversation with neighborhoods, with the hospitality industry about this late amendment, and I don't accept it as a friendly amendment to this bill. I'd prefer to pass this with Councilmember Allen's amendment and no others at this time, and for the next council to be able to use this new title of the Metro Code of Laws to start to offer the protections.
All right. So we are on, procedurally, we are on Councilmember Johnson's amendment. It did get a second. So we are looking at the motion to approve Councilmember Johnson's amendment. Anybody else wishing to speak on the amendment? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Opposed, no? No. So the amendment fails. All right. So we are now on Councilmember Glover. He's recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move my amendment.
All right, so I got a motion on Councilmember Glover's amendment. Do I have a second on that? I got a second. So Councilmember Glover, back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Just very quickly, I'm not saying that that necessarily the bill as written would not affect the fairgrounds, but I'm not certain that it doesn't affect the fairgrounds with regards to the noise ordinance, i.e. the racing and things of that nature. I know there's already safeguards in place there. I'm just merely trying to protect what the voters had voted for in 2011, and that's the purpose of this amendment. So with that, rather than wasting time, I will move the amendment and would ask for the support.
All right, so I have a motion, a second on the amendment. I've got Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember O'Connell, do I come to you first? Okay, Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll be brief. Mr. Jamison, is the fairgrounds already included in the noise ordinance?
It is.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember O'Connell, I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think to Councilmember Sledge's point, this amendment, if it's already in the Metro Code of Laws, it is in Title IX. This amendment is unnecessary. Both of these other amendments have already been disapproved by multiple committees. I would encourage colleagues to vote against this one and then vote against the bill as amended with Councilmember Allen's amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover.
Move to withdraw.
All right, so I've now got a motion to withdraw the amendment, properly seconded. It is a motion, so we got to vote on it. Any discussion on the motion to withdraw? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to withdraw say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is withdrawn. All right, you're back to Councilmember O'Connell on your bill as amended with Councilmember Allen's amendment. Okay, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded before. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. We're on BL 2019-1634 by Councilmember Glover and Swope. This is a disapproved bill, amends the Metro Code pertaining to other setbacks relative to property owned by the Fair Board and used for automobile racing. We need to see the slides.
No slides. On text amendment, no slides.
No slides because it's a text amendment. Thank you. All right, Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
That was going to be my question. Thank you. I wasn't certain if they needed to speak first. So with that, I move to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the ordinance. Okay. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the ordinance. Okay, we've got people on both sides. Those in favor wishing to speak, if you would, please come forward. I need name and address. And you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Shane Smiley, Brush Hill Road, Nashville. This is all about public safety. That's what this is all about, is the safety of the people who utilize the fairgrounds and utilize the speedway. If you look at the venues around Metro, they all honor the Homeland Security best practices of a 100-foot buffer from parking to the entrance. This very venue that we're sitting right now has a 100-foot buffer from parking to the main entrance. General Services, where planning is, has a 100-foot buffer. Nissan Stadium, First Tennessee Park, the Ryman Auditorium, Bridgestone Arena, the Parthenon, Municipal Auditorium, they all have 100-foot buffers from public parking to the main entrance, each and every one of them. The NFL and NASCAR both use the best practices from the Homeland Security of that 100-foot buffer. So we're asking that you allow that. This proposal and this project, when it came to you, had, well, we're not sure where everything's going to be. This is about where things are going to be, but there are no definitive measurements of how far things were going to be away from the main entrance to the speedway. Now that they've locked that down, they're talking about putting a public parking garage within 20 feet of the main entrance. All we're asking for is our public safety to be recognized as well as we move through things. The meeting following the approval for the MLS stadium, Councilman Bedney put in a resolution that this body, everybody that voted on it in this body, voted to approve. And that was that you support racing to continue at the fairgrounds. And like I say, the NFL and NASCAR use 100-foot buffer as part of their baseline. So you all voted in favor of racing continuing at the fairgrounds on a resolution. I'm hoping tonight you will go ahead and do something that has that binds, something that has teeth to it, to say, yes, we do support the future racing at the fairgrounds and what we voted on in the referendum to continue these events at the fairgrounds. So a 100-foot buffer isn't a lot to ask. They've gotten acres, and we're asking for feet. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Come on up.
Hi, yes, Ken Joyce, 3638 Dickerson Road. When this council approved the MLS stadium, it was to seat 26,500 people. After it was approved, it escalated to 33,500. If you look at that, that's an additional 7,000 seats. That equates to 21,000 square feet, not counting aisles and accessibility to seats in the stadium. This area we're in question would require 19,500 square feet that, as stated previously, that was approved. The seating has escalated. This council didn't approve 33,500 in seating, and here we sit. We're going to take the buffer away and eliminate the functionality and the continued growth of the future of racing in this area because we're going to take that buffer away. And through this whole years of talking about this, all I've heard from a vast majority of the council is how we're going to work together and we're all going to have compromise. I don't see it. It's landlocking the racetrack, and I would like for this council to think in that term, and what you agreed upon is not what you're currently getting.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Jerry Coble, 1104 North Graycroft, Madison. Okay. I come to these meetings. I've listened to you promise. I've listened to Mr. Sledge over promise that this is going to enhance the racetrack, going to enhance the fairgrounds property, going to enhance the flea market. I don't see this happening. This is not what we voted on in 2011. Y'all know this. Y'all know the concerns. This is like an anaconda snake squeezing the life out of this racetrack and squeezing the life out of this fairgrounds property that is the public-owned property. We still are sitting here giving, and remember, $275 million to a man to start a business with our names, our taxpayers, not his name on this contract. I'm upset about this. I think it's wrong. If you're going to give $275 million to any businessman in Nashville, I'm a small businessman, give it to me. I mean, what's the problem? I'm not entitled. I'm just asking, please honor the referendum. We know that you're killing the property. We know you're trying to do that for development of some sort or whatever. I don't know. We voted against this. 73% of the voters in Davidson County voted against this, and you know that. Give us the square feet that we need to prosper, to grow. What's the problem? I'm asking you to support Steve Glover. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor of the ordinance? All right, those who are here are wishing to speak in opposition of the ordinance. If you would, please come forward. A name, address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Dirk Melton. My address is 124 12th Avenue South. My company, Market Street Enterprises, was the applicant for the Fairgrounds mixed-use development project that this text amendment seeks to change. Our specific plan zoning was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission in August 2018 and then by Metro Council last September with 31 votes in favor. My team appreciates your confidence in our efforts. Since your vote, we've been working diligently on the plans as approved by Council in direct cooperation with the Fairgrounds Executive Director and staff. Tonight, I am here to assure you that nothing in our plans has changed from what you approved last year. I can also assure you that none of the issues you heard tonight were brought up during the months of public input on this project. We had dozens of members of the racing community participate in our public engagement process during open forums held at the fairgrounds. The outcome of that public process resulted in our approved specific plan zoning. Our plans show a parking garage near the Speedway, and those drawings have been public for more than a year. These same plans have received sign-offs from Metro departments and are compliant with the existing agreements at the fairgrounds, including those of the current Speedway operator. In fact, the setback for our new building is identical to the setback of the existing fairgrounds exhibitors building on site. That building, the one nearest to the Speedway, has been in continuous operation at the fairgrounds for many decades. Furthermore, we've received advice from our attorneys and from Metro Legal that our development rights are protected under the Tennessee Vested Property Rights Act. Also, as noted by the planning staff, text amendments themselves to the zoning code are meant to apply countywide and are not appropriate for targeting one property or issue as this one does. In summary, please be assured that our development will comply with all the plans that Council approved last year. I would encourage you to follow the Planning Commission's unanimous decision against this text amendment by voting against it as well. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, let's just be very candid with one another. This property has tried to be destroyed before 2011, and the voters voted on it, and they gave us a very clear understanding of what they wanted to see happen at the fairgrounds. We did not honor that. We got sued, and in fact, the appellate court now agreed and said they're throwing it back to the lower court, the Chancery Court. Now, candidly, I'm not an attorney. I don't really understand how the process works, but what I do understand is when we start destroying an opportunity and something that's been available for a long time at this fairgrounds. That being said, you know, I heard something today from someone. They said, you know, Glover, you've tried to fight and not allow this soccer thing from the very beginning. You don't want it. I said, no, that is not what I've said. I've never said that. I support soccer, but this move right here, and we can talk about the plans we approved. We approved kind of a drawing. We didn't get measurements and whatnot. But what this does, in essence, it destroys one sporting event that thousands of people enjoy and love attending on a regular basis at the fairgrounds for another sporting event to come in. We don't have to do away with one event in order to accommodate the other event. And so with that, I'm going to ask that you support this, because all it's doing, and Councilman Swope is going to go a little more on some of the details here, all this is doing is ensuring the safety of the individuals that attend the event at that racetrack, to where we don't put innocent lives in jeopardy because we didn't follow the best practices and the recommendation of even Homeland Security. And with that, I renew my motion to approve, please, sir.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'm going to move to indefinitely defer this bill with a brief comment.
All right, so I've got a motion to indefinitely defer this bill, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So I want to walk through a couple of items here. It was mentioned that there is a building that already sits within this. In fact, the building has a overhang that goes right up to the grandstand. That building has been in operation, use of the fairgrounds for 40 years. It's right there. We went through our specific plan. We went through the site plan. I have pulled the site plan up, which you can get to from the SP viewer map that we all have access to. All the drawings are in there, everything that we went through. I went through many of the public charrettes that we had actually on the fairgrounds property. We talked through those sketches. Those sketches are right there in the SP. I want to address a couple of things when we're talking about the operations. First of all, I take issue with the fact that it's being pretended, assumed, anything whatsoever, that any of these uses are going away. We are 10, 12 days away from the first event at brand new expo facility events, 12 days away. There are weekly newsletters sent out from the fairgrounds with photos that show 55,000 square foot buildings, multiple buildings, new, that have been at the cost at this point of $19 million. We are investing in this property. We're investing in the current uses of this property because this council voted to invest in the current uses of the property. I take issue with anything that's brought up to say that anything's being done to the contrary. We're adding space. We are putting new facilities in. I want to correct a couple of things. The stadium seating that's been approved is 30,500, not 33,500. We knew that coming into this meeting. It was reported in the newspaper and in our packages about what the stadium seating was. And when it comes to the actual parking, about where it is, I have a lot of questions about what this safety is. And I know that there's all this stuff about what different sports leagues might use or what setbacks or whatnot. If we're so concerned about that, we wouldn't build another building downtown, period. We wouldn't be building a federal courthouse right now. We wouldn't be building a skyscraper. We wouldn't be doing any of that because we'd be so concerned about public safety. I think the real issue here that I would like council members to think about is the fact that there is an attempt to make a text amendment to basically overturn part of a zoning bill that we already passed. And if that can happen to anything that you want to go rezone. That's why it's disapproved by the Planning Commission. If you decided that a bowling alley needed to go next to an ice cream shop in your district and somebody decided that bowling and ice cream didn't mix, they could go try to write a Title 17 text amendment to say that you can't put a bowling alley within 300 feet of an ice cream parlor. That's the point we've gotten to here. So I want to encourage all the members to think about how this sets a very odd and very unnecessary precedent when it comes to our zoning legislation. Let's definitely defer this, and I know exactly what that does, and you do too, and continue on the path that we all discussed at length and very publicly and then voted upon. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Glover, do you wish to respond first? And then I've got Councilmember Swope after that.
You know what? Councilman Swope has got a lot of statistics here. We obviously are in for a long evening as it is now. I will tell you, you can say whatever you want to say about it. You don't think it's a safety issue. That's exactly what this is. So I'm asking us not to defer this, to take the lives of people that attend the racetrack and events at that racetrack, make sure we understand the value of their life. And that's what this is to do. So with that, I will yield my time right now, or actually not yield, but turn it over to Councilman Swope, if I may, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Remarkably, I am in agreement with Shane Smiley for once in a million years. This is a public safety issue. The NFL, the NBA, MLS, everyone has minimum standards that they've set in place, ranging from 100 feet to, in some cases, the NBA has a 300-foot rule. Now, these are industry practices that have been in place for decades. The MLS will have the same 100-foot rule when the new stadium goes in. As Councilman Sledge said, I am extremely proud, as he is, with the new facilities that have been built that are being opened in 12 days. They're amazing. Whether or not it's more or less, that's an arguable point. Do I think it will elevate the status of the fairgrounds in the end? Absolutely. Do I think a stadium will elevate the status of the fairgrounds in the end game? Absolutely. That's the reason I voted for it. Do I think NASCAR needs to go back to Nashville? Absolutely. However, this is a matter of feet, 100 feet, to be safe. I ask you all to not defer this, to take the vote tonight, to believe in the Homeland Security standards, and I would ask for a roll call vote on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Elrod, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to piggyback on something that Councilman Swope talked about the reason that I supported the soccer stadium was about how much it and the other investments that we made in the entire campus, I think will elevate and improve everything that's going on the fairgrounds, including the Speedway, for I think many decades to come. I just wanted to walk through those. Includes $12 million in fiscal year 17 in fairgrounds improvement, which they've expended $4.4 million on easements, design, bridge repairs, demo and paint. $8.7 million in FY17 for Fair Park, which 20 of 46 acres are complete. $30 million in FY19 for fairgrounds improvement, along with the remaining from $7.6 million from FY17 for expenses, including the new expo facilities, which include 130,000-foot indoor facility, 100,000 covered outdoor arena, lots, landscaping, which that work is ongoing. And included in that are speedway updates for updated restrooms, new LED infield lighting, paint, LED concourse lighting, and new fencing, which is apparently being worked out or being discussed as some of the opportunities for racing are going on. Going forward, the Speedway is going to receive $200,000 per year, which is offset by the parking revenue from the stadium events from the mixed-use development, which is one of the bigger things that I think is not talked about how that will create some sustaining funding for the campus, as well as 50% of the property tax revenue that's generated by that development, which is estimated at $1.2 million per year, and which is a very big sum considering the entire budget for the fairgrounds is $3.3 million. So that would be a very significant increase. So I think it will be all the uses, the flea market, the racetrack, the speedway, the soccer stadium, and the development will be a heck of in several years, a heck of a place to go visit and see all of these activities, which I look forward for me to go to and to take my children. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Elrod. Councilmember Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. When we talked about our fairground final vote, or maybe second reading, one of my constituents, Mr. Ingram, he was the lead owner of this MLS, and he said trust is in short supply. When we are talking, he assured us he has no intention to destroy existing business. Indeed, he will abide by our resolution. So that is enhance existing business such as flea market and expo, and enhance racing, and also enhance new business, which is a Major League Soccer. So we are going into new direction, new fairgrounds with excitement. So I do not appreciate, those conspiracy theory that one of my constituents and many of my constituents is planning in such way. So I would like to have trust because we are finally moving into the new exciting direction. So I'm in support of Councilman Sledge's indefinite deferral, and please, let's move along.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I see this information already reflected in the analysis document that we have in our packets, which is also available online, but just was wondering if Mr. Jameson could clarify for all of us and for the public what I really believe is the most salient point, which is not whether or not people like the fairgrounds, the racetrack, or any of those other things, which I think all of us have opinions on, but certainly racing is protected as within the charter amendment, and the plan that we approved as a council did not threaten that. So this is really is limited to the question of whether the specific plan that included a site plan that is under development is vested, and if it is vested, what would the effect of passing this ordinance be? And if passing this, if we can start with that. So is the site plan considered to be vested?
Under the Tennessee Vested Property Rights Act that passed in 2014, a development is entitled to rely upon the status of zoning regulations that existed at the time its final site plan was submitted. The final site plan for the mixed-use development at issue here has been submitted, approved, and so therefore they're entitled to rely on the status of the zoning that was in existence at the time. It would be the council office opinion, therefore, that if this ordinance were to pass, going forward, prospectively, developments would have to comply with it, but any development that already has its final site plan is entitled to rely on the pre-existing status of the zoning legislation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jameson. So even if we were to pass this ordinance, would it actually be enforceable on the mixed-use site plan?
Not for this mixed-use site plan, but for any development going forward in the future.
Thank you for clarifying that. So based on that, it sounds like what we're hearing from our legal counsel is that this would have no effect on the property that's in question, even if we were to pass it. Therefore, for that reason, I'm going to support Councilmember Sledge's motion for indefinite deferral.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Did we think we were going to get sued over the property at the fairgrounds? We passed it here and said, no, not at all. We are. And now we've been told it's coming back. Safety, you can't vest that. And I'll sit here and I will talk until, until the end of time that I don't think any of us, I certainly did not understand there was going to be a parking garage that was going to be 20 feet away from the racetrack. Why? Because I didn't take out my little ruler and figure out, okay, how many feet is this and what is that? If it's done in order to meet the safety standards, the materials they'll have to use in that concrete will make that parking garage so expensive that it will be cost prohibitive. So something's going to have to give here, and respectfully, I'm not an attorney, but respectfully, we can rest assured that if we go ahead and move forward here and say, no, they have vested rights of this, I firmly believe we're going to be heading to court on this one too, because safety does not have vested rights in the same way. If we are putting the people that attend this event at that racetrack in harm's way, because we're talking about, oh, there's a building that's already there. Yeah, it's a mechanics building. We don't park inside there. And so, there's very specific guidelines on what size automobile, van, et cetera, could go in. I'm not an engineer either, but I've talked to a lot of folks in this arena with Homeland Security, the FBI, on down the line. That's why I can stand here and tell you that if we go ahead and do this and we get moving on it, then the amount of construction cost on that garage will be astronomical. That's just, can I prove it? No, but I believe the people I spoke with that are experts in this arena, and that's what they're telling me, and I do believe that piece of it. But I will say this, and again, say it very loud and clear. The public's safety is not a vested right. We're not asking them not to do the project. We're asking them to move 80 feet. That does not destroy anything whatsoever on this property. It does, however, honor the people who will attend those races and their safety. So I will not support the indefinite deferral. I will tell you that if we go ahead and we do that and we kill this thing tonight, I would be willing to bet we have another lawsuit coming our way, and I'll also be willing to bet that we're going to lose that one. So with that, I would ask you to please not defer indefinitely the bill.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Weiner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've just got some questions for greater clarification, and I'm assuming that the question should be directed to Mr. Jameson, if that's cool.
Okay.
Are there security measures in place to protect the folks who are sitting in the grandstands?
I believe so.
And is this information that they're sharing a best practice, or is this a standard? The 100 feet.
I believe, according to various sports leagues, this would be considered a standard by their individual enterprises.
So what are Metro standards?
We do not have a 100-foot distance provision standard for parking facilities.
And I have not looked at the site plan to identify this next question, so forgive me. In terms of the layout of the property and the protective barriers that there might be to ensure the safety of the people in the grandstand, especially given the discord that we've got in the world right now and the heightened concern that everybody has everywhere, are we guaranteed that this site plan ensures their safety?
I haven't looked at the site plan in a year. The question being with respect to, are we required to have a distance provision between parking lots and public facilities? There's a parking lot underneath this building. There's a parking lot underneath a variety building downtown. It is not a standard of the metropolitan government. If it were to be applied here as a zoning measure, it would be countervailing to the zoning legislation that was adopted last year, and the entity would likely be able to rely upon and sue us for not relying upon the zoning guarantees and property rights they were guaranteed by this council's adoption last year.
Councilmember Weiner.
One last
I hate to stop you. The administration actually has a comment, if that's okay.
Sure.
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The team retained a stadium security design consultant to review the plan, and I participated in a couple of conference calls with that consultant, and the consultant said that the 100-foot barrier is really a best practice, and in fact the NFL's language is that their best practice guideline to the maximum extent possible. And there are mitigation factors that can be used to offset that, such as vehicle dog screenings and inspections, which most stadiums do that have this issue. For example, Bridgestone Arena has a parking garage under the arena. First Tennessee Park has a parking garage that we own right next to it. The consultant said that it's in every urban area, it's almost impossible not to have a parking facility within that perimeter. So the consultant felt like if you use these security measures, that would offset any issue.
That answers my questions, and I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pardue.
Call for the question, please.
Previous question has been called for. So we're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of voting on the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. So we are voting on Councilmember Sledge's motion to defer indefinitely. Again, it was properly seconded. Councilmember Swope has called for a roll call vote pursuant to Rule 38. We're on the board. We're voting on the motion to defer indefinitely. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you would open up the machines. We're voting on a motion to defer indefinitely. If you're for the motion, you vote aye. If you're against it, you vote no. Everybody voted who wishes to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, close the machine. Take the vote.
17 in favor, 13 against, 1 abstention.
So the motion to defer indefinitely passes. So the bill is deferred indefinitely. Okay. We're now on BL 2019-1718 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This was approved by the Planning Commission. Changes 15.14 acres from CS, CL, OR20, and R6 to MULA zoning for various properties located along East Trinity Lane. Councilmember Scott Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Those here in favor of this ordinance, please indicate by raising your hand. Those people are here who are opposed to this ordinance, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, so we have people, nobody raised their hand in favor. So those wishing to speak who are in opposition, if you will come forward, go ahead and line up, and then please give us your name, address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I know this has already been a really long evening. My name's Amy Garcia. I'm an owner and resident of 938 Elvira Avenue. For those of you that aren't familiar with the area, Thomas Avenue is directly parallel to my street behind it. I'm really only here in opposition to one specific lot and parcel tonight, and that's the lot that only has access from Thomas Avenue. So all the commercial rezoning that's on Trinity Lane makes sense and I think is reasonable. But anyone that looks at the property lines for that Thomas Avenue lot could see that that's probably not the best idea. We already have too much traffic on Elvira and Keeling. People use that as a street to cut across from Trinity to Gallatin already. I live at that unit with my husband, my 3-year-old son, and my 3-month-old baby girl. So traffic is a concern to my family. And the residents on Thomas Avenue, frankly, do not have enough parking. I'm one of the only houses on that street that has a garage, and I'm very grateful for it. And Elvira does not have a parking issue at this time. But I'm very concerned about the additional traffic that rezoning that area could drive to the area. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Council, thank you for having us tonight. My name is Parker Wishick. I'm at 1073 Zophie Street, right there at that corner of Gallatin and Trinity. This is our first council meeting, so thanks for having us tonight. We live on a street that's actually a little bit too narrow, and it's kind of a begrudging, reluctant through street as traffic cuts through from Trinity to Gallatin and vice versa. We don't have enough room on the street. It's narrow already, no speed bump, and a speed limit sign, I think, fell down last June and hasn't been replaced. True through traffic drivers don't hesitate to thank us for parking on residents who park on the street and give them just enough room to weave through. It's kind of self-policed, even though we have had visitors from the East Precinct on occasion. Just tonight on the way here, my wife and I took a left onto Casper to get here and almost ran headlong into another car coming racing down the other way because there was a car parked on the shoulder and a woman trying to get into her car. So I'm not here to speak tonight on behalf of residents who might have other concerns with development. I'm here to talk about the public safety issue that was just referenced and that you've talked about a good bit tonight. I'm not opposed to development innately. We've had some issues with Airbnb, but other than that, we've got some good local institutions. We have a martial arts dojo. We have a recently a record store that you know by name, Grimey's, recently moved into the area. That's actually caused a good bit of parking and traffic influx. These are great establishments, but these cars park against traffic. They don't self-police. They block through traffic. Police have to come from the East Precinct to get them to move. I have seen on multiple occasions emergency services not be able to get through. And this also presents the issue of foot traffic going across Trinity, not going to the crosswalks that are quite far away and, frankly, inaccessible to get to the record store or the other places. That's pretty dangerous. And it's not really improved since we moved in last year. If anything, it's gotten worse after the record store moved in. My wife and I don't have kids yet, but if we ever have a little foot traffic to add to the area, not sure that we'll even be able to fit there. We might actually have everything to lose, even if we don't have, even if we stand to gain by property development in the area. It's inevitable that there's going to be an accident that happens. Somebody's going to get hit, somebody's going to get hurt, somebody's going to die. I saw that you have approved this unanimously at the Planning Commission level. I just think there's a little bit more planning and exploration of this neighborhood that needs to be done, even if this passes tonight. I do hope that you don't treat this as unanimous approval of these issues and that you give them due attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Angela Bess, and I live at 3009 Keeling Avenue. I sent you guys an email last week with pictures, and my main concern is of, like Amy, was of the Thomas Avenue portion of the rezone. I sent you pictures of the street and how narrow it is already. Excuse me. And it seems like we had the same problem 2 years ago with Elvira. There's not been any communication about what's going in that area. So it's very concerning. If that's going to be an area for retail, then that street is way too narrow. And the traffic is already pretty bad. Like she said before, with traffic zooming through from Gallatin Road. I'm not against development at all, but responsible development is needed. Trinity Lane has grown greatly, and I have no problem with that. It's just the internal streets that are a concern. Traffic, the parking, the safety. There's no way a fire truck can get through Thomas in an emergency with the way it is now. So I ask that you look at that, consider the Thomas section. Don't have a problem with the Trinity Lane area, because that's main thoroughway. It's the internal streets that is a concern. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gordon Stacy Harmon. I reside at 1826 Joyce Circle. And while Highland Heights is not necessarily in this stretch of East Trinity, I am familiar with the area. Considering that our term is coming to end very, very soon, and it seems like there needs to be a lot more discussion on this, I would respectfully request that Councilman Davis defer this indefinitely and let the next council member take up the discussions and refile this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Omid Yamini. I live at 1204 North 2nd Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37207. I also do not live quite very close to this particular rezoning, but I just couldn't wait to get in the ring. You know what I mean? We got 25 up before you tonight. Figured I might as well get in early. Councilman Davis is going for a record, even though he's not listening to what I'm saying. But I stand in solidarity with the neighbors who have spoken tonight and shared their concerns with you, and would hope that you heard them and would defer this. And as another neighbor shared, let the next councilman revisit this and have a little bit more community engagement. Councilman Davis, it's been great. 8 years coming to a close, buddy. All right, thanks.
Anybody else wishing to speak? Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I'd like to do a point of clarification and allow the planning department to assist me. Thomas and Keeling were taken out months ago, and the map that was showing, and I'd like planning to clarify, because those were taken out. I live on Thomas, and so, yes, the Keeling is not a residential street. I'm sorry about the confusion that brought my neighbors out, but would the planning department please clarify?
Yep.
Sure. The application as filed included 2 properties on Thomas Avenue and 1 property on Dozier Place. Both of those properties, the 3 properties, I do have a map if we need to pull it up. Those were included in neighborhood maintenance areas. The Planning Commission recommendation was made as a disapproval as the application was submitted, but approval with removal of those properties that front on Thomas and the one on Dozier. The bill as filed did not include those properties, and so those properties are not subject to this rezoning. The properties on Thomas or the property on Dozier are not part of this rezoning as filed, as the bill was filed.
Councilmember Davis.
And I understand the confusion, because when we were, after the UZO was filed and those changes were made, some of those properties on the edge were accidentally included, and I apologize for that. That's why we took it out before we brought it to council, and that's why I supported the Planning Commission's recommendations, because, I heard from those residents, hey, did you take it out? And then we filed it, but, I apologize for the confusion, because, like I said, I live on Thomas, right, like 3 houses down from that one lot, and so, I don't necessarily want a commercial building next to my house, so I like to move for approval, and glad planning clarified that those parcels that the neighbors had a concern about. My neighbor on Elvira and my neighbor on Keeling, So they don't have to worry about that. It's just all Trinity Lane.
All right, so Councilmember Davis has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, Councilmember Davis, the individuals who spoke are still back there, and they seem a little bit confused, so you may want to go back there at some point. I know you've got a couple of the bills coming up. All right, so we are on BL 2019-1718. The motion is to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right. BL 2019-1719 by Councilmember Scott Davis. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. By the Planning Commission, changes .34 acres from R6A to SP zoning for properties located at 314 and 316 Duke Street to permit 5 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Yes, open the public hearing, please.
So I open the public hearing. I'd like to see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of the ordinance. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the ordinance. Seeing nobody here in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Seeing no one coming forward, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Move approval, please.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? We're on BL 2019-1719. Seeing nobody in the queue, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. BL 2019-1720. Councilmember Davis, you're still on. Approved by the Planning Commission, changes .29 acres from SPR to R6A zoning for property located at 1026 North 7th Street. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the ordinance. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the ordinance. Okay, got people on both sides. Those in favor wish to speak. If you would, come forward.
That's the guy, yes.
Name, address, and you got 3 minutes.
My name is Tom Kesey. I live at 1101 North 8th Street. I'm the person who requested the rezoning. What I'm looking at doing is taking a house that's been an eyesore for years and remodeling that house and subdividing that property into being able to have another buildable lot on that property. There are several properties inside of that property that have been, that are built the same way, that went back to the, I think it was R6A zoning. And so it's just going back to the old zoning, and there's other houses that look just like it because that property is in an SP. So with the SP, I would be able to build a house with a dadu there, and which would be fine. It's just that building a house with a dadu would make less, there'd be less people would be able to buy that house. 2 houses together instead of just having 2 houses split apart and being able to sell 2 individual houses and one being a smaller house, about 800 square feet. I think it makes sense, and a lot of people were saying they don't like the tall skinnies or whatever. I've listened to that feedback, and this is a project that we can do in keeping a house that was there. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Okay, those who are opposed, anybody wishing to speak? Okay.
Hi, my name is Oma Jumini. I live at 1204 North 2nd Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37207. I want to just speak a little bit about what this is number 3, by the way, for anybody that's counting. We had a public, I believe this developer came to the CPNA meeting and spoke on this. This was the one, wasn't it, Mr. Kesey? Is that correct? Yes. Anybody? Okay.
There was no opposition.
Right. I question the no opposition part. There was some discussion about it. And the thing I just want to share is that, when this came before us, there was discussion about how the house that's being kept on the lot was going to be kept as an affordable unit. And I don't remember the exact numbers that were thrown around, but it's a 900 square foot house or something. It's pretty small, and it's being, the numbers being thrown around were definitely what I would consider, at least, and I think a majority of people would consider who are working class and need actual affordable housing, way beyond that, way beyond what would be affordable to a working class family. And, you know, that's the only point I want to raise is that, you know, we end up in these situations where people come in, there's two things that they bring in that they think are Trojan horses to get things past us, right? Number one are the two words affordable housing. The other two words are coffee shop. You know what? If they tell you they're going to put a coffee shop there, everybody's cool with it, no matter what they ask for, you know? So those are the two things that they use. And in this case, I feel like, you know, we were being told that it's going to be an affordable unit. I don't really believe that it is. As long as we're honest about that and recognize it as being just another, you know, rezoning, upzoning to make a bunch of money, then, you know, go ahead and pass it. I'm sure it's going to pass. That's, you know, inevitable. But let's just be honest about what's happening here, because this is the realities of what's happening in our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Move for approval, please.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. I believe there's a substitute.
I apologize. I'd like to move the substitute, please.
Okay, so I got a motion to move the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you. Let's be quick, Mr. Jameson.
It's just a sketch correction.
Okay, all right. All right, so I got a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Councilmember Virtue, you're recognized.
I was seeking information what the substitute was, but
Okay.
he's already done that.
All right, thank you. All right, so anybody else? We're on a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. Now you're on your bill as substituted. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I'd like to move the bill as substituted with a very brief explanation.
All right, so the motion is to approve the bill as substituted, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Tom Kesey lives in my neighborhood, raising his young family. Tom has lived in the neighborhood and his own property there for years. I deferred Tom's bill a few times at the Planning Commission because he knows the rules. He has to go talk to the neighborhood association. Once Tom did, we moved the bill on, and he has the support of a lot of neighbors, and just want to move the bill for approval. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to approve the bill as substituted, properly seconded again. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The bill is passed on second reading as substituted. We're now on BL 2019-1721 by Councilmember Potts. Approved by the Planning Commission, amends the Metro Code by canceling 4.77 acres of a planned unit development for property located at Wallace Road. Councilmember Potts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the ordinance. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the ordinance. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Nobody's moving. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Potts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you for comment.
And this actually is affordable housing. This is $900 a month studio apartments. So glad to see these come in South Nashville.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. We got a motion to approve, again, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember. BL 2019-1722 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission 8-0 on 4/11/2019. Changes 2.87 acres from IR to MUNA zoning for property located at 747 Douglas Avenue. Councilmember Scott Davis, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the ordinance. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the ordinance. I see no hands on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
For a second time, move for approval.
Okay, motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. And that was BL 2019-1722. We're on BL 2019-1723 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission. Changes 0.2 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 838 Lishy Avenue. Councilmember Scott Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open public hearing,
All right,
please.
declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the ordinance. On this one, 1723. That's the one we're on, 1723. All right, Councilmember Scott Davis, we are checking on something regarding the notice requirements.
Is this might be the ones Matt stepped out. He's supposed to give me the signal.
Signal? All right. So this is, we are on BL 2019-1723. There's a question about the notice requirement.
The public notice for this item were not returned, so this public hearing will have to be deferred.
Oh, that's fine. Well, let's defer.
All right.
Period.
All right. So this will be deferred automatically, right? All right. So 1723, BL 2019-1723 is deferred. Okay, we're on BL 2019-1724 by Councilmember Davis, approved by the Planning Commission 9-0. Changes 0.51 acres from RS5 to RM20A zoning for property located at 1519 Meridian Street, and changes from RS5 to RM15A zoning for property located at 1523 Meridian Street. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd open public hearing, please.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the ordinance. Support. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the ordinance. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. I see someone coming to the podium.
Good evening again. My name is Gordon Stacy Harmon. I reside at 1826 Joyce Circle. When this particular zoning application came up before the Planning Commission, I think I shocked everybody in the room when I said I stood in support of it. There's one major reason why I support this particular rezoning application, and it's because the developer followed our neighborhood plan and supplemental policy. He adopted the zonings that were approved based on the sub-district building regulating plans, and for that I applaud him. So I stand in support of this. Please approve this amendment. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Either side? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
I want to approve this, but there's a red light that says we don't have a quorum, so what do I do?
So just hold for just a second. Mr. Jameson is outside, making sure we bring everybody back to their seats.
Kobe Sledge, please return to your seat so we can have a quorum, sir.
We know he's here.
Please return.
We now have a quorum. So now, Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
And now that we have a quorum, I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. We're on BL 2019-1724. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1725 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission, 9-0. Changes 0.4 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 832 Lishy Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody on either side, Councilmember Davis, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed.
Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1726 by Councilmember Davis, Approved by the Planning Commission 9-0 on 5/9/2019. Changes 0.22 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1003 West McKinney Avenue. Councilmember
Like to
Davis.
defer because it was not properly returned. Notices weren't returned.
Okay, so it's automatically deferred. We're now on BL 2019-1727 by Councilmember Davis. Approved with conditions, disapproved without. Amends 3.23 acres of a specific planned district for property located at 206 Vaughn Street and 900, 901, 903, and 908 Meridian Street and 307 and 309 Cleveland Street to permit an additional restaurant in a mixed-use development. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the ordinance. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the ordinance. Seeing nobody on the opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Can't see anybody shaking their head, so declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Okay, I've got a list that you have a substitute.
I apologize. I'd like to move the substitute, please.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Back to Councilmember Davis for an explanation of the substitute.
Okay. Lisa, if you take it, please.
Got it?
The substitute is a substitute to include the conditions of approval from the Planning Commission.
Okay.
All right. God bless y'all.
Thank
I'll
you.
move for approval.
All right. So I got a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. We're on the substitute. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. Councilmember Davis, you're on your bill as substituted now.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval, please.
So I got a motion to approve the bill as substituted. It's properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're now on BL 2019-1728 by Councilmember Davis. This was disapproved by the Planning Commission on July 18th of 2019. Changes 2.66 acres from RM20A to MULA zoning for properties located at 818, 820, 822, 824, 826, and 828 Cherokee Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you are recognized, and I believe we need to see the slides.
All right. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Okay.
This is a request to rezone from RM20A to MULA for properties located along Cherokee Avenue. The Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove. This is another view of the properties located along Cherokee Avenue. The current zoning of the properties is RM20A, which is multifamily residential alternative. It permits up to 20 units per acre with certain design guidelines. The requested zoning is MULA, mixed-use limited alternative. The property is located within the Highland Heights study area. This was a study that included an extensive community engagement process. It did result in updates to the community character policies as well as adoption of supplemental policies for the area. It was adopted by the Planning Commission in June of 2018. This area was established as a T4 Urban Neighborhood Evolving Policy Area, which is a residential-only policy. It supports a mixture of residential intensities. It also is in a supplemental policy adopted by the Highland Heights study. Within the supplemental policy, this is within the R5 residential subdistrict. The R5 subdistrict supports residential uses only. Supports residential uses only as indicated by the building regulating plan adopted as part of the Highland Heights study. The requested zoning conflicts with the community's vision for the area as shown in the adopted Highland Heights study. MULA would permit non-residential uses, which is inconsistent with the goals of the policy and the community vision as outlined in the Highland Heights study. The current zoning is appropriate given the adopted Highland Heights plan. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommended disapproval.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, we've got people on both sides. Those in favor wish to speak. If you would come forward, go ahead and get in line. Name and address, and You have 3 minutes.
Mr. President, Sean Henry, 315 Dedrick Street. I represent Cherokee Development Company. This item came before the Planning Commission last month. There was no opposition to it whatsoever, so we're surprised to see that there's some opposition here this evening. If you saw these photos, and I think you can look up there now and see, and maybe even on the next aerial photo, this property is surrounded on 3 sides by industrial zoning and industrial uses. Cherokee is the second developer to try to make a go at this existing property from a development standpoint. The first one just simply could not do it. They intend to build a residential product. What the mixed-use limited district does, however, it allows for some live-work units so that buyers can actually conduct an office operation out of the first floor and they can live upstairs. So it greatly expands the opportunity for this site and that street to redevelop. Secondly, as the staff report pointed out to the Planning Commission, the change to mixed-use limited also increases the number of dwelling units that could be available here by 5 dwelling units. And my client has committed that they would turn those 5 dwelling units. Not only would they be potentially live-work, but they would also be workforce housing. So we've already reached out to the mayor's office. I'm going to work on that between now and third and final reading. So we ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Come on up. You've got name and address, 3 minutes.
Michael Dewey, 2925 Berry Hill Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37204. The developers want to provide live-work units for this development. The main difference in the bulk regulations is the height among the uses, but the 30 feet to step back to up to 45 feet versus 3 stories and 45 feet for the RM20. This would allow for the first story to have usable commercial space or office space. One concern in the recently adopted Highland Heights is the decreasing supply of affordable housing. As the previous speaker spoke, there would be affordable housing provided with this development. The staff report that planning put out suggests there would be 58 residential units with the floor area ratio limiting on this project for MULA. It would be there actually be a reduction in the number of units to 50 units. We've prepared a study for the 3-story buildings, and even if the entire first floor was retail and office, there would only be 38,000 square feet, which would be left over for residential, which would only provide roughly 1,300 square foot units. So as you can see, that's how the density would be reduced. I ask that you move for approval for this.
All right, thank you.
My name's Tony Harris. I'm one of the owners of 818 Cherokee. I wanted to reach out. We need a little bit of help on flexibility at this site because we do want to follow the policy of more housing and the future vision of Cherokee, but the struggles that we're having is Cherokee is not transitioned yet. So there's a paving company across the road. There's a new concrete company that's just moved in. There's a roofing company that's just re-upped their lease. And so while we want it to transition, it's just not transitioning yet. So what we're asking for is some flexibility. We're still going to provide the housing component that everyone needs. We still want to see Cherokee become the future that Nashville's asked for it to be. But what we need is some help to start the evolution. It's not there yet. And one of the pieces of property, that we have within this rezone we're requesting was actually, unfortunately, there was an issue where one of the trucks from across the road the brake had come released and came across the road and hit the house and killed the previous owner of the road. So while we want the evolution to change here, we know that we can't have people out driving bikes, kids riding bikes on the road until we can get more of the commercial off and more residential on. So what we want to do is give the flexibility of having people to work within their home, use the first floor. We can raise ceiling heights if we need to offer more of a commercial environment, but keep the residential and start the transition of Cherokee Avenue. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Grant Hammond, 342 Harrison Street in Nashville. My firm and I are engaged with the owners of 828 Cherokee Avenue to study the highest and best use for the parcel assemblage and to model potential pricing and sell-through velocity. Upon visiting the site, it quickly became apparent the assemblage is surrounded almost entirely by light industrial and medium-scale warehousing zoned IWD that is not conducive to traditional residential development as proposed by the Highland Heights overlay. However, it was also clear this area is an emerging market with growth potential. Early on, I engaged the community, other real estate professionals, architects, and appraisers who agree that a transitional development is best suited for this site as it sits. During these meetings, most expressed concerns over the lack of walkability, sidewalks, the amount of heavy industrial equipment trips on Cherokee Avenue, and other noise from industrial operations. At the conclusion of our study, we concluded that a live-work mix of relatively affordable units would be the best development type, a development that gives local artisans, young professionals, and the like the ability to participate in the real estate market while also giving their businesses a place to incubate and flourish. With this as an anchor to the development, there would be the potential for a small percentage of the remaining units to be purely residential. I'm here to support this request for rezoning to MULA as it allows these businesses to be housed on the ground floor of these homes and it creates a true live-work environment. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Craig Freiberg, 4021 Overbrook Drive, one of the owners of the property. A couple things I want to stress is that on every side of the property is there's commercial space. Now, I understand that the Highland Heights study calls for high residential, which is exactly what this is going to be, high residential. And I think it's important when you look at a policy, does the policy always encompass every single property? Does it make sense for every single property? The Planning Commission, where we had no opposition, actually admitted that it did not make sense, but because they had a policy, they didn't want to go against their own policy. What I would ask the Metro Council is to use some thought outside of the box and say, okay, well, if the policy doesn't make sense for every single parcel, let's be smart about it. We've also put a restrictive deed in place for workforce housing. That's in process. So we talk about MULA is going to increase our density. The Highland Heights study calls for increased density, and we're using that increased density for workforce housing with a restrictive deed. If we, meaning Nashville, truly want workforce housing and you disapprove this, then shame on all of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? All right, seeing none. Those in opposition wishing to speak, come on up. Name, address, 3 minutes.
Good evening. Once again, my name is Gordon Stacy Harmon, and I reside at 1826 Joy Circle. My home is less than a half mile from this street. This street is a dead-end street. It turns from Jones, goes down almost to Ellington, and then stops. MULA is not an appropriate zoning district for this street. We spent 6 months working with planning. I was on the advisory committee, and I'm also, by the way, the chairperson of the Highland Heights Neighborhood Association. No one has come to us and talked to us about this rezoning. This particular property in question, these properties are currently RM20A. If you want to build workforce housing, you already have zoning in place. If you want to build affordable housing, you already have zoning in place. Mixed use limited is not appropriate for this street. It goes against the neighborhood study. It goes against the findings of the charrette. It goes against the supplemental policy. Therefore, I kindly request you to disapprove this bill. Speaking on the fact that there was no opposition at planning, that's because staff recommended disapproval. This was on consent. We decided we weren't going to speak out against it because there was no need. If it stayed on consent, Planning Commission was going to adopt the disapproval right off the bat. If it had not been on consent, I guarantee you there would have been opposition at the Planning Commission meeting. This does not fit our neighborhood study or our supplemental policy. Please side with the disapproval and vote no on this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Omid Yamini, 1204 North 2nd Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37207. I, Councilman Davis, would ask Councilman Davis.
Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
I know. I'm asking for my councilman to acknowledge his constituent. But anyway, I would ask that you disapprove this because, as we've heard, there's a lot of conflicting things that we heard from the pro people. They were saying that they were keeping it residential, yet then they were talking about how they wanted to have it commercial. From what I understand, and maybe someone out there knows, people that have residential homes can still work out of their homes. Is that correct? You can get a home office permit and work out of your house. So I don't know why they need to rezone the whole thing just to be able to have home offices on the first floor. It sounds to me like, again, another one of the Trojan horses that these developers use. And, to the gentleman in the front row who made a comment about the last person that spoke said that they lived half a mile away, and he said a half a mile is a long way. Well, I'd encourage you to ask the other people who spoke in favor of this bill what their actual zip codes are and how far away they live, because I guarantee you that it's many, many miles away. These are not people from the community that are speaking in favor of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? Okay, come on up. Again, I would remind you that if you wish to speak, we've got lots of bills in front of us, so please be ready. Name, address, and you have 3 minutes.
Jeff Kindig. I own 2 properties in Cherokee. One of them's IWD. I will not sell the property unless I could get a mixed-use zoning because there's just a ton of industrial already there, and without some kind of mixed-use zoning, I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think it's limiting everything to residential. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm hoping by third reading that they get that deed restriction in place to ensure some of those. So I'm asking to pass it on second reading and have it be referred with the deed restriction to planning and zoning committees on third. And I want to thank the folks that came out in support and in opposition. Thank you.
All right, so let me make sure I've got the motion. The motion is to go ahead and approve on second. It'll go on to planning and zoning on third anyway. So it's just the motion to approve tonight. Yes, is that right? Okay, properly seconded. I've got people in the queue. Councilmember Bedney, you're recognized.
I just wanted to mention that the community engaged in a very thorough conversation about what type of a community plan they wanted to have. And at one point, some of the, shall I call it, pro-neighborhood people came to us that we make further adjustments to the community plan, and we said no, because that was an agreement that both sides have worked really hard, all sides have worked really hard to put together, and that was the result of it. I think it's very concerning to me that after the community put so much effort, including the planning staff, to come up with a community plan that worked, that we see now projects that are in defiance of it. So I will ask you to be mindful of that. I mean, I was very impressed with the effort that everybody, all the stakeholders are to put together a community plan, and we should support that way of working instead of undermining it. So I'm going to vote against this.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Like my colleague, Councilmember Bedney, I understand the complexities of this problem. However, I'm also aware that there has been a very thorough community engagement piece about updating the community policies in the Highland Heights area in particular. It would seem to be evident that these properties have always been there, have always been in part of that, and if the community at that time did not see fit to include mixed uses here, which could make sense, but if that was not part of what was agreed to very, very recently, that we need to uphold that community work. And if in the coming years, if the community members and the property owners can come to a little bit more of a consensus about what belongs on this particular street, which is a little bit unusual, then they could do a further policy amendment and an SP or something like that. So I'm going to be voting with the community that worked on the plan, with planning staff, and voting against this bill on second. I'm still willing to listen. I still definitely want to talk about deed restrictions for affordable housing, but right now I'm going to support the planning process that so many people went through very, very recently and encourage folks to vote no.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. We are on Council Member Davis's motion to approve on second reading. Again, it was properly seconded. There is no one else left in the queue. We've got negative votes, so we're going to have to go on the board. Madam Clerk, you ready? Okay, so we are voting on, this is BL 2019-1728, Councilmember Scott Davis's bill. It's a disapproved bill, but we're simply voting on second reading. So, Madam Clerk, if you would, please open up the machine. Again, we're just simply voting on a motion to approve on second reading. Has everybody voted? Councilmember Hart, you wish to vote? Okay. Councilmember Porterfield, we are on BL 2019-1788 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This is a motion to approve on second reading. All right, everybody voted who wanted to vote? All right, Madam Clerk, if you would, close the machine, take the vote.
14 in favor, 11 against, and 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion to approve on second reading passes. Right. We're now on BL 2019-1729. This is also a disapproved bill. Changes .37 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 329 Edwin Street. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
I think we need to see slides. Is that right? Okay.
This is a request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located on Edwin Street. Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove. The property is currently zoned RS5, residential single family, 5,000 square foot minimum lot size. The requested zoning is R6A. The policy is T for urban neighborhood evolving, and it is also within the Highland Heights study area. It is within the R4 subdistrict of the Highland Heights study area supplemental policy, which supports a range of housing types. The Planning Commission recommended disapproval based on the mid-block location and concerns with the infrastructure being able to handle additional development.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. All right, so we got people on both sides. People who wish to speak in favor of the resolution, of the ordinance, if you would, please come forward. Come on up. Name, address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Bill Duckwitz, and I own the property at 329 Edwin Street. And I had it up for sale 6 months, and it didn't sell. It's assessed at more than what people were willing to pay. It's a small house, large lot, and it still will be at single family, and it's larger. Right down my street, they ripped down houses and build one house. They didn't have to rezone because they built one. And the pricing around here is pushing me out. I'm retired. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Favor? Need to be up front. Name, address, 3 minutes.
My name is Alex Henderson. I live at 1100 3rd Avenue North. With the owner of the property, we support this rezoning. We believe that this rezoning is supported by the planning policy and neighborhood plan. Also, we are dedicating room for right-of-way to allow for future alleyway behind the property to alleviate any infrastructure inadequacies that have concerns. Furthermore, we believe that to arrive at the plan that is established in the neighborhood, it does take incremental change, and that incremental change happens one property, one residence, and one family at a time, and we believe that this development and rezoning supports that and helps us all achieve the goals that we wish for the future of the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Okay, those who wish to speak in opposition, if you would, please come to the microphone. Name, address, 3 minutes.
My name is Gordon Stacy Harmon, and my address has not changed. I am still residing at 1826 Joy Circle within Highland Heights. This particular project came before planning, and the decision to disapprove it was based on several factors. One, there's not appropriate infrastructure for more density on this street yet. There was properties at the end of the street at the corner of Edwin and Lishy that had originally requested RM15. We talked them down to R6A. That would support higher density because it is on the corner. This is mid-block. There is no alley behind this particular property. The fact that there's sewage problems within this general area, that the infrastructure for the electrical grid and the street structure too doesn't support the higher density at this point, doesn't mean that it won't happen later as we envisioned in our supplemental policy and the neighborhood study. But unfortunately, at this particular time, for this mid-block location, we agree with planning that this more dense development is inappropriate for this particular lot. So I request that you please agree with the planning department and disapprove this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Omid Jamini. I also still live at 1204 North 2nd Street. I am also speaking in opposition of this bill, which is another one of the disapproved bills. I saw and I attempted to attend some of the Highland Heights charrette and saw how hard they worked on developing their neighborhood policy and working to regain some of the control and I don't input that was lost when our councilman unceremoniously changed the neighborhood plan over there and community plan without much engagement. That happened on both sides of us. I'm in Cleveland Park. He did it with Highland Heights. He did it with McFerrin Park. We were lucky enough to have somebody on our neighborhood association that was paying attention and said, this isn't going to fly, and we maintained our neighborhood maintenance policy. But I come in support of my neighbors who are still trying to work through this stuff. And, you know, it would be nice to see y'all put down one of these disapproved bills tonight. I understand that it's a courtesy to push them through on second and put them down on third, but, you know, it would really make me feel great to see at least one of these go down tonight, if you don't mind. If not, that's okay. You know, I've got sunshine in my heart. You know, I know we're reaching the end of our journey together. As I said, Councilman Davis, it's been a great 8 years. It may be raining outside, but I'm feeling sunny inside. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. I want to move for approval. I want to apologize to my colleagues here because this next explanation, I'll be brief, but it's going to be longer than the quicker ones I had earlier because there's some things that need to be pointed out here.
Well, let's get it. You've got a motion to approve the bill, properly seconded. Back to you for a discussion.
Thank you. And staff, not the commission, but the planning staff, the people that go to school and who work hard, who are underpaid, looked at this policy. It matched the new Highland Heights policy. And it was approved by the staff. R6 will allow one additional home. The applicant, came to the Planning Commission meeting. Unfortunately, when there was a policy hearing, which some of the neighbors wanted to change it again, the policy again, but the planning commission and staff said, no, we just changed it, let it work out. R6 is approved for that street. Now, what we said before, I mean, I know the commission ruled, but the staff approved it because it does match the plan and the new policy. And I just want to point this out. It gets very confusing sometimes to me, and I'm sure to all of you, when, hey, we're against this because it doesn't match the plan. But then when it matches the plan and staff approves it, then then it's still no, and then still. And so I don't take this personally. People have every right to change their minds. We're all human beings. But when the same neighbor sees we approved R6A on the same street in the same policy, and staff says, yes, we approve it also. And, Planning Commission has every right, and we still love them to change their mind, but only one neighbor spoke out in opposition, and that neighbor is important. And that's the craziest thing here. It's like, if you build in policy, people are against it. If you don't, people are still against it. And, and that's the thing. They fit the policy. Staff approved it. When one neighbor in opposition, which, once again, I'll say that's important, but at the same time, the gentleman who's lived there for years and who currently is trying to retire and sell his house, he's just trying to move on with his life. If you voted on second, then on third, if we can't come up with if you don't feel like voting for it on third, I still love you all and just do what you need to do. But they follow the policy. R6 does apply. Staff approved this. And you can look at the planning notes. And then one neighbor shows up in opposition, and which is fine. But I just need to make that clear. This was a staff-approved decision. And the neighbor thought, hey, he had it. Staff approved it. R6 down the road. Talked to his neighbors on the same street. And there was no pushback from them, so he thought it was fine. And so, please vote for it on second reading. And, if we need to make some changes or withdraw it on third, that's fine. We're open to do that. But please pass this on second.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate the comments from my colleague with regard to the original status of this bill's recommendation versus what came down from the commission. I'm wondering if the planning staff can comment to share some more information about that, please.
Planning staff did make a recommendation of approval based on the policy. However, the Planning Commission did recommend disapproval based on the location, mid-block, and their concerns with the infrastructure.
Thank you for that. I guess from myself, I definitely understand it's mid-block, whereas the R6A is more at a corner location, which usually would make a little bit more sense to have more density along a corner with a collector street. Would the staff, because the map that we have isn't terribly detailed, but if the applicant, instead of doing R6, were perhaps to apply for a lot subdivision, is that something that may have been considered by staff? And the reason that I ask that is when I'm looking at some of the adjacent lots, they're also very wide lots. Some of the lots are narrow. It almost appears as though this lot could be considered to be equivalent to two of at least some of the surrounding lots. And I just didn't know if that was considered as a possibility for a different approach to gaining 2 units on that lot.
Sure. Certainly. The property is approximately 0.37 acres, so around 16,000 square feet. Under the existing zoning, which is RS5, it does allow for, or it does require a minimum of 5,000 square feet per lot. And so that could possibly be subdivided based on acreage alone. Now, I will say that we would have to review it under the requirements of the subdivision regulations in regards to all of the other things that are required, but in regards to lot acreage alone, it does appear that there is potentially enough to subdivide into 2 under the existing zoning.
Thank you so much for that explanation. I personally believe that that'd be a better way of going forward on this one in particular. I'm willing to go along with my colleague, even though I've said no more disapproved. I'm willing to keep listening on this one and vote in favor this time, but I'll hear what other colleagues say as well.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
No problem. Thank you. And thank you. I'd like to move for approval on second, and I will explore those options.
All right. So we are on BL 2019-1729. Councilmember Davis has moved to approve on second reading. It was properly seconded. Nobody else in the queue. We're voting on 1729. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All right, so we are on the board. This has got a no vote. Madam Clerk, if you will get the machine ready. We're ready to go? Okay. We are voting on BL 2019-1729. The motion is to approve. You're voting on it on second reading. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you would, open up the machines. Everybody voted who wanted to vote? Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote.
18 in favor, 8 against, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, so 2019-1729, the motion is to approve on second, passes on second reading. All right. I do want to make sure that I believe that Sean Parker, the new council member for District 5, has shown up. He's back in the back. All right, we're now on BL 2019-1741 by Councilmember Davis, approved by the Planning Commission 7-0, changes .14 acres from SP to R6A zoning for property located at 1029 North 6th Street. Councilmember Davis, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open up the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the ordinance. I got one hand. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the ordinance. Seeing none, those in favor wish to speak? Come on up, name, address, and you got 3 minutes.
My name is Kristen Page. I live at 802 South 18th Street, Nashville 37206. I'm here representing Grace Kim, the owner. We worked together, and I applied for this on her behalf. The house is on a corner lot on Evanston Street, and across Evanston there are houses that are all facing that side of the street, and we're proposing to build a second house behind it. I lived in 37207 in different locations for 10 years, so care a lot about the neighborhood, as does Grace, the primary owner, and we will build something responsible that contributes to the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Okay, we're voting on 2019-1741 on second reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. BL 2019-1742 by Councilmember Porterfield. This is approved by the Planning Commission, changes 43.21 acres from R20 to IWD zoning for properties located at 2581, 2591, 2601, and 2611 Couchville Pike. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing,
Okay,
please.
declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the ordinance. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the ordinance. Seeing none in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Move for approval, please.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1743 by Councilmember Sledge. This is approved by the Planning Commission, changes .83 acres from IWD to MULA zoning for properties located at 2214, 2216, 2218, and 2220 Dunn Avenue. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing none in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1744 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This was approved by the Planning Commission, changes 0.25 acres from SP to RM20A zoning for property located at 1220 North 5th Street. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing none in opposition, those in favor wish to speak? No? So declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1745 by Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Lee. So this was approved by the Planning Commission, 7-0. Okay, we're going to move that one down one slide. BL 2019-1746 by Councilmember Sledge. This was approved by the Planning Commission. Changes 1.31 acres from CS to MUGA zoning for property located at 1107 8th Avenue South. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I think we can take this and the next one together.
All right. BL 2019-1747, also approved by the Planning Commission. Council's 1.31 acres of a commercial plan unit development overlay district for property located at 1107 8th Avenue South. We're going to take them together. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
All right. Declare the public hearing open. All those here, all those here who are in favor of this ordinance or both ordinance, please indicate by raising your hand. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Please raise your hands. Anybody raise their hands? Seeing nobody, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Lee, we'll come back to you. BL 2019-1745, approved by the Planning Commission, 7-0. Changes 3.0 acres from AR2A to MULA zoning for property located at Murfreesboro Pike, unnumbered. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized. You're on.
Yes, sir. I would like to move approval, please.
Okay. Declare. Oh, well, you got to. This is a public hearing. Got to open the public
I'm sorry.
hearing.
My bad.
That's okay.
My mistake. Excuse me. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Seeing nobody moving, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
I would like to move approval, please.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we are on BL 2019-1748 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This was approved by the Planning Commission. Changes 0.16 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1128 McFerrin Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, you wish to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Let's move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1749 by Councilmember Syracuse. This amends 233.83 acres of the downtown Donaldson Urban Design Overlay District for various properties located on Lebanon Pike from Briley Parkway to Munn Road, Old Lebanon Pike, J.B. Estill Drive, Donaldson Pike, Fairway Drive, McGavick Pike, Crump Drive, Park Drive, Galen Drive, Cliffdale Drive, and Benson Road. I think those are all the drives in your district to update the introduction, development standards, transportation, and community planning sections of the UDO. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right, show of hands of those who are in opposition to the measure. Seeing none, those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval. Brief comment.
All right. Motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you for comment.
These are minor tweaks to our urban design overlay that was put in place a decade ago. Hasn't been touched. The business community met with planning. Everybody's on the same page. I move approval.
All right. So got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1750 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission, changes 1.46 acres from RS5 to RM9A zoning for properties located at 1013, 1015, 1017, 1019, 1021, 1023, 1025, and 1027 McClurkin Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing,
Declare
please.
the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing none, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval, please.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're voting on BL 2019-1750 on second reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1751 by Councilmember Elrod. This was approved by the Planning Commission. Changes 0.28 acres from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 4920 Shasta Drive. Councilmember Elrod, you're recognized.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Elrod, you're recognized.
Move approval on second reading.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1752 by Councilmember Sledge. This was approved by the Planning Commission. Changes 1.23 acres from CS and CN to MULA zoning for properties located at 910, 912, and 926 13th Avenue South and 13th Avenue South unnumbered. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval with a very brief comment.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you. I just wanted to really thank the applicant for the work they did with the community. They did some exceptional work in partnership with them. We're excited. This is the African Methodist Episcopal Church publishing house that is moving to this site, and they have been very engaged with the community and looking forward to having them as neighbors. So with that, I move approval.
All right, thank you. So I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. We're on 1752. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Oh, hold on. Whoop. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I don't know if I need to recuse myself from the vote, being that I'm a member of the African Methodist Episcopal Church.
Mr. Jameson?
I can't see from the caption if that is the sole property involved in the conveyance?
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge?
That's the applicant, but yes, that's the applicant.
Yeah. I think the safest thing for you to do is to abstain.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to abstain. We got to be on the board because we have an abstention. So the motion is to approve. This was BL 2019-1752. We are on the board. All this is a motion to approve. All right. Before we go on the board, Councilmember Davis, you want to be recognized?
I'm not trying to delay the time or anything, but I'm also an AME member myself. Can we not vote for this?
I think the question is, I think Councilmember Hurt brought up that this is your church?
Oh, my bad.
Not the church, but the establishment of which my church is.
Let's get you on the record.
I apologize. This is not my church, but my church is part of the establishment of the African Methodist Episcopal Incorporation.
We are, but the safest thing is sort of abstain because it's a couple.
That's why I want to make sure.
Okay.
Well, I'm an AME.
All right.
So,
So,
say the Apostles' Creed for it.
so Councilmember Davis, I think we're hearing that the safest thing to do is to abstain on the vote.
Okay.
So we're on the board. We are voting on 1752. The motion is to approve on second reading. Madam Clerk, if you will, can you open up the machines? Simply a motion to approve BL 2019-1752. Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote.
27 in favor, 2 abstentions.
All right. So BL 2019-1752 passes on second reading. BL 2019-1753 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission, changes .55 acres from CN to MUNA zoning for properties located at 722 and 726 McFerrin Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. No one's moving. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve on 1753, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. BL 2019-1754 by Councilmember Withers, approved by the Planning Commission, changes .13 acres from CN to MULA zoning for property located at 307 South 11th Street. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? We're on 1754. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1755 by Councilmember Van Rees. This was approved by the Planning Commission, 7-0 on 6/13/2019. Changes 1.05 acres from OG to MUGA zoning for property located at 624 West Due West Avenue. Councilmember Van Rees, you recognized.
May we please open the public hearing?
I would be pleased to open the public hearing. I declare it open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
I would like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Van Rees.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to having this property across from Good Pasture developed. Appreciate the folks sticking with us this long in the back, and wish you a safe journey home in the rain. Thank you very much. With that, please move approval.
All right, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1756 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission, 7-0 on May 23rd, 2019. Changes .19 acres from SP to R6A zoning for property located at 811 Lishy Avenue. Councilmember Scott Davis, you're recognized.
What do I do if the light says no quorum?
We keep going, and we'll get everybody in here.
All right.
Go ahead and open the public hearing.
I'd like to open public hearing, please, Vice Mayor.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir, for coming back. Move for approval.
We're good. So the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1757 by Councilmember Hall, approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission. Changes 23.34 acres from SP and RS15 to SP zoning for properties located at 4269 Ashland City Highway and Ashland City Highway to permit up to 100 residential units. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I'd like to open a public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
So I've got a community meeting next week. We've had 4 on this already, but just to make sure, because people have been distracted by elections and other things, we're going to show final site plan and renderings again, have one more meeting. So I'm going to defer to the next meeting.
You can't do that because this is second reading. We only got one more meeting left. You'll never be able to pass the bill.
Well, you know what? Then let's move it and come back on third reading.
All right, so the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. Then you can work on it and bring it back on third. All right. BL 2019-1758 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission, changes .18 acres from R6A to RM20A zoning for properties located at 147A, 147B, and 147C Elmhurst Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's open up the public hearing, please.
All right, so declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Move for approval, please.
Okay, we're on BL 2019-1758. Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1759 by Councilmember Kendall and Glover, approved by the Planning Commission 8-0. Changes .40 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 2301 Alameda Street. Councilmember Glover, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve. We're on 1759. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1760 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission on 6/13/2019. Changes .55 acres from RS5 to RM20A zoning for property located at 738 Douglas Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open up the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of this measure. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's move for approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. We're on 1760. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1761 by Councilmember O'Connell, approved by the Planning Commission on 6/13/2019. Changes .49 acres from CS to MUGA zoning for property located at 1320 Rosa L. Parks Boulevard. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I need to, at the request of the applicant, I'd like to move to defer this indefinitely.
So this is, the motion is to defer this indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is granted. It is, this bill is deferred indefinitely. Okay, we're on BL 2019-1762 by Councilmember Scott Davis, approved by the Planning Commission 7-0 on 6/13/2019. Changes .32 acres from RS10 to RM15A zoning for property located at 511 East Trinity Lane. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open up the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is passed on second reading, 1762. BL 2019-1763 by Councilmember Murphy, This is approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission. Amends 1.92 acres of a specific planned zoning district for property located at 405 40th Avenue North to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for second reading.
All right,
For
so there's a
approval.
motion to approve for second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1764 by Councilmember Roberts. This is approved with conditions, disapproved without. Changes 3.82 acres from CS to SP zoning for various properties located east of 51st Avenue North to permit 400 multifamily residential units and 26,000 square feet of non-residential uses. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, so declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Roberts.
So we started this discussion in January and have had multiple meetings. And I'm really proud of the fact that we are adding 400 residential units in the middle of the nations, and we've had little or no pushback. I think this was something I'd kind of resisted for a long time because I really felt like apartments sometimes turn into things that down the road could become things that we didn't want. But in this situation, I think density was needed. We put feet on the street, and I'm really proud of this project, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to approve. It's been properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1764 by Councilmember Pridemore. Approved with conditions, disapproved without. Changes 1.96 acres from RS 7.5 to SP zoning for properties located at Shannon Avenue, unnumbered, to permit 28 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Pridemore, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Pridemore, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
So the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1766 by Councilmember Glover. Approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission. Changes 14.6 acres from RS 15 to SP zoning for properties located at 5581, 5585, and 5587 South New Hope Road to permit 29 two-family lots. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing, please, sir.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, we've got people on both sides. Those in favor wish to speak, come on up. State your name, address, and you got 2 minutes.
Vice Mayor, thank you, and thank you, Council. My name is Gary Wisniewski at 6064 Central Pike. I'm the owner of the Park at Wilshire and also Landmark Homes. We've been a developer here in Nashville for 31 years with over 60 single-family projects that have been successfully done, 5 actually on South New Hope Road where we're developing. The Park at Wilshire will be a single-family attached villa-style product serving the empty nester demographic of Nashville. The project will consist of attached villas, which will be 1,800 to 2,600 square feet, finished out with 2-car garages, rear covered porches, priced out in the neighborhood of $350,000 to $450,000. This is strictly a fee simple neighborhood. There will not be any rentals allowed in the neighborhood, and we'd appreciate your approval.
Gary Batson, civil engineer for the project. I just wanted to say that
During the Planning Commission, we had a couple of comments from the neighbors. We were able to address those with the Planning Commission's help, eliminating a stub-out road and shortening a stub-out road to reduce the impact. So we just wish for your support.
Anyone else in support wishing to speak? Anyone in opposition wishing to speak? Now please come on up and line up at the lectern. State your name and address.
I'm Fred Hicks. I live at 5569 South New Hope Road. The reference bill would change area zoning of 14.6 acres to a RS-15 zoning to an SP zoning. This SP plan would reduce the lot size to an RS-10, and it would permit construction of 29 two-family homes, the old duplex-type property ownership. This request has, from the developer through Councilman Glover, has moved through the Planning Department and the Planning Commission without community involvement. No outreach notification on the front end, no community meeting to discuss this changes were ever held. When a neighbor questioned this zoning change to the councilman, the simple answer was, I approve. The Hermitage area south of Bell Road and John Hager Road, then east to the Davidson-Wilson County line, over to the Percy Priest Lake, has historically been zoned RS-15 since Metro zoning regulations were put in place some 35 years ago. Some 13 developments comprising more than 1,000 homes have been completed with this zoning design. I feel that the Planning Department has erred in their approval of this SP zoning change. The Nashville Next Volume 3 Community Plan for Donaldson, Hermitage, Old Hickory, page 23, which is a map overview adopted in 8/24 of 17, shows this area to be T rural maintenance. They are some 11 tracts of property owned by people who have lived there 30, 40, 50 years that qualify for the green belt. We're talking about tracts of property that run cattle, that care for horses. At one point in time, there was even buffalo cared for. Now, all of a sudden, it's, neighborhood of Obbing? I call your attention to what I call the T2 or rural maintenance classification. It speaks to conservation subdivision as a maximum gross dwelling density of one dwelling per 2 acres, with the individual lots no smaller than the existing zoning, that being RS-15, to which I have no problem with. But it's whenever we go to reducing that lot size to a RS-10 and we go to putting duplex ownership property on there, that's no such property exists like that south of Bell Road or John Hager Road in this area.
Thank you.
My name's Sylvia Hicks. I live at 5569 South New Hope Road. In September of 2018, a specific plan was filed with the Planning Department under the RS-15 zoning regulations. Such plan was later withdrawn by the developer, and a second SP plan was filed in May of 2019. When I asked the developer, why did you change your original development plan, his answer was the numbers weren't adding up. Well, maybe the property shouldn't be developed in duplexes if the numbers don't add up to enough profit. Certainly not double the number of units in the form of duplexes. I don't know if Davidson County needs to be concerned with the profit of an out-of-county developer. The population density of 29 duplexes at 2 to 4 people per household is close to 150 people or more on 11 acres after allowances for surface water ponds and street systems. Usually that That level of density is reserved for areas in closer proximity to city services, such as transit, major road systems, dedicated turning lanes, and sidewalks. South New Hope Road has no shoulders and one jump-in turning lane to the meadows of 7 Points, no sidewalks, and no transportation services. Those children in this development will need to attend public schools at Ruby Major or Donaldson Middle, both of which are at capacity. I am asking you to please vote no on this bill.
I've had bronchitis, so I hope I don't start coughing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Karen Tippett, and I've lived at 5531 South New Hope Road since 1986. That's when my husband and I bought the house from my father, who built it in '77. We've seen a lot of development since then. It appears we are no longer living in the country, so to speak. I have many concerns, including the density with this project, and I urge you to vote no as it stands. But tonight I want to mention two big issues, water and blasting, from a personal side of things. In 2010, right before the flood, we discovered that we had water and mold in our crawl space. The house had been there for 30 years. What was different? Well, it was all the development up the road from which we are downhill. During the 2010 flood, I watched water as it poured through my neighbor's yard and created 3 ponds on my property. The flood is an aberration, but what the flood showed me was where the water was coming from. We had to repair our buccal floors. We had to address the water issue, the groundwater issue. We had to remediate the mold. Of course, since then, there's been a lot of development. My neighbor has encapsulated their crawl space, he's behind me, in order to protect their home. And guess what? We are now dealing with mold again and considering how best to protect our home and what that cost may be. You may know what the cost of encapsulation is. I implore you to have Metro carefully consider the ramifications that new developments have on existing properties. The second item is blasting. No need to discuss rock in Davidson County. I've been told to expect it within 30 days. Again, I implore you to make certain that Metro takes careful care when looking at this, especially with regard to sinkholes. I'm aware of 4, one of which is on a property at 5527 South New Hope Road, which my husband and I also own. I once heard an engineer compare sinkholes to an outdoor plumbing system. We don't want any problems with ours. I've always heard you can't fight City Hall. I just never personally experienced it. Like many people in Nashville, as I listened to tonight, I didn't realize just how much Nashville Next and SP zoning could affect my life or my home. And I really didn't realize how quickly things could move through the Planning Commission and Council. But those are bigger and more serious issues. But I think a lot of us would like to see that system fixed. Thank you very much.
My name is David Cartwright. I reside at 5541 South New Hope Road, Hermitage. I've lived there for 33, 34 years now. And yes, changes are coming, and life, you're going to have changes. Our RS-15 has been there for the 34 years that I've been there. And why do we need to change? I could say greed, it's money talks. This 14 acres was a one-home resident. Who would have dreamed that they would divide it up and put 29 duplexes? Now, they say these aren't really duplexes, but when you take 2 residents and you tie them together, it's a duplex. That duplex will depreciate our home values. Where most of us are at the age now, we've worked all our lives and we're retiring, looking for that smooth retirement. It's not there, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Rod Longhurst. I own the property all the way down the side behind the property being developed. don't really have no problem with the 29 houses. The developers kind of worked with us as far as the dead-end roads that want to run right into our back door. But there again, like everybody else, 58 houses on about 12, 13 acres crammed in there. If you look at the whole area, all the way down the left side of me, you're looking at $500,000-$600,000 houses. Frank Batson's built most of all the neighborhood around there, done a fantastic job, all brick, all beautiful, really nice area, the whole area. Now, when you start cramming that many houses in that little bit of a spot, that's just kind of destroying the whole area, in my opinion, and everybody else's that's around there. But that's really about all I have to say. I don't have a problem with them building or developing the area because the way it's been developed is really nice. The whole area, you'd think you was in Belle Meade. You know, Frank Batson's building some of the similar houses back behind us, but they're not the same houses. You're looking at almost mansions that are split, and the association takes care of the whole area as far as the grounds, the trees, the grass cutting and everything. People who want to downsize into a big house, but they don't want no yards or nothing, that's fine. They don't have to take care of nothing out there. But these are not small houses crammed in on basically 13, 14 acres minus all your holding ponds. I mean, these are huge houses. You go in there and it looks like you're in Belle Meade. You know, these houses that they're building in such a small area, that's not what the area is. But anyway, I hope you consider on the area and not the development of how much can we cram into Nashville. This is not the area to cram that. Single dwelling houses, that's fine. The builders have built some houses up the street. They're beautiful. They look great. They done a fine job. But they didn't try to cram two houses into one on such a small lot. But that's my opinion, and I hope y'all keep that in consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Erin Evans. I live at 5109 Vineyard Point in District 12, and I'm really here in support of the neighbors that are concerned about this proposal. It was a really hot topic of conversation for me as a candidate, both at early voting and on election day. How many people stopped to ask me what were we going to do about rezonings in our community. So I'm not going to re-echo some of the sentiments that have been expressed tonight. I really think that given the opportunity to defer and continue community conversation, I would totally be open to that as a newly elected person. Thank you.
Thank you, and we welcome you for being here tonight. This is newly elected Councilmember Erin Evans. So give her a hand. Thank you. Anyone else in opposition wishing to speak? Seeing no one else, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Chair. You know, actually, I'm glad they said a number of things they said because it's true. When we look at all the area right around here, we have a subdivision called Bridgewater that has the same villa concept in it. The Meadows of 7 Points has the same villa. I think the square footage of these, in fact, are actually a little bit larger. The lot sizes actually mirrors the same. And we did do community meetings. We did end up doing individual meetings with a number of people. We took care of the stub outs. And one thing, and I will tell you, this is going to be amended on 3rd, because one of the things that we did not think about, and people came to me and they asked me, they said, we don't want rental in here and we don't want STRPs. And so therefore, on 3rd reading, I'm bringing the bill amended to where that can happen. So their association, it's basically going to work identical to what's already out there. The other thing that I was very concerned with, because there is a lot of growth, there's a lot of growth with all our districts, is what would we be doing to the schools. One of the things that we've already proven, not we, but one of the things that's already been proven in my district is the villas are where people go and it's retirement. There's virtually no children that are taking classroom space at the elementary, the middle, or the high school. So with that, letting you know that I'm going to have an amendment on it, and I'm going to be amending on third. I would ask your approval tonight as we move it forward, and I'll close with this. In my 8 years, I had one disapproved bill that I brought before you, because I do try to, and I've always tried to, work with the community and find a middle ground for folks. So once again, I renew my request to approve on second.
Thank you. Was there a second? It's been moved and seconded. I see at least one person in the queue for discussion. Councilmember Hagar.
On this particular property, I've talked to the people out there. This is close to my grandparents' farm, and also it's next to my sister and brother-in-law's property. I think the biggest thing that they're arguing about is the duplexes, which will be 2 houses on one lot. I also own property out there as well, which is close to this property on South New Hope Road and Stewart's Ferry Pike. So in my position, I'm going to have to abstain on this bill, and I hope Councilman Glover understands, but I'm like 9th generation in that area. We've been there a long time, and we understand growth, and we understand that it's coming, but I think the biggest impediment on this particular bill is the duplexes that they're building there, which is two of these the duplexes on one lot. So note me as abstention, please.
Thank you. Duly noted. Councilmember Glover.
I just want to reiterate that what's going on here is exactly what we have all around it as far as the villa concept. So, yeah, we keep saying duplexes, and I guess the word would be, yeah, you have 2 homes, but you have very high-priced homes, and just like we do in Bridgewater and just like we do in the villas of Meadows of 7 Point. So, I mean, I can even bring pictures back at third reading. So once again, I just renew that I would ask for us to go ahead and approve, and I will be amending on third.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, since we have an abstention, we'll need to go to the machines. Madam Clerk, can you set us up?
Just say the word. You ready to vote?
Yes, I believe we are ready to vote.
Okay.
Has everyone voted? I believe we've all voted. Madam Clerk, can you close the machines?
24 in favor, 1 against, 4 abstentions.
Motion passes. Next is BL 2019-1768, Councilmember Swope. This cancels 7.17 acres of planned unit development overlay district for property located at 491 Ken Hawk Drive. Councilmember Swope.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Move to open the public hearing, please.
Thank you. Ask all those in favor to raise your hand, please. See, would all those in opposition raise your hand? Seeing no hands in either direction, I will close the public hearing. Councilmember Swope.
Move approval.
It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no one in the queue, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Next is BL 2019-1769, sponsor Scott Davis. This was disapproved by the Planning Commission. This changes 0.22 acres from SP to CL zoning for property located at 213 Cleveland Street. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was about to call you Vice Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to open up the let's see the slides first.
Right.
Then we'll open up the public hearing.
So we'll go to planning.
This is a request to rezone property from SP to CL zoning. Staff recommendation is, Planning Commission recommendation is to disapprove. The property is located on the corner of Cleveland and Stockwell Street. The current zoning of the property is SP. This is part of the larger DADU SP, which permits all uses of RS5 in addition to detached accessory dwelling units. The requested zoning is CL, Commercial Limited.
The land use policy for the property is T4 Urban Neighborhood Evolving, which is a residential-only policy. Because the policy is a residential only, the requested zoning, which permits non-residential uses, is inconsistent with the goals and intent of the policy. Therefore, the Planning Commission recommendation is to disapprove.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. We will open the public hearing. With those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Any of those in opposition, please raise your hand. Seeing no hands in opposition, would those in favor wish to speak? Please come to the lectern.
Hi, I really appreciate the opportunity. My name is Ryan Page. I'm one of the owners of the property on Cleveland Street. I realize that this is an unusual request, and in general, it makes sense to go along with planning's recommendations. I believe that this is a little bit different of a case. Planning told me that they would recommend rezoning to RM20. I have a passion for historic homes, and I've been in the neighborhood for a long time. And I thought that the best use of this home was to open it up and make it a public space. There's been a community meeting about this, and in addition, there has been support from a whole lot of neighbors. Again, the question is, is the existing guidelines of T4 neighborhood evolving, and the way that that would allow for the construction of 4 tall, skinny homes on one lot, is that actually a better outcome than what I'm asking for, which is commercial limited license? The intention is to open a community coffee shop, which will serve as a meeting place between old neighbors and new neighbors. And I hope that you'll consider my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in support wishing to speak? Seeing none, is there anyone in opposition wishing to speak?
Hello, my name is Omid Yamini, 1204 North 2nd Street, Nashville, Tennessee, 37207. So as far as this particular rezoning, we had the developer come to a CP&A meeting. There were not plans presented, really, that told us what they were looking to do. And so we had asked if there was something specific that they wanted to have happen to please bring plans forward, that we didn't feel comfortable supporting a upzoning from residential to commercial with unrestricted uses. And that was our request, and we stand by that. And it has not been met at this point. And, ultimately, we do support development along the corridors. I think I speak for, people that I know and people that I talk to. We understand that development will occur along the corridors. However, these are nice houses. I actually got a message from somebody today who told me that, when they were looking for houses, they actually tried to get to buy these houses and were outbid on them. Why were they outbid? They wanted to actually live in them. Why were they outbid? Well, likely because somebody bought them thinking, hey, I can upzone this to commercial. Cleveland's going to become, the new 12 South, and I can, upzoning is an instant. I don't know. There's some real estate professionals on the floor out there, right? Upzoning is an instant boost to your value, isn't it? Going from residential to commercial. So, we've seen some people that have done this around there, and the minute that it's been upzoned or they get granted some sort of variance from the BZA, like happened where Cantrell's Barbecue was, they turn around and list it for substantially more, So we have our questions. We don't have many answers. It is recommended for disapproval, and I would ask that you stand behind the recommendation of the planning staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening once again. My name is Gordon Stacy Harmon. I reside at 1826 Joy Circle. This is not in Highland Heights, but because of events that have happened over the past few years, members of the leadership teams of Highland Heights, McFerrin Park and Cleveland Park have all been communicating with each other. This is another instance where a neighborhood went to great lengths to put zoning in place that would protect their neighborhood. Part of that protection is no commercial on these particular streets. Here we have now a property owner that is wanting to put commercial in, has been told no, and is still pushing the issue. Commercial is not appropriate for this particular stretch of Cleveland. There is a coffee house 7/10 of a mile from this particular lot. To put another coffee house in is only going to dilute the efforts of the first coffee shop. I mean, let's be honest about things. The reason why we have so many people speaking out against particular zoning bills and such is there's been a lack of engagement. Here we have another situation where an owner and a developer has not truly engaged the neighborhood and worked with them to find something that will work to everyone's benefit. This is a disapproved bill. It is yet another disapproved bill. Councilman Glover, I congratulate you for going your 2 terms with only having 1 disapproved bill, but here we are again, a disapproved bill that we're asking you to pass. I ask you to say no. If not tonight, then on 3rd reading. Keep the neighborhood and the intentions of what the neighbors that live in those neighborhoods want, keep that in mind, because we are the people who actually have to live in these neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition wishing to speak? Seeing none, I now close the public hearing. Councilmember Davis.
Move for approval, please.
Been moved and seconded. Seeing no one in the queue. All those in favor? Any opposed? No. I think we need to go to the boards. Can you open the boards, ma'am?
I know, they don't live in the neighborhood.
Okay. Has everyone voted or moved to a place where they can vote? Thank you. Has everyone voted? All right. Can you close the machines?
11 in favor, 15 against, 1 abstention.
Motion fails. Yes. Right there.
I found my glasses. We're on BL 2019-1770 by Councilmember O'Connell. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Changes .72 acres from R6A to SP zoning for properties located at 1304 and 1306 Hawkins Street to permit 9 multifamily residential units. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of a brief comment.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
We've literally been working on this one for years. There was a lot of discussion dating back to very early in the term about these parcels, and we wound up going through multiple different variations of a plan until I think finally most of the community was satisfied that there was something that fit the character. I'm pleased by the lack of opposition tonight, but I think we'll go back and just make sure before 3rd reading that we've dotted all the I's and crossed the T's on this one, but this one is a long time in arriving at this point. It had extensive community input, and I think it's generally accepted by the community, and we'll look forward to continuing that conversation. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to approve. It's been properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on BL 2019-1771 by Kendall and Glover, approved by the Planning Commission, changes .44 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for properties located at 2411, 2413 Booker Street. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please, sir.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1772 by Councilmember O'Connell, approved by the Planning Commission. Councils of Plan Unit Development located at 9 Carroll Street, 72 and 78 Charles E. Davis Boulevard, and 78, 92, and 128 Lafayette Street. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are in opposition. Wait a minute, let's try that again. That looked like the wave. All right, so let's try that again. We're on 1772. A show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All at the same time. That's very nice. You all did a good job. Those who are here in opposition to the measure, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none in opposition, would somebody in that wave want to speak? All right, we've got one. You're way ahead, but you can speak.
Thank you. Jim Harbison, 701 South 6th Street, 213 Woodford Place. You know, I'm really privileged to be your executive director of your housing authority. And frankly, the easiest thing to do as executive director is just to stay ops normal, stay in public housing, be a high performer. We did that for a long time. With your help, 5 years ago, we moved with HUD to get the properties transferred, all of them, to MDHA, fee simple title, where we own them, not the feds, and to take on these 20-year contracts under rental assistance demonstration. The second part of that is then what do we do with the properties? We created this envisioning process, which we pioneered at Casey. This is the second part at Napier-Sudicum. It's a federal grant for $500,000, the Choice Neighborhood Planning Grant that we received in 2016 and competed for. And we worked with community for a long time to get it right. And I want to first of all thank all of you for coming tonight, staying through the rain, staying for the length of time you have. These are residents, these are community leaders, these are pastors. We've got neighborhood health here. In our community advisory group alone, there are 51 stakeholder organizations, some of them metro organizations. They have created this plan. It is mixed income redevelopment of concentrated poverty, whose goal is to do that without disadvantaging the residents. We've got that process down at Casey. This is the next one. It is planned. And for those of us whose profession is federally subsidized affordable housing, and that is what MDHA does, this is really important to us. And while I could have passed on this one and just let it ride on through, I wanted to call to your attention, this is a similar event. Getting this SP through, it opens the door for us now to seek resources, to start the construction as we did at Casey, and it will be a marathon. It will take time, but we'll put a plan in place for mixed income, mixed use redevelopment. I just said a couple of gee whiz comments. We've got over 60 community meetings, 6 community design charrettes, 6 community festivals, including closing down Charles Davis 4 times for parties to get people to come and participate. It includes a thing called defensible design. And if you're familiar with Napier-Sudicum, changing the environment there to allow people to be safe is critical. And it's been a big community involvement. Our last piece is a commitment to Metro Nashville Public Schools and Principal Lawless at Napier that will extend our Connect Home. And we budgeted in the first development budget $500,000 for laptops and high-speed internet service for the children at Napier and Sudicum as the first step of this redevelopment, because it's not just about housing, it's about the people in the neighborhoods. I ask for your support, and I really want to thank everyone for coming out tonight and staying here. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's going to speak, the one asleep or the other one?
Hey, No promises.
Okay.
I am Jessica Stadelbauer. This is Isabella Maliani, and we live at 176B Lafayette Street. I am the one responsible for going to every door in both properties. Everybody has been informed for years. This process has been extremely inclusive. Every voice has been given a chance to be heard. There is such a need for radical change in this neighborhood. I probably won't be living there if everything goes according to plan when it is implemented, but I want to leave it better for those who are coming behind me. And we're just here to say, please, give us the shot.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Beverly Hall. I live at 1136 Bell Grimes Lane, District 3. I am second-generation business owner in that neighborhood. My father started Silver Star Cab Company in 1952. My children, who live out of the state right now, have also been business owners in that area. We are very concerned about the neighborhood because we love that neighborhood. Those children need help, and not just the children, but everybody in that neighborhood needs help. We need to do something to build their self-esteem. Living in a beautiful home, and we've been planning these buildings for 2 years now. Living in a better place will make them feel better about themselves. We feel that it will make lessen crime. As business owner, I'm the new president of the Merchants Association there. We want to give back to that community, to have the businesses start activities that the children can participate in, and this may eliminate some crime. Just give us a chance. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Royce Sisk. I live at 301 28th Avenue North. I was a 4.5-year resident in Napier Place. When I moved in 2014, I immediately became involved with the Resident Association. I served as a community coach through the co-grantee of the Choice Housing Program with the Martha O'Brien Center. As some of my neighbors and friends mentioned, we visited every door in Napier and Sudicum. So we were conducting surveys on tablets to help shape this program. This is a comprehensive revitalization of an entire community. It's not just about housing. Of all the cities that applied for the Choice Housing Grant Program, only 10 were selected, and Nashville was one of those 10. This program is not just about doing a paint and patch job on a distressed, neglected public housing community, but it's designed to be part of a vision for a new future in all housing. So therefore, the name Envision Napier and Sudicum. Additionally, as Mr. Harbison, the director, mentioned, there were over 60 presentations, workshops, design charrette meetings, and all of the stakeholders from residents, faith-based organizations, the Nashville Public Library, business owners, they were involved in this process the entire time. So I'd like to point out that this would not only benefit the immediate community in Napier-Sudicum, but because there's no such a thing as public housing anymore. There's workforce housing, mixed income housing, and basically those of you who represent other districts, you may feel this is not relevant to your constituents in your district, because this will be mixed income and workforce. This is going to be a transition of a one-for-one of the over 800 people who are currently receiving subsidies, but because it will transition into a mixed income, people from other areas in Nashville will be able to take advantage of this opportunity. So I've sat here for close to 4 hours tonight. I've heard all the key buzzwords about affordable housing, coffee shops, et cetera, et cetera. So be part of the envision. Make it happen. Do the right thing. Be on the right side of the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor and the council. My name is Brian Hale. I represent Neighborhood Health, the Napier Clinic at 107 Charles E. Davis Boulevard. Between October and November 2017, there was a 30-day spate where we were on lockdown 17 times with 13 separate shots fired incidences. When we talk about mass shootings and we talk about violence, we need to look carefully at our own community where we face this on a daily basis. But this community has struggled together. And since that time, it was a tough time because in February 2018, there was a Metro police officer that was shot immediately outside of our clinic, and we became a humanitarian staging area as residents were evacuated. And that was just one of many, many violent instances. But through this process, we've done more than figure out how to build a better plan and a better community. We figured out how to open a pharmacy next to Pruitt's Discount Pharmacy. We figured out how to expand pediatrics such that we saw 30 kids last Saturday and scheduled 100 more, and we're doing vaccinations that we've never been able to do. This whole process has brought us together to do something amazing in this community, and I ask you, I beg for your support, because this plan is what's going to help us take this the distance. Thank you for staying late tonight. We open at 7 o'clock in the morning. If you need a little coffee, we'll be happy to serve you some. Please bring your kids by and do what this community has done, and that's housing is healthcare, and community and urban built environment is the future of where we need to be. We're dedicated. We ask for your vote. We beg you to vote in approval of this plan.
We may still be in session at 7 o'clock in the morning. Just letting you know. Okay.
Envision yourself here. My name is Verla Malone. I grew up in the Tony Sudekin Housing Projects, 190A Wharf Avenue. I grew up there. I attended Cameron High School. That was my play area over there. We learned as a community to work together. As growing up as children, we called those our condominiums back there. So to us, that was a beautiful life. 55 years ago, it was good. Now, this is a new day and new time, and we look at the young people there to give them hope. That was given to us. They told us, you go to school, you do this, do that. These are things that you can obtain. So as growing up there, I grew up in that neighborhood. I was able to come back and become the first librarian there at the Charles David Pruitt Library. I was in the process to be able to open up that library there that gave access to children for computers all over, everywhere. So that was a big plus. And this is 1993. Nothing happened until recently when we opened up the clinic as a plus in the neighborhood. And then for that, the pharmacy. So we are looking that this can give our children, the adults, hope that we had, that an opportunity that they can grow. They can look down Murfreesboro Road and they can see the Gulch, they can see other things progressing, and go over across the bridge, they can see condos and everything. But what's happening in our area? Nothing. We asked you to think about what you can do to make a difference in so many people's lives and giving them hope. That's most important. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with brief comment.
All right, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. I can attest to everything that was said at tonight's public hearing. I've been there for probably the majority of those community meetings and charrettes and watched this community, as Mr. Hale said, struggle together, right? I think it has been. I've watched releases from police, and for the first part of this term, unfortunately, we watched as just about every week there was an episode of gun violence, and I would check on where it was coming from, and of course it was coming from the area in question, right between Napier Place and Sudekum Apartments. This bill is BL 2019-1772 will it is a rezoning bill. It's paired with a companion bill coming up next that basically gives us the opportunity to go forward and start the envision process in Napier and Sudicum that has been taking place across the river in Casey. That is a seriously invested community plan. I met so many residents, other stakeholders, people who are community partners in the Community Cheese program at Napier Elementary. And to Brian's point about watching community improvements happen with that clinic and then watching the pharmacy grow, watching what, you know, we had an amazing day out against crime on Saturday on Charles E. Davis. We sponsored a whole bunch of food, and it was all gone by the end of the day, and the community was out there trying to stay cool in the heat. And I'm hoping to share some extremely exciting news with the community and the city by next week related to Napier Elementary, which has come such a long way. You know, this process has been thoughtful, it has been inclusive, it has been thorough, and it really does stand a chance of transforming an area just on the outskirts of downtown that has too often, I think, been neglected. When we went and did in the first year of office, one of the first spring clean events that we all participated in, we filled up multiple trash trucks full of trash from sites that had been illegal dump sites. A lot of that has changed this term. It is still slow progress. This gives us a chance to accelerate it. You can see the folks in the community out there ready to see this change start, and I would encourage colleagues to vote in support of this and the next bill as well.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Gilmore, you're recognized. Hold on. Hold on.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to give a special shout out to Ms. Verlin Malone, because she was also a wonderful librarian at Bordeaux for many years. So we appreciate her going back to the community, and also to Janet Keene as well for the wonderful work they do over there. And I want to give a special shout out to all the residents, though, that stayed tonight, because I know that it was very difficult for them. And so I'm very proud of them. I know a lot of them had responsibilities. They had child care, children, but it was so important for them to stay here. And I'm just so excited about it, because I think a lot of times we do development to people and not with people. And I think this Envision Casey is a wonderful example. So I definitely support it, and I just appreciate each one of you coming out tonight. And thank you, Director Harbison, for your leadership. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. Nobody else in the queue? We've got a motion to approve. It's been properly seconded. Seeing nobody else, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1773 by Councilmember O'Connell, approved by the Planning Commission, changes CS and RM20 to SP zoning for property located at 9 Carroll Street, 72 and 78 Charles E. Davis Boulevard, 78, 92, and 128 Lafayette Street to permit a mixed-use development. We should have taken these together. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's okay. I'm sure the community will appreciate a second opportunity to celebrate. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Thank you. A show of hands of those people who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing none in opposition, anybody wishes to speak again? Mr. Harbison, you are pushing.
Get on.
Thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be much briefer this time. Again, this is a companion to the previous bill. These are zoning bills, but they set in motion something that will change the built environment of this community for the better. And once again, I encourage colleagues to vote in favor. Thank you.
All right. The motion is to approve. It's been properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1774 by Councilmember Porterfield. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Changes 3.06 acres from CS to SV zoning for properties located at 2540 Murfreesboro Pike and Lake Villa Drive, unnumbered, to permit 50 multifamily residential units and a maximum of 10,000 square feet of commercial use. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Seeing no movement, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Move for approval, please.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1775 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This is a disapproved bill by the Planning Commission, changes 0.19 acres from RS5 to CL zoning for property located at 321 Cleveland Street. Councilmember Davis.
Yes, I'd like to defer definitely with the explanation, please.
All right. I assume we don't need to see any slides since it's a defer indefinitely. All right, so the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Back to you.
Now, if anybody has any questions afterwards, just to move our night along quicker so we don't be here till 7 in the morning like the Vice Mayor suggested we may. And I'm not talking about any of my colleagues in this chamber or those who aren't here. I'm talking about certain neighborhood folks. I'm at the end of my term, and after I'm done, I'll be publishing several emails and several things, because if we notice, certain people show up and they speak for some things, and then they speak against some stuff that aren't even in their neighborhood. The applicant had a community meeting, publicized it, only one person showed up. And I'm deferring this indefinitely, and the point being where I'm going with this, and once again, just so I'm clear, I'm not talking about any elected officials. But when certain people, even when certain people approach developers and say, hey, if you don't do what I want you to do, then we're going to fight you no matter what. And even though only 2 people have been showing up in opposition, sometimes maybe they talk to the developers and they suggest that, hey, if you don't do stuff, I kind of call it, illegal quid pro quo, if you know what I mean. But we can go into details later. But we're going to defer this indefinitely, and I want to just thank everybody for indulging me. But for my buddy in the back, gotcha.
So the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. This bill is deferred indefinitely. BL 2019-1776 by Councilmember Glover. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Changes 21.73 acres from RS15 to SP zoning for properties located at 4139, 4161, 4169, 4179, 4185, 4193, and 4211 Central Pike and Central Pike unnumbered to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Glover, you are recognized.
Move to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve, properly second. It looks like I got an amendment on this. Is that right? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Yeah, sorry about that. I need Mr. Jameson because I think there was just some language change that is the real issue. I know that there was, I'm sorry, and I apologize about that.
That's okay. Mr. Jameson, the question is, we're on 2019-1776, proposed amendment to that bill, and Councilmember Glover is checking on whether we need the amendment. I think there was some,
I think we do, but I think there was some, there was some language change, and I mean, I hate to say it, I can't truly explain, but I know it was some necessary move in it.
You were going to revise the note on the connectivity standards
Yes.
so that the street stubs would be extended, assuming we get the right-of-way and eventually connected.
Correct. Yeah, so it was just one of the things that got left out. So we're making that change, yes.
Okay, so you want to move the amendment?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay, the amendment has been moved, properly seconded. We are waiting for members to come back into the chamber. Here they come.
And they're smiling. They're happy about this.
So we're on this is an amendment to 1776. It's a technical amendment.
Correct.
Just to clean up some language. The motion is to approve. It's been properly seconded. No further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The amendment's adopted. You're back on your bill as amended.
Now, I move the bill as amended, please, sir.
Okay, so we're on 1776 as amended. The motion is to approve as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, BL 2019-1778 by Councilmember O'Connell. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Changes 0.6 acres from R6A to SP zoning for properties located at 1514, 1516, and 1518 Edge Hill Avenue to permit 10 multifamily residential units. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. All those who are here in favor, if you'd indicate by raising your hand. Okay, thank you. Those who are here in opposition, please raise your hand. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right. The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is another one that had kind of been stuck in some tough discussions in part because of discovery after we had gotten through the initial round of conversations with the community of an easement that complicated the pathway to development on the properties, but it seems like both the community and the project team have found an agreeable pathway forward here, as I hope is evident from the clear public hearing here. Again, this is lots that are now currently vacant right at Edge Hill and Villa Place, basically, and I think it's an opportunity to do some good infill development in Edge Hill that is appropriate and generally accepted by the community. So I would encourage colleagues to support this bill. Thank you.
All right. So the motion is to approve. 1778 has been properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on BL 2019-1779 by Councilmember Scott Davis. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Changes 0.20 acres from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1005 Mansfield Street to permit a detached accessory dwelling unit. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Open the public hearing, please, Vice President.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Scott Davis, you are recognized.
Move for approval, please.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1780 by Councilmember Swope. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Changes 8.19 acres from R40 to SP zoning for properties located at 527 Old Hickory Boulevard and Old Hickory Boulevard unnumbered to permit up to 32 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to open the public hearing,
All right,
please.
declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, we got people on both sides. Those in favor wish to speak, please come forward. Name, address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Ken Renner. I live at 905 Kingfisher Point here in Nashville, and I'm here on behalf of Vast Land Companies, the planned developer of this project. When I first called Councilman Swope many months ago to propose this, he was really positive and encouraging. He was positive based on the efforts to previously develop this property, that we would be shouted down by the residents all around us, and he was encouraging us to look elsewhere. So with that kind of enthusiasm, we decided we needed to get to work, and we took a draft plan out into the community. We met with the boards of directors and leaders of the adjoining subdivisions. We sent members of our team out going door to door to show people the plan, to solicit support, solicit suggestions, and we made a better plan. Based on that, Councilman Swope had a public hearing, and we thought we did well. There were some other folks, though, that had some more more ideas. So we went back to the drawing board a second time, and we moved some things around, and we tweaked it. And by the second public meeting we had in the district, I think we had just about everyone's support. As all of you know, it's very difficult sometimes to get everyone to agree on anything, but we feel like we did the work that was necessary to get most of the people in agreement with us and to make this a project that people in the community would support. With that, I would very much appreciate your support tonight.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Okay, those who are in opposition, if you would come on up, name, address, and you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Amy Thomas, and I represent the Montgomery Place Homeowners Board of Directors. There's been a switch of board of directors from the last element that met with Councilman Swope. Some of the meetings that they had early on, the other attached property that is not in direct contact with this proposed development did agree with it because they're not going to be touched by it. I'm opposed to this, and the majority of our homeowners are still opposed to this based on safety, credibility, and trust, which comes from this. One of the biggest things is the traffic study. At the May 23rd meeting, they were asked to do a partial traffic study. I'm not really sure exactly what a partial traffic study is as opposed to an entire traffic study. But I asked at the end of July, I asked the Civil Site Design Group when they came out to review the drainage issues that we were having due to a pond there. I asked that gentleman if he could give me a copy of the traffic study. He told me that he didn't have it. So then I asked a representative of Vastland if they could give me a copy. And Ken Render's direct email to me said, we did not keep a copy. It has already been filed with Metro Planning Commission, and she can review it at their offices. It is a public record. And to me, that just seemed like a very dismissive attitude when I'm just trying to get a copy of the traffic report. When I did finally get that, it was a little bit surprising because if you're familiar with this, it's Old Hickory Boulevard, 65 Edmondson. It's right in between there. And the traffic study, and again, I'm not a pro at reading these things, but they said the peak hours on Monday through Friday are 4 to 5 p.m., ending at 5 p.m., which is when most businesses, are let out. And that was very surprising to me. The other thing was, page 14, quote, the total development can be expected to generate approximately 364 new vehicular trips per day. These trip represents the new traffic that will be generated by the proposed development, end quote. So 364 new in that small corridor is pretty massive. I then went to the Metro Public Works website and looked at the average daily traffic count, the highest ones for Davidson County. Old Hickory Boulevard and Franklin Road, which is 1.5 miles right there at the interstate, was the highest. Number one was the highest. The fourth highest was Old Hickory Boulevard and Edmondson, and we're right in between there. So in the top 4, we're right in there, and we're going to be adding 64 cars a day. It's unsustainable, and I would like you to please consider voting against it.
All right. Thank you. Ma'am, do you want to speak? Okay. So anybody else in the queue? Seeing no, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Thomas, thank you for coming down, speaking. I mean that. Thank you for waiting. I'm glad we got to this early because otherwise we'd be here for another 7 hours. But regardless, there are still things that need to be worked out on this project. As some of you know in this room, this particular property owner has had multiple offers made on this property, ranging with everything from 100 apartments to 400 apartments, which I have consistently said no to. This is probably the lowest density and lowest traffic impact thing that has been brought across anybody's table in 8 years. I'm not jumping up excited about it, as you heard from Mr. Renner from Vastland, and he was incredibly honest. Thank you, sir. but I do think it's the least of all evils, and I'm a personal believer in private property rights. So I ask for your approval on second. I'd like to sit down with the HOA again and see if we can't modify this a little bit on third reading. But I ask for your approval tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. Right? BL 2019-1782 by Councilmember O'Connell. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Changes 1.18 acres from R6A to SP zoning for properties located at 1825, 1827, 1829, 1831, 1833, and 1835 3rd Avenue North to permit 21 multifamily residential units. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing no in opposition, anyone wishing to speak in favor? Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right, so motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one is a zoning bill in my home neighborhood of Salemtown. It is a project on land owned by residents of Salemtown and to be developed by residents of Salemtown. It is very much a neighborhood project, and yet we did have some conversations. It's in an interesting location at 3rd and Coffee, just across 3rd Avenue North from the Metro Water facility. There are limited access points to and from the neighborhood and a somewhat tough alley. And we did a lot of work with planning staff and in the community to make sure that we addressed as many community concerns as we could. At a recent community meeting, we had some good questions. I think the project team listened carefully, adapted the project to address a lot of those community concerns and some of the design considerations that were thought through by myself and planning staff. And I think we've gotten to a good spot with this project, and I recommend approval. Thank you.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1783 by Councilmember Potts, approved with conditions, disapproved without by the Planning Commission. Changes 4.58 acres from RS10 to SP zoning for properties located at 5009 Raywood Lane and 4930 Nolensville Pike and Strasser Drive to permit 180 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Potts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, we got people on both sides. Those in favor wish to speak. If you would, please line up. Need name, address, and you got 3 minutes.
Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Tom White. I represent the property owner. I live at 315 Dedrick Street. With respect to the property owner, Tusculum Hills Baptist Church, this is a matter where there's a very significant number of people here tonight to address this matter. It's been a long night. We've queued it down to 3 or 4 people, which I'm sure will be appreciated by the members on the other side of the aisle. I want to start by thanking Jason Potts, the district council person, who scheduled the neighborhood meeting, which was so significantly attended. This was a policy issue and a zone change. They were both approved by the Planning Commission. I also want to thank Council Lady Devette Blaylock. Her district is contiguous. She attended the major neighborhood meeting. She also fielded a number of calls, as did Councilman Potts. At the front end, I'll mention that it's a church-owned piece of property. They're providing housing for those 55 plus. It's a good community purpose. Part of the reason they're pushing this is that a number of the members of this church who will address you tonight are looking for a place where they can stay in the community. And without this type of housing, they cannot stay there. There's other housing opportunities, but they're too far away. So I think there's a good, compelling, equitable reason as well. I'll mention that, frankly, as a matter of federal and state law under the RLUIPA and RFRA, this matter would be legally entitled to, but that's not the argument we're making. The argument that we're making is that it's a good community purpose recommended by the Planning Commission both as to policy and to zoning. Finally, my comment is that At the major neighborhood meeting, the vast majority of the people were there in support. At the Planning Commission, the vast majority of the people were there in support. At this meeting tonight, you can tell there's 50, 60 people there. The vast number of people are in support. We urge your approval. We respect people's right to come and speak against it, but it's the vast majority and the Planning Commission support that we ask you to consider. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Hyatt with CESO. We represent the church. We're the civil engineering firm at address 750 Old Hickory Boulevard, Suite 254 in Brentwood. We're working with the church on the engineering side to make sure we comply with all Metro zoning codes and standards. We've worked with planning to propose an SP that we think will work. On a planning side of things, the church is right off of Nolensville Pike, so it has the high density. There's a gas station right in the corner. A lot of the commercial uses in the neighborhood does as you get further away from Nolensville. So this would be kind of the transition of commercial to residential, a little bit higher density before you get into the neighborhood area as a good planning practice. So as he mentioned, we did get approved with the community plan amendment. So this does comply with the community plan amendment, and we do have Planning Commission's recommendations. So appreciate you guys all staying late, and I hope that you guys can support it.
All right. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Paul Gunn. I'm pastor of Tusculum Hills Baptist Church, 4930 Nolensville Road. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and City Council, for listening to us. Thank you for considering what we want to do. The opposition, who leads the HOA, will say he first heard about the project when I called him about a code violation we received for a house that we were moving. I called him so he could inform the HOA that we were having trouble getting the house movers motivated, but the house was moved by the deadline and no fines were incurred. Also, the opposition has used this project as a public forum to bash Councilman Potts, which is terribly unfortunate. Incidentally, the HOA has met at the church and continues to meet at the church at our pleasure for the last 9 years. For years, the church has talked about building a senior adult housing community. I've been there for 6 years. I heard about it when I first became pastor of the church. People in the congregation know this is a well-known topic. It's been discussed for a long time. Last year, we did a feasibility study. We hired a company to do a study for us. The study came back very strong that there is a huge need for senior adult living facility in South Nashville, even stronger than we expected. And since the late 1950s, the church has worked hard to meet the needs of the community. As the community has changed, the church has reached out in different ways. And we still believe that ministry is meeting needs, and we see the need for senior adult housing in the foreseeable today and in the foreseeable future. The new facility will be located on our property as a ministry of our church. We've done our best to do everything right with this all along from the very beginning, and to our knowledge, we followed every Metro requirement. Thank you so much for your consideration. The only other person who will speak on behalf of this is Ms. Barbara Colbank, who has been a member of the church and who's lived in the area since 1960.
All right, thank you.
I am Barbara Colbank. I live at 4856 Astor Drive. My husband and I have lived in this community for 60 years, and we've been a member of the church for 58. And our church has served the community for lots of things. And I truly believe that this senior housing is one thing that we really need. We've had several people from our church that's had to move out of the county because they didn't have a place close enough for them to live in. I appreciate your listening to me, and I hope you vote for this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, people who want to speak in opposition, please come up. Name, address.
Yeah, my name is Jeff Sexton. I live at 5003 Crosby Lane in the Fairlane Park community. And it's ironic that somebody would come to you and state that I was bashing somebody. This plan from the very beginning has left the Fairlane Park community out. Councilman Potts has held one meeting that did not include Fairlane Park. I have been the director of the Fairlane Park Neighborhood Association for 9 years. We do not meet at Tusculum Hills Baptist Church anymore. We have formed a new neighborhood association that meets at another location. So we do not meet at that location anymore. I'm in opposition to this bill because what it's going to do, if you'll look at it, if you could please look at it, 180 units. I don't think we're here tonight if the Planning Commission was not in fear of the Religious Freedom Act. That is not in play. If you will look at the way the papers were filed, this is not a house of worship. This is an apartment development that will impede. It will take 19 single-family homes out. They've been moved already. If you'll look at the overlay, and I have a copy of it, it can be moved to the side of their building with absolutely no impediment, which is in the RLUPA Act. It would go directly next to their property that they already own. It would give them the access that they need to the Nolensville Pike corridor. It would impede nothing in the Fairlane Park community. This was a suggestion that has been made by several business owners in the area, and I spoke to a member of the church today that told me that this had been going on since February, and we had a meeting directly after Memorial Day, conveniently after a holiday. So if someone is going to say that I'm bashing somebody, I'm here because I raised my son in Fairlane Park. We have a council body that's fixing to change. We're going to have a new council person that will be in our neighborhood that went on record that is against this. I think that if you want to bash somebody, I think there's enough to go around, but I don't think you should look at me for the passion that I have for raising my son in a neighborhood, and there is a policy that is very viable for this. But please know that this has never been presented at any meeting or any paper filing as a house of worship. The Religious Freedom Act should not apply. We at the Planning Commission, and I was there, they were shocked at the size of it and asked, could it not be moved to the side? There's been no concessions, no communication, and some people, I apologize, my wife had to leave and take a member of our community home that wasn't feeling well. Tonight is the Night Out Against Crime that we had an event planned, and they are taking part in it tonight. But this was important to me as a neighborhood leader, and I implore each one of you to please make the right decision. Defer this until we have a new council person, and also understand—
Sir, we're going to have to, your time is up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Potts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd also like to thank all the people that stayed till 11 o'clock at night. Please, I mean, just it's amazing y'all stayed, but I'm going to move approval with a brief comment.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Potts.
Again, I'd just like to thank the people that showed up for and, in opposition and for and against this legislation. Change is hard, but this is much needed in South Nashville, and we'll be respectful of everybody's time tonight. I will move approval.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve, again, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. BL 2019-1784 by Councilmember Anthony Davis. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Amends 0.7 acres of a portion of the Porter Road specific plan for properties located at 1505 and 1509 Porter Road to remove all commercial space and replace with a maximum of 24 multi-family residential units. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. I don't see any hands in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1785 by Councilmember O'Connell. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Amends 0.85 acres of a specific plan for various properties located west of Jenkins Street to permit owner-occupied short-term rental properties. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing,
All right,
please.
declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing none on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. While it might stun some that I'm here looking to request approval of a bill that actually enables short-term rentals, I think it's the clear distinction here. This is a project that worked closely with the community, actually added some affordable housing, and came back around and said that they wanted to do owner-occupied. And with what our zoning code allows, I think this is actually a fully appropriate request for this development, and I would encourage colleagues to support it. Thank you.
All right, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1786 by Councilmember Scott Davis, recommended for indefinite deferral by the Planning Commission. Cancels 14.38 acres of a plan unit development overlay district for properties located at 651, 660 Joseph Avenue and 301 North 2nd Street. Councilmember Scott Davis.
Let's defer indefinitely.
Okay, so the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. The motion to defer indefinitely is passed. Bill 2019-1787 by Councilmember Kendall and Glover, approved by the Planning Commission, changes 3.89 acres from CS and IR to MUGA zoning for property located at 2200 Charlotte Avenue. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please,
Declare
sir.
the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing none either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. I see him counting. Are we good? Okay, thank you. Move approval, please, sir.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez.
I need to abstain on this one, please.
All right, so we've got an abstention. We're going to have to be on the board.
Okay.
We are voting on 2019-1787. Madam Clerk, if you can open those machines. This is the motion to approve on second reading. Go ahead and open up the machines. Everybody voted who wanted to vote? All right, Madam Clerk, close the machine, take the vote.
28 in favor, 1 abstention.
All right. So that's 1787 passes on second reading. Bill 2019-1788, Councilmember O'Connell. Approve with conditions, disapprove without. Changes 0.32 acres from IR to SP zoning for properties located at 1418 and 1420 3rd Avenue North to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
Move. The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This project, once again, worked directly with Historic Germantown's Development Committee. And as you can see, anybody who's worked in Germantown knows that's a very active committee. This one is worthy of approval, and I recommend it. Thank you.
So we're on 1788. The motion is to approve. It was properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1789 by Kendall and Glover, approved by the Planning Commission, changes 2.52 acres from IR to CSA zoning for property located at 627 19th Avenue North. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And move to open the public hearing, please, sir.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody opposed, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Excuse me. So the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1790 by Councilmember Kendall and Glover, approved by the Planning Commission. Changes .20 acres from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 525 31st Avenue North. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
So motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're now on bills on third reading bills on public hearing. I've got a substitute bill, BL 2019-1651 by Councilmember Kendall and Roberts. Councilmember Glover, are you handling this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this was approved by the Planning Commission. It's also been referred to Planning and Zoning, changing .18 acres from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 2713 Torbit Street to permit up to 4 residential units. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing, please, sir.
Let's get a committee report.
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry.
Councilmember Bedney, Planning and Zoning.
Sorry.
I'm honored to be asked. Let me look through the report.
All right, we're at 2019-1651.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm just looking for it.
Okay.
So the committee was delighted to recommend approval, 12-4-0 against, and there was a late filed amendment that was also recommended for approval, 12-4-0 against. We're looking at 1861.
1651.
See, that you rushed me, and then I'm looking at the wrong one.
I was stalling for a few minutes so you could find it. 1651. It's a third reading bill.
I could tell that I was doing something wrong when Mike Jemison was looking at me like that. All right, so rephrasing. This was recommended for approval, 8-4-0 against.
And there were no late filed things, right?
Yes, there were none.
Great. All right, back to you, Councilmember Glover.
Well, first of all, thank you, Vice Mayor, and it's with great pleasure, and I wanted to sign on with this one also because this is it, guys. We're through with public hearing, I believe, so I'm going to ask.
We're not through yet until you call it.
Well, that's what I'm getting ready to do. So I move approval, please.
Well, no, we got to have the public hearing first.
Oh. Yeah, okay. I apparently am through.
Yeah, okay.
So, yes, open the public hearing, please, sir.
All right, so declare the public hearing open. We're on 1651. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Now, Councilmember Glover, you can say what you wanted to say. Hold on. There you go.
I enjoyed signing under this one to where we could officially, we're done with our public hearing tonight.
There you go.
Thank you, Vice
All
Mayor.
right. So it's 5 after 11, and we have now finished all the bills on public hearing. All right. All right, so we are now on bills on the consent agenda. We will do this as we typically do. I'm going to go through them very quickly and make sure that I'm going to show you which ones are on the consent calendar. Make sure you follow this, and I'll tell you which ones are exempted. So these are the ones on the consent calendar. If we need to bump something, let me know. RS 2019-1812 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This is on the consent. 2019-1842 consent. 43 consent, 44 consent, 45, 1845 on the consent, 1846 consent, 1847 consent, 1848, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60, all on the consent calendar. 61 is not. 62 is on the consent calendar. 63. 65, 66, 67, 69, 1870, 1871, and that's it. Those are the bills on the consent calendar. Any objections? All right, so I'm going to go through them, and then we will go to committee reports. All right, RS 2019-1812, Scott Davis exempts Eastwood Pub, located at 714 Gallatin Avenue, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. RS 2019-1842, Vircher and Roberts, approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, the Davidson County Sheriff's Office, to provide litter pickup along state and county roads and education on litter abatement and prevention. 2019-1843, Vircher and Roberts accepts a donation of gym equipment from Christopher Drew Claudel to the Metro Nashville Police Department. 2019-1844, by Vircher and Roberts, approves an Office of Victims of Crime Enhancing Language and other access to services grant from the U.S. Department of Justice to the Office of Family Safety for an accessibility coordinator. Councilmember Davis, I just saw your button hit.
I apologize, Vice Mayor. Quick, I need to defer the Eastwood Pub. I'm sorry, the Eastwood Pub one meeting.
All right, so you're bumping 1812 from the consent calendar. That's that Eastwood Pub. Okay, so
yeah,
if you're deferring it, you got to bump it off the consent calendar.
Yeah, I'd like to bump it off the consent calendar.
Okay, make sure we know. BRS 2019-1812 is bumped off the consent calendar. All right, so I was on RS 2019-1844, Vircher and Roberts, approves an office for victims of crime enhancing language and other access to services grant from the U.S. Department of Justice to the Office of Family Safety for an accessibility coordinator. RS 2019-1845, Vircher and Roberts, approves a contract between Tennessee Department of Mental Health and the Nashville Fire Department, authorizes the state to pay Metro for emergency transportation services. 2019-1846, Vircher and Roberts, approves a grant from the Tennessee Highland Rim Healthcare Coalition to Metro Nashville Office of Emergency Management to fund the purchase of a risk and crisis communications course. 2019-1847, by Gilmore, approves an amendment to a grant from the Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to provide HIV, STD, viral hepatitis prevention, surveillance, and PrEP clinic services. Resolution RS 2019-1848, Vircher and Gilmore, approves a contract for services between the Metro Board of Health and Neighborhood Health, Inc. to provide homeless individuals with medical services at 2 or more clinics in or near downtown Nashville. RS 2019-1849, by Vircher and Gilmore, approves a grant contract between the Metro Board of Health and the Mental Health Cooperative to provide a secure drop-off location for a mental health urgent care alternative to an emergency room or correctional facility to serve as a viable and expedient source of emergency psychiatric care. RS 2019-1850, Vircher and Gilmore, approves the Department of Human Services to the Metro Board of Health to conduct immunization record audits for child care centers, drop-in centers, and group child care homes to ensure the safety and well-being of children and families in Tennessee. 2019-1851, Vircher and Gilmore approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to provide programs to direct patient care services to meet the public health needs of Tennessee citizens. RS 2019-1852, Vircher, Syracuse, and Allen approves a grant from the Tennessee Arts Commission to Creative Parks Nashville in conjunction with the Metro Parks and Recreation Department to provide 12 big band dances at the Centennial Park Event Shelter. RS 2019-1853, by Vircher, authorizes the Metro Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of Donna Pokowitz against Metro in the amount of $12,707.43. RS 2019-1854, by Vircher and O'Connell, approves a grant from the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation and Department of Public Works to assist in the annual operation, maintenance, and facility improvements of its permanent household hazardous waste collection facility. RS 2019-1855, by Vircher, Bedney, and O'Connell, approves an intergovernmental agreement between the Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Department of Public Works for traffic signal improvements at the I-65 northbound ramp at State Route 254. RS 2019-1856, Vircher, Bedney, and O'Connell, approves an intergovernmental agreement between the Tennessee Department of Transportation and Department of Public Works for the reimbursement of railroad crossing safety improvements at 2nd Avenue North. Resolution RS 2019-1857, by Vircher, Bedney, and O'Connell, approves an intergovernmental agreement between TDOT and the Department of Public Works for the reimbursement of railroad crossing safety improvements at 3rd Avenue North. 2019-1858, approves an intergovernmental agreement between TDOT and Public Works for the reimbursement of railroad crossing safety improvements at Craighead Avenue. 2019-1859, by Vircher, Bedney, and O'Connell, again, a intergovernmental agreement between TDOT and Public Works for the reimbursement of railroad crossing safety improvements at Nolensville Road. RS 2019-1860, by Vircher and Withers, approves a Prosperity Pathways grant from United Way to the Nashville Career Advancement Center to improve the lives of the most vulnerable in the Nashville community. Resolution RS 2019-1862, by Vircher, appropriates $200,000 from the Office of Family Safety, $200,000 from the Public Library, $200,000 from Social Services, $200,000 from the Juvenile Court, $200,000 from the Health Department to various nonprofit organizations selected to receive Community Partnership Fund grants. RS 2019-1863 by Vircher and Bedney approves an amendment to a lease agreement between Metro and Square Investment Holdings, LLC, for office space in the Washington Square building located at 222 2nd Avenue North. Resolution RS 2019-1865 by Alan Withers and others honors and commends Nicholas Zeppos upon his outstanding leadership and many accomplishments as Chancellor of Vanderbilt University. 2019-1866 by Haywood and Cooper recognized April 19th as the Municipal Day of Observance that honors the victory of nonviolent resistance and the brave actions of Z. Alexander Luby and local civil rights advocates in the battle against Jim Crow laws. Resolution RS 2019-1867 by Murphy welcomes the 2019 Redmond Health and Safety Symposium and Barbera EMS Conference to Nashville. RS 2019-1869 by Councilmember Anthony Davis and Rosenberg recognizes the Nashville Public Schools Board of Education decision to name the Transportation Building the Carlisle Beasley Jr. Building. Resolution RS 2019-1870 by Councilmember Henderson calls upon the Davidson County Election Commission to promptly make available onto its internet website all disclosures required under state law to be submitted by affiliated political campaign. Resolution RS 2019-1871 by Sledge and Mendes urges the Metro Clerk's Office, the Metro Council, the Metropolitan Information Technology Services Department, the Department of Finance Procurement Division, and the Mayor's Office to expedite the solicitation and procurement of an upgrade or replacement for the current legislative voting management system. And that is it. Did I miss anything? Seeing none, we will now go to committee reports. So I'm going to start with Council Lady Vircher, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On August 2019-1842 through 1846, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4-0 against. On RS 2019-1848 through RS 2019-1860, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4-0 against. And RS 2019-6082 and 1860-83, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4-0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gilmore, Health and Hospitals.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Health and Hospitals and Social Services Committee, all members were present, so that was really awesome. Resolution 2019-1847 was 7-4-0 against, 0 non-voting. It was recommended to the full body for approval.
At 1848?
Yeah, I'm having trouble when your papers get stuck together.
I'm sorry.
I'm moving as fast as I can over here. They're kind of stuck. All right. Resolution 2019-1848. 8-4-0 against, 0 non-voted, recommend to the full body for approval. Resolution 2019-1849, 8-4-0 against, 0 non-voting, recommended to the full body for approval. Resolution 2019-1850, 8-4-0 against, 0 not voting, recommended to the full body for approval. Resolution 2019-1851, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired here. 8-4-0 against, 0 not voted is recommended for approval. Okay. Resolution 2019-1867, 8-4-0 against, 0 not voted is recommended for approval. And Resolution 1868, 8-4-0 against, 0 not voted is recommended for approval.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse, Parks and Library.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Resolution RS 2019-1852, Parks, Library, and Arts considered, voted in favor, 5-4-0 against.
All right, thank you. Personnel, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Personnel Committee met this afternoon, and we considered resolutions RS 2019-1860 and recommended 3 in favor, 0 against. We also considered resolution 2019-1871 and recommended 3 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Bedney, Planning and Zoning.
So all the resolutions that we review were recommended for approval.
That's close enough. Public Safety, Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. 1842, 1843, 1844, 1845, and 1846 were 4 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Public Works, Councilmember O'Connell.
Following Councilmember Bednay's lead, can I just be like this and approved?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, well, it worked.
I got 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59 that were all in Public Works. Rules and confirmations, Councilmember Lee.
Yes, sir. Rules of confirmation, 1864, 1865, 1866, and 1869, and 1870 were approved 7-0, and 1832 was not approved with 3 approved and 4 abstentions.
So we're going to wait with 1832 because it's not a consent. What I need is a motion to approve.
Yes, sir.
Is that the motion?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve all the members on all the resolutions on the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion on the consent agenda is approved. All right, so now we're going to go back. Just stay with me. Resolution RS 2019-1812 by Councilmember Scott Davis, referred to public safety, beer and regulated beverages, exempts Eastwood Pub located at 714 Gallatin Avenue from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized on this. This was bumped off consent.
And if the owner's here, I apologize. If the owner is still here, I apologize profusely. But I know he had a meeting with some members of the community that had some concerns. I believe he's addressed most of them, but just to double check and to make sure, since we have one more meeting, I'd like to defer to the next meeting, just to double check and make sure that he's addressed those concerns.
All right, let's get the committee report. Public Safety, Councilmember Roberts. We're on 2019-1812.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Safety voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, council member. So the motion is to defer one meeting. Correct?
Yes, sir.
One meeting. We can't do it anything else. One meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. RS 2019-1832 by Councilmember Vercher. Seeks the recall of Mr. Tom Lawless from the Metro Board of Zoning Appeals pursuant to the Metro Charter and the Metro Council Rules of Procedure. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Codes, Fair, and Farmers Market. Councilmember Swope. There you are. We're on 2019-1832. Codes report.
Codes, Fairs, Farmers Market, deferred by rule.
Deferred by rule.
Sponsor was not in attendance.
All right. Rules, confirmations. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, it was not approved. There was a vote of 3, 4, and 4 abstentions.
Say that again. Give me the vote total again.
3 were for it, and then there were 4 abstentions.
So that would be an approval. So there was no negative votes. It was 3 for it.
Yeah, and just abstained. So no, there was no, I'm sorry, there was no votes.
No, so it was 3 for, 0 no votes, and 4 abstentions.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
That's okay. Councilmember Vercher, back to you.
Is it deferred by rule or, because I have?
You've got a committee report coming out of rules.
Okay, so I'm good.
Proceed. Yeah, so you can
Okay,
proceed.
so I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For our colleagues, I mean, this resolution is really simple, and I know it's late in the hour, so I really won't belabor the point, but this is really about the process and how we go about confirming individuals to our respective boards and commissions. As the resolution stipulates, May 21st, the Rules Committee deferred with consideration for 2 meetings. Then it came back June 18th. Rules Committee deferred again until July 2nd. With all that said, with this particular individual to be considered for this appointment, the Rules and Committee itself had issues with this particular individual, as I just outlined the various dates there. But more importantly, this is an opportunity for us, and I know when Councilwoman Murphy, she's out of the chamber, when she was chair, we had extensive conversations about just reevaluating our process with this body as it relates to us confirming individuals to our boards and commissions. But the BZA is a very important board. Those appointees should not be taken lightly. We've received numerous emails as it relates to Mr. Lawless. But also, we just need to reevaluate, are we going to continue to allow those that live in satellite cities to serve as such a zoning authority where our zoning laws does not apply to them? But more importantly, I ask that you support this resolution to support our process as a body. I move for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Vercher has moved for approval. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Pooley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I do respect the argument about process here. I do want to say, with respect to Mr. Lawless, he does live in my district, and when we did get these emails, it caused me to take a deeper dive into who he was and his record as a BZA chair in the city of Oak Hill. And a lot of the emails we received contain some misinformation. I think, to be clear, Mr. Lawless is a bankruptcy attorney who represents creditors. So he's typically representing banks, and I think there was misinformation about his relationship with real estate developers, which caused some concern among many. I also took a little bit of a deeper dive into his record on the BZA in Oak Hill, and I think that what you will find, as I have, is that Mr. Lawless really applies the law to these, and in many cases people ask for hardships, and I'd say it's a tall order to sell a guy like Mr. Lawless on hardships for the BZA. So I personally highly recommend him for this position, and or would have had I been asked. But I really think it puts him right in the crosshairs here of this battle over process. So for that reason and my support for Mr. Lawless in this position, I'm going to vote no on this this measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover.
This is more of just a kind of a question to Mr. Jamison, if I may. I'm sitting here, Mr. Jamison, trying to remember in the 8 years I've been here, and you may not have been here the whole time, but you were here for most of it. Do you remember us ever recalling someone like this?
I don't.
Okay, well, for that very purpose, and also what Councilman Pulley just stated, I won't be supporting this either, because I think we're getting into, I don't know, I think we're going down a very dangerous path there. So thank you, Mr. Jamison. Thank you, Vice.
All right, Councilmember Weiner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My question is this: if we're talking about process, Mike, can you review the dates that the letter was sent to us and when we finally got it, and if that's consistent with the process or not?
So the letter was dated April 23rd. It is addressed technically to the Vice Mayor, but it is delivered to the clerk. The clerk then, I think this has been the historic approach, the clerk doesn't send you a separate email for each and every appointment letter. They compile them so that there's a critical mass, and it was sent to you May 9th. So the question is, when does the clock start ticking? And I think there are two reasonable interpretations, and mine is that you get it 60 days from receipt of the letter, and the council received the letter May 9th. But the letter was dated April 23rd, and so others could calculate the clock is starting at that point.
So we have followed the process, if I'm hearing you right.
Well,
depending on interpretation.
Well, my contention would be that you had a meeting on July 2nd, but before then, it was determined that he was deemed presumptively approved. And that was sooner than what I would read as the charter saying you get until 60 days after receipt of the letter.
Is Mr. Cooper still in here?
Yes.
John? When you were sitting in Mr. Jamison's chair, did we ever follow a different protocol with different timeline of dates?
No, as best as we can tell, going back to 1983, at least, the position of the Department of Law has been that notice to the clerk is notice to the council, that the clerk essentially acts as an agent, a registered agent, and the phrase receipt of is not defined in the charter, and so it has always been interpreted as being that the date of the letter when that is sent to the clerk starts the clock. That was the position I took in my prior role. I completely understand where Mr. Jameson is coming from. Of receipt is not defined, and it therefore is open to interpretation. But there are other provisions in the charter that refer similarly to the budget, for example. The budget has to be submitted to the council by May 1st. Capital improvements budget has to be submitted to the council by May 15th. Those are submitted to the clerk, and that is deemed submitted to the council. So, I mean, I think it's receipt of, if an email is sent to the council, does that mean they have received it? It's not clear. So it's always been that having a central repository for those letters is the best way to handle it, and that's the way we've always done it.
So what this points to me are two things. Thing number one is because we have a gray area and because we assume that we followed the correct path, that the process needs to be cleaned up moving forward, and I don't know that we should use Mr. Lawless as the scapegoat on this, so I'll be voting against this for that reason. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm supportive of Council Lady Vercher's resolution, and it has nothing to do at all with Mr. Lawless. Our job in the council is to consider appointments from the mayor's office and decide whether we do or don't want to confirm those appointments. And we didn't have the opportunity to do that due to disagreement over what the charter actually says. I don't think it's unreasonable to just simply ask that we go through that process. It doesn't mean, my expectation is that he'll be confirmed, but we really should just approve this and then make sure that we're fulfilling our role and not just setting that aside out of convenience. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dow.
Thank you. I also rise in support of Council Lady Vercher, and as a member of the Rules Committee, we discussed this at length. I think one of the concerns we had is that throughout the process, we were not advised of this loophole that if a person appears 3 times and is deferred, then they're automatically put into office. And that's something that I hope the next administration or the Rules Committee will address when they reconvene in September. However, I do believe it is our responsibility representing our neighbors to review and approve people appointed to these committees and commissions. And we have had our community express some concern with regard to Tom Lawless' appointment, that it was a conflict of interest. We've asked administration to defer the appointment indefinitely, and I think they were well aware of the fact that if he comes before 3 times and we defer, that he's automatically in. So they were aware of this, and our legal counsel did not advise us and advise our chair, and therefore he came in under the rules. And I think that is unfair. I think that the council body should have an opportunity to vote. Now, I will say that I was contacted by numerous neighborhood groups over and over the last year regarding appointments from the administration to these planning commissions and committees and groups and everything. And they've asked us to appoint people who are neutral and do not have conflicts of interest. So we're seeing over and over again this happen. So we should be allowed to vote and express our opinion on this appointment. So I ask that you let it go before the floor, let us vote as we're supposed to, and then pick up in the next administration and fix this loophole so that it's clear that anybody appointed to the board or recommended by the mayor is reviewed by the committee and the council. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to ask Councilmember Vercher, and I'm just asking, it's late at night, so I just want to ask for clarity. I want to be clear because I know when it gets late at night, sometimes we get on edge. So you had stated could you just state your reason again? That's what I want to ask. Could you state your reason for having this? And I'm just asking for clarity.
Councilmember Furcher.
So that we're clear, it's about the process. We are a body, we confirm those to boards and commissions. We're all aware of what that duty is and what this role is. So given the dynamics of this, and I articulated those dates earlier, and it's in the resolution also, this individual was presumed approved. This individual was not recommended by our committee. This individual was not confirmed by this body. So ultimately, you have a choice, and I know Councilwoman Weiner asked about has this ever transpired before? And my question would be, and this would be to Mr. Jameson or whoever can answer it, have we ever had an individual to be appointed to a board without confirmation from the council, with the presumption from the administration's office? I don't know if that's the case or if it isn't the case.
We have, yes.
That was Mr. Jameson answered and said yes.
Yeah, I think Mr. Mosley was the most recent.
So it has happened before.
To the BZA?
No, not to the BZA.
Okay, the BZA is a very important board. The BZA, it impacts what we do with short-term rentals. It impacts those hearings that we hear. The BZA, I would make the argument, is probably one of the most powerful boards that we appoint and confirm individuals to. And it's really simple. I mean, you're voting for standing by our process and our rules, what we have as a body, or you're voting for just a presumption and yielding that authority to the administration. It's really a clear vote. This individual needs to go back through the process.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gilmore, other questions?
Yeah, I had two more follow-up questions. One was, what was the recommendation of the Rules and Confirmation Committee?
So
For this particular?
On this bill, it was 3-4, the resolution, 0 against, and 4 abstentions.
Gotcha.
So it comes with a positive recommendation. There were no negative votes.
Okay, good. I'm just trying to make sure I understand it. Okay, and then it seems like there was some discussion, if we remove the process or the issues of the process, there were concerns about Mr. Lawless just being appointed. Is that correct? Am I correct to assume that?
I'm not understanding your question.
So my question is, if we remove the recommendations, right? So the council's for the confirmation, and I'm only asking because it's 11:35 at night. I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding the process. So if we remove the issue being the process, I'm saying there were still some concerns in the committee about Mr. Lawless and this appointment that he has.
Correct. There was May 21st and June 18th. I'm not on the Rules Committee.
Okay, yeah. No, and that's why I preface it by saying I'm just asking, just so I'm making sure that I understand it. All right, then. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Gilmore. Councilmember Pridemore.
Previous question.
Okay. Previous question has been called. So we're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We are now voting on 1832, 2019-1832. Now, this is a special vote. So I'm going to, before we vote, I'm just going to ask Mr. Jameson to explain how this works. Mr. Jameson?
The rules require that this be by roll call, and it further requires that for passage, there must be 3/4 of the council support.
So 3/4 of the membership of the council. The membership of the council has 39, so you'd have to have 29 votes. Is that correct?
That's 29.25. You'd probably have a debate as to whether or not the .25 should be rounded down or should it mean 30, and I think we'll.
All right, so we're going to.
Vice Mayor, how many do we have present?
How many people do we have?
You got a quorum. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 30.
So we have 30 members.
Thank you.
Okay. So, so you need 29.25. So we are voting on Resolution RS 2019-1832. This is a special matter, so we are having to do a roll call vote. We are on the board. Madam Clerk, we are voting on RS 2019-1832. Open up the machines. Point of order before we open up the machines, Councilmember Gilmore.
I wanted to see if the council member was able to defer it because we only have 30 minutes.
That's too late now. We are voting on the previous question.
Oh,
Previous question has prevailed, and we're voting on it.
okay. I think mine was a point of order.
You can't.
Can't ask a point of order?
Well, you can ask a point of order, but you're asking a question about deferring, and that's not. We are on the previous question.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Clerk, you got the machines open. Councilmember Glover, point of order.
Just very quickly, so that I understand completely, because it's 29.25, if it came in at 29, then it would not pass. Mr. Jameson, is that correct?
So there's not a great deal of legal authority on this, but you can have 0.25 of a council member, I think. I think the error would be on the side of 30.
That's why I'm asking the question, because, I mean, there's really not the interpretation. All right, thank you, Vice Mayor.
So we are voting right now. The machine is open. Everybody cast their vote? Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote. Everybody voted? Got to vote.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, close the machine, take the vote.
10 in favor, 12 against, 10 abstentions.
All right, so RS 2019-1832 fails. All right, we are now on Resolution RS 2019-1861 by Councilmember Vercher, Withers, and others. Declare surplus and authorize the conveyance of property to certain nonprofit organizations and authorizes grants not to exceed $9.8 million from the Barnes Fund to certain nonprofit organizations selected for the express purpose of constructing and rehabilitating affordable or workforce housing. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
So we're going to go to the ad hoc affordable housing. Councilmember Mendez.
We didn't have a quorum, no report.
All right, thank you. Budget and you've got Budget and Finance, Councilmember Vercher. Personnel, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Personnel Committee met today and considered this and recommended in favor, 3 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Bedney, Planning and Zoning.
Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 12-4-0 against, both on the amendment with the late file amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Vercher, back to you for budget.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This was discussed extensively during Budget and Finance, we did receive the report as it related to some of the questions that were raised yesterday. There was a motion for a one-meeting deferral. That motion failed. 2-4-7 against, 1 not voting, and ultimately, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 10-4-0 against. I move for approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Vercher, there's a late filed amendment.
That's the parcel. That's correct. That's correct.
So, Councilmember Vercher, why don't you move the amendment? We'll get that in front of us, and then we'll have an explanation of what it is.
Okay, I'll move the amendment and have Mr. Jameson explain the.
Okay, so the amendment, there's a motion to move the amendment, properly seconded. Councilmember, Mr. Jameson.
It's just a housekeeping amendment that corrects a parcel number, a typographical error.
All right, so got a motion and a second on the amendment. It's cleaning up a typographical error. Any discussion on the amendment? I've got people on the board. Anybody want to talk about the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment passes. Councilmember Vercher, you're on your resolution as amended. Now, wait a minute.
Did we vote on the amendment?
Was that late filed?
It was late filed, so should.
All right, so because it was late filed, I'm sorry. That's my mistake.
Move for suspension of the rules.
You would have to move suspension of the rules.
I just moved.
All right, so we have to go back. Do we have to reconsider our action on the amendment?
It'd be cleaner if you did.
Okay, so if you would move to reconsider.
Move to reconsider.
So we're going to move to reconsider our action on the amendment. Second, any discussion on the reconsideration? Seeing none, this is a motion to reconsider our action on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. That we have reconsidered, so we have no amendment in front of us. Now, you have to move to suspend the rules to get the amendment in front of us.
Move to suspend the rules, Vice Mayor.
All right, so you all know what the amendment is. There's a motion to suspend the rules. Rules Committee, Councilmember Lee.
This was brought before the Rules Committee, and it was approved.
Okay, so Councilmember Lee says that the Rules Committee reviewed it and approved it. Councilmember Vercher is moving to suspend the rules to get this amendment that we just voted on and then reconsidered back in front of you. Any objections to the suspension? Seeing none, okay, let's do it all again. There's Councilmember Vercher.
Move the amendment.
So there's a motion to move the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment passes. You're now on your resolution as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to
Okay.
move for approval as amended.
Okay, there's a proper motion, proper second. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. As I had an opportunity to read through this and to also look at the analysis, it reminded me of the Neighborhood Stabilization Program 2 that the city of Nashville received through MDHA, a grant that was $30 million for the stabilization of neighborhoods. It was based on 17 census tracts, and 9 of those census tracts were in the North Nashville community. But the nonprofit organizations who were able to receive that funding were Woodbine Community Organization, Urban Housing Solutions, the Housing Fund, and it was one more. No. It was neighborhood. It was Urban Housing Solution, Woodbine, the Housing Fund, and I can't think of the other right now. But the thing of it is it was based on 17 census tracts, and 9 of them were in North Nashville. And this was free money that came in as a grant, and none of those organizations in the North Nashville community was even considered for any kind of assistance. And I personally went to the mayor at that time and told him that I thought it was not a just thing for those community organizations to go into a community and rehab and get that $30 million, even though I know that they were the ones who wrote the grant. They researched it, wrote the grant. But that's just like someone getting free paint, and they go in and they paint your house, and it's no cost to you. And the mayor agreed, and the North Nashville Consortium was then formed, and 4 organizations received $750,000 to get to utilize. So I see this as the same kind of situation, because these are organizations that are established. They have the capacity, and the organizations in those North Nashville communities do not have the capacity because they never have the opportunity to receive these kinds of funds. We just passed an equity business opportunity ordinance, and I think that this goes directly against it, even though I know that was about metro contracting. But I think it's the same kind of disparity that this city has consistently presented in the city. And I don't think that it's fair. I don't particularly like it. And if the city is not going to be responsible to all of Nashville, we're going to continue to have this tale of 2 cities. And I stand questioning this particular resolution, and I am not in support of it because I'd like to know how these organizations were selected, and I know it was supposedly through a procurement process, but those are not apples versus apples and oranges versus oranges. When you have small grassroots organizations that may apply to and against the powerhouses like the Housing Fund or Woodbine Community Organization. So I stand in opposition of this.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you very much. I was in the Finance Committee yesterday, or as we call it, the Budget and Finance Committee, and I stand with Council Lady Hurd. I will support it, but I was the one that asked that there be a deferral because I think of what she spoke of, and whether this is, we consider this to apply to business or not, it is a form of business. Most people build wealth off of government contracts or government opportunities. Nashville is experiencing a big boom at this time, and I think she made a very relevant point. It's 10 properties that will be developed. 8 of the 10 properties are in the North Nashville community, and we have several organizations that they not only applied for it, but they have been building capacity over in those areas for the last couple of years, and they applied for it, and they were not able to qualify for this grant. And we're giving $9 million. Once again, or I shouldn't say giving, we are awarding $9.8 million to organizations that we have helped to continuously build capacity over and over again. It's a systemic issue. We talk about gentrification, we talk about equity between African Americans, women, but we're not putting those mechanisms in place. I think I was very transparent about yesterday, and I do appreciate Hannah for saying that she recognized that was an issue and that she would work on it. But nevertheless, I think we have to be very mindful because we represent the whole city of Nashville, and if we have organizations that specialize in this and they've had opportunities to get these fundings in the past and they're not getting them now, we should ask ourselves, what are we doing? And why is it that they're not able to build the capacity at the same level? Because we are creating an unequal system. So once again, I just think it's very important as we move forward. I asked for a deferral, but no one wanted to defer. But we need to look at when the people in the community that service these people every day, and we're talking about creating opportunities for people that do not have ways or pathways to housing, and you have organizations that specialize in that. They teach people how to buy a home, how to get their credit right. And then when they go to apply for the money to help build it, they don't have those opportunities. We have to continue to explore it. And we have specific groups that were in the North Nashville community that have been building houses for a while. For example, we had Be a Helping Hand. So we have to look at this, and it's very serious. We're giving $9.8 million away. That's how people build capacity in the city of Nashville. They do it through government grants, they do it through construction, and now is the time, and I don't know that we'll have another big boom like this, so I think it's something that we really need to explore and correct immediately. So once again, I will be supporting this because it's affordable housing, but I'm disappointed that there are not more African Americans and more women that are able to participate in the construction of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bedney.
Well, those of you that actually listen to me know that I have been a big advocate to try to use the Barnes Fund and the city to create more capacity in the nonprofit sector. So I agree with Councilmember Gilmore and Hurt about the need to support locally grown, community-based nonprofits that are tackling the local issues. Having said that, I think it's a huge mistake not to fund this today, because let's say we don't fund this today and we say, well, we're going to fund these small groups. It will take probably a year to go through the whole process to get the funding. In the meantime, these families that could be helped next month will have to wait another year to get the help they need so they can stay at home. I was involved with Rebuilding Together Nashville a while back. I led hundreds of volunteers and contractors fixing homes in Bordeaux after the flood. All over the city, we benefited from the work that this partnership, this way of fixing homes that is brought by some of these nonprofits. So although I am in strong support of supporting smaller startup, community-based nonprofits that address the needs of the local community, please vote for this today, because people need our help to stay home. They need to live in better houses. They shouldn't be living in substandard houses right here in Nashville today. So I'm in support of this legislation, but I encourage my peers, those of you that are coming back next year, I hope I'll be here with you guys, to create a program to support local small nonprofits that are community-based. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I really appreciate the comments of my colleagues on this. And I want everyone to know that on the commission, we have wrestled with a lot of those same questions and issues over the last several years. As y'all are aware, we have had a lot of change in leadership and staffing in the Office of Housing and who we're dealing with it. The mayor's office, and I will say Hannah has done an amazing job in the short time that she's been in the office. And one of the main things that we have focused on with her and with Kaki as our commission chair is kind of what do we want the Barnes Fund to be. And I know that Councilmember Hurt and Councilmember Gilmore talked about building capacity, as did Councilmember Bedney. And we did a couple years ago actually take some of the funds from the Barnes Fund and partnered with the Center for Nonprofit Management and held basically capacity trainings, really about kind of how do you become a good, healthy, functioning nonprofit. We also did set-asides on previous grant rounds where we said, look, we're going to put a certain percentage of the full award for those who are going to apply for smaller organizations and smaller grants, and that the bigger players are going to go from this pool and the smaller players are going to have a chance to compete among like-size organizations. All that to say is we've been trying a few different approaches over the last few years because we want to see what works. So we are at the end of this month going to a basically half-day strategic planning session where we have done at least 2 rounds in the last couple months of just listening sessions, of listening to those smaller organizations, listening to other applicants just all across the board to say what would be most helpful to you to be able to put your best foot forward, present the best application, to present the best possible plan, and quite frankly, leverage dollars the best to create the most affordable housing. So I do ask colleagues to support this tonight, but I want to affirm and lift up what my colleagues have said as well, because we're wrestling with those same questions on the commission. And I think we're coming to a point. I'm actually really encouraged. I think we're coming to a point where everyone is feeling good about the chance that their voice is going to be heard, and that there's going to be a very level playing field regarding these grant applications. We have specifically discussed going back to what we did a few rounds ago and split to where we say, okay, if we've got 10, do we do 3 and 7, 6 and 4, however it might be, small organizations, large organizations, because we're acknowledging that capacity issue. And then one just district plug, Be a Helping Hand is actually doing a project in District 17. And Mark and I have been discussing the fact that they have to go get a variance on their property because it's just shy of the standard lot size. We have found through our work in the commission that smaller organizations need that capacity built up when it comes to clean titles and irregular lot sizes and things like that. We're all learning together, and I know this is probably more information than anybody wanted at midnight, but I do want to, like I said, lift up what my colleagues are saying and know that we're working as hard as we can on the commission to try to address them.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. I'll also try to keep it short, but I don't want this to not pass. I want it to pass tonight, so it's important to say. So I've got the privilege of serving on the board of 2 applicants who both didn't get awarded money. Both are small nonprofits.
Sorry.
One's in North Nashville, New Level CDC associated with Mount Zion, and then the other is in Edge Hill for a long time, Park Center. Both didn't get their grants awarded. And all the things that my colleagues have said, and especially what Councilman Sledge said about the Barnes Fund and its award cycle is still relatively young. All the organizations involved in town, which are with the exception of one, all local, are still on a learning curve of figuring out how to make this work best for the city. But there's zero chance that the two smaller nonprofits that I'm on the board of that applied for funds and didn't get it, there's no chance that they would want to hold this up. There's plenty of time to work on these issues in subsequent rounds, but there can't be any way that they would be in favor of holding this up tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pauly.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'll make this very brief. The comments of my colleagues illustrate just what a difficult issue this is, and I certainly don't want to minimize anything they said because I agree it's complex. It's very complex. If you paid attention to the Budget Committee meeting, it was a very long and intense discussion about this resolution, and I just want to commend Ms. Davis for how she handled that yesterday at Budget and the work that she's done. At the end of the day, we won't go through all the details, but this does end up putting 372 units of affordable housing, which are much needed. We hear this all the time about how desperate people are for affordable housing here in Nashville. So I appreciate Councilman Sledge and Councilman Mendez as well, and their hard work on this issue as we continue to work through it to find as good a solution as we can. But at the end of the day, I'll be supporting this as we really work toward putting more units on the ground. Thank you.
Councilmember Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I appreciate my colleagues and the intent that's presented. But I do believe that it's about intentionality and deliberate action. Woodbine Community Organization received the first Neighborhood Stabilization Program award that came to the city. And it was no RFP, no selection process other than MDHA saying that we're going to give this money to Woodbine, and they created the powerhouse that Woodbine is today. And I believe that when you have that in place and that's your intent, that's what happens. Now, is it possible for an amendment to be done to make sure that maybe 20% of the construction in the rehabilitation can go to a minority organization, whether it's a woman-owned or a DBE, in order to have some type of equity in what's being done here? Again, I just believe that we've got to be intentional about what it is that we do. We can't talk the talk and not walk the walk. And I understand what it is in terms of us trying to get affordable housing. And I don't think deferring this for 1 week is going to, for one meeting is actually going to eliminate the houses that will be built as a result of the award that's given. So I'm not trying to stop this, but I just need for it to be more than acknowledged. While I appreciate the acknowledgement, I think there has to be some action and some kind of legislative power behind this type of action.
So, Councilmember, let me make sure, are you proposing anything or?
If there's a possibility for there to be an amendment, that there is some shared possibility of a DBE getting some of the construction work that has to be done in the rehabilitation of these homes.
So I'm looking at both Mr. Jameson and Mr. Cooper. I'm not sure if anybody's prepared to answer that question tonight. Mr. Jamison?
At a minimum, we'd have to look at the state law allowances on what could be provided because the state has frowned so heavily on any allocation of percentage assignments. It'd also take a suspension of the rule and preferably a deferral so that we could get the amendment correct if we're allowed to do it under state law.
So what Mr. Jameson is saying is that you would be amending this. We're not sure if that's even legally correct, and no one's drafted the amendment.
So could it be deferred to the next meeting, and in between that time, some type of amendment to accompany this legislation be done?
You could move to defer this resolution.
Well, I move to defer.
All right, so I have a motion to defer one meeting. Is there a second? Okay, so there's a motion to defer one meeting. It's been properly seconded, and we're on the deferral motion. Any discussion on the deferral motion? I've got people on the board, so I need for you to raise your hand. Councilmember Allen, on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want to repeat information that was given to us yesterday in the Budget Committee when we asked about the potential effects even of a 2-week deferral. At least one organization, Habitat, just simply expressed the remarkably complicated funding stack, that there are multiple sources of funding, of which this is one. They use this to leverage in very efficient ways other types of funding that may have other deadlines that will depend on being able to say, yes, we got this, and if this is deferred and they were planning on counting on it in something that was due next week, we topple that entire funding stack. She did not specifically say, but that's just something that I think is important to take into consideration. And it hasn't come up tonight, but these 372 units average at about $26,000 a unit, which is, you know, to me, remarkable investment for us to be able to put forth to create a large number of units, which we desperately need. And I'm concerned that even the 2-week deferral has the potential to knock some of the funding of these out so that they don't actually happen, which is just to build upon the concern that Councilmember Mendez had, that asking to start this process over is problematic, but even deferring it 2 weeks can be problematic, and I want that to be taken into consideration.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Anybody else on the deferral motion? Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you so much. I think it's a great project, but I think what the issue is green is the new equity. And we say that we're committed to equity, and what we're seeing over and over, and I think what Councilmember Hurt is articulating so well, that there's only going to be certain places that these affordable houses are going to be able to be built. When you do something with MDHA, there are only certain places that those census tracts will take place, and it's usually people of color and people that are poor. And we have people of color that specialize in this type of construction, in this type of business, that have been doing it for years, and they're not startups. And the reason they're still at the capacity that they are because they don't get awarded the contracts. So they'll never be able to get bigger. And if we keep on saying, we'll get you next time, it's not guaranteed that this money is going to be here for the barns, because people are not big fans of it anyway. But the issue is that people in the community that are not fly-by-night organizations are not benefiting from the issues or the concerns that make them targets or identified areas for affordable housing to go, or subsidized housing. So that's the issue. And you have people outside of the community that would never qualify for it coming in and building, and they're not helping people that specialize in it. So capacity is not being built. And if we're saying that we're truly about equal opportunity and equity, we will try to make sure that those persons, I'm not talking about somebody that just started up a business, I'm talking about people that have been in the community for years, providing resources to those people in the community that cannot benefit from what they've been doing and what they would qualify for, because other people in the outside of the community keep on getting it. So we're not helping them build capacity. And so I think that's what the issue is. We're not against the Barnes Fund, but the issue is that the people that have been there the longest, and when I say people, I mean organizations that have been developed, are not having the opportunity to build capacity, and we continue to say that we're going to look at it, we're still trying to work it out, and there's only so much money in the Barnes Fund. We know that. This is $10 million, and how much do we have left in the Barnes Fund? How much money? That's a question.
That's to the administration?
That's to the administration. How much money do we have left?
We've received another allocation of $10 million. We'll be offering another round in the fall.
Okay, so we're receiving another allocation of $10 million, and is it a certain amount that we have? Are we drawing down? Is it like 40? Or we just keep on allocating it and then we see? I just want to be clear about what we're doing.
I mean, we historically, the funds that are budgeted in the fiscal year are allocated entirely over that fiscal year.
And so how much has been allocated for this year?
Well, it would be 10 million.
Okay, so 10 million's gone, and we're saying that we're going to get them on the next round. There may or may not be a next round.
There is an extra round.
Okay, but if that 10 million, I guess what I'm saying, there's no set amount, right? So we don't know, they may or may not get it, and the issue is these people are residents of the city, and they're not benefiting from it. I'm not going to hold up the project, but I think we need to think about that. It's not like we said we got 60 million, we've allocated 10, and we're going to do this. The people in the community that live in that community are not benefiting from it, and that's an issue. And we talk about we're committed to equity. Green is the new equity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, council member. Anybody else wishing to speak on the motion to defer? Okay, so I saw Councilmember Glover first. Again, this is just the motion to defer. Councilmember Glover.
So very quickly, I support the deferral on this because, frankly, we got a letter today from the State Comptroller's Office that I really need to try and look at and digest and understand exactly what it is. And from what I'm hearing over here, it sounds like we're doing some of the same things. So if 2 weeks is going to kill something, then I really am going to raise the red flag and question it. So I think the deferral is the right thing to do. I'm going to support it because I don't think 2 weeks is going to make or break this. But I think we better get our house in order on the way we're allocating money. Thank you.
On the deferral motion, Councilmember Bendy.
Yeah, I just can't believe I'm listening to this. There has been a process. There is a board that works for weeks and weeks and months. How long did it took you, Kobe? Sorry, I'm cranky because it's very late. But we're trying to reinvent the wheel. We have had a process set up to decide how we're going to spend this money, who's been allocated for how long, Kobe?
Councilmember.
I mean, this is just crazy. I mean, if we want to change things, let's change the rules, and we'll decide that from now on, every time we allocate money for the bonds fund, a percentage of that will go to minority businesses. But let's not hold these people hostage that they don't have a place to live. What are we doing here? People need a place to live. They need a house that is proper to live, that is not leaking in the roof, that there is heating in the... forgive me. Please don't defer this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Elrod, on the deferral motion.
Call the question.
Previous question has been called. We're on the previous question on the deferral motion. So we're voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We're on the previous question. We are voting on the deferral motion. We'll do it by voice vote. So if you're for the deferral motion, it's for one meeting. Say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Let's go to the machine. We're voting on the deferral motion. So it's just until we only have one meeting left, so it's to the next meeting. It's a motion to defer. Madam Clerk, open machines. This is just on the deferral motion. You're voting, if you want to defer, you'll vote yes. If you don't want to defer, you vote no. Everybody voted? Councilmember Hastings? We're on the deferral motion. Okay, Madam Clerk, close machine, take the vote.
9 in favor, 23 against.
Okay, so the motion to defer fails. We are now back on the resolution. The next person in line was was Councilmember Swope. Somehow you disappeared off the board. Oh, there you are. Okay. Councilmember Swope was the next person.
Previous question.
Okay, so the previous question, he has called the previous question on the resolution, so we're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on the resolution, RS 2019-1861 by Councilmember Virtue, Withers, and others. Remember, we amended it with a late filed amendment. Because it needs 21 votes, we're on the board. All right, so we're voting on resolution RS 2019-1861 as amended. Madam Clerk, open up the machines. If you're for the resolution, you would vote for it, obviously. If you're against it, you'd vote no. Everybody voted? Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote.
31 in favor, 1 abstention.
Okay. RS 2019-1861 as amended passes. We're now on resolution RS 2019-1864 by Councilmember Pulley. Recognizes Joey Syracuse upon the occasion of his earning the Eagle Scout Award. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
Rules, Councilmember Lee.
Yes, the rules approve this 7-0.
All right, Councilmember Pulley.
Move approval of the brief comments.
All right, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
We will be back at the next meeting to recognize Joey Syracuse for his exceptional it is getting late here. His exceptional accomplishment of earning his Eagle Scout Award, but I did want to take a moment as a former Scout Master and a parent of 2 Eagle Scouts. I certainly know firsthand what an honor it is to have your son involved in this and earning this award. And I also know how much of sacrifice and how much support and encouragement his parents need to be involved in this process. And you might note the name, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out for all the hard work of his father, who is one of our own, and that would be Councilman Jeff Syracuse. So with that, I move approval.
So the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember O'Connell.
I'd like to know if Councilmember Syracuse can do a half hitch with his microphone cable.
We are voting on the resolution. Been approved, properly seconded. Any discussion besides that? All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Resolution RS 2019-1868 by Councilmember Van Rees and Wiener condemns animal abuse in any form, including the soring and mistreatment of horses. Recognizes the federal regulatory safeguards in place to protect horses. Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, I have a little bit of housekeeping to do, and I'm hoping Mr. Jamieson can make sure that I do this correctly. There is a late filed amendment to this resolution that I filed. I'd like to withdraw that. And I'd also like to go ahead and move the amendment to this resolution submitted by Kathleen Murphy for consideration and then a brief comment.
All right, so we're on RS 2019-1868 by Councilmember Van Rees and Wiener. You have moved the amendment, not the late filed amendment. There's an actual
Correct.
amendment on the bill.
Move the amendment without anything.
All right, so
and
you
then
have moved
move the resolution.
Okay, let's get the amendment before us first. So you move
Okay.
the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you or to Mr. Jamieson for an explanation of the amendment. And it's by Councilmember Murphy.
Yes, thank you. With the resolution as amended, Ms. Murphy and I have come to an agreement that gave both sides of the lobbyist heartburn, which means you found a compromise because neither one of them liked it, to take our horse down the old town road and ride till we can't ride. We are moving to support her ordinance, support this amendment to the resolution in exchange for an indefinite deferral of the ordinance that we will hear later. So with that, I move approval of my resolution as amended by Ms. Murphy.
Okay, so we have not actually voted on the amendment yet, so let's get the amendment
Okay, well,
before.
let's go ahead and do that.
Move the amendment, properly seconded. We still don't know what the amendment does. So
Okay,
can you-
I defer to the author of that amendment, Councilmember Murphy, to explain.
Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Council Lady Van Rees. I want to thank you for working with me on this important issue. This amendment, what it does is it officially goes on the record that we, the Metro Council, support the passage of the PAST Act. PAST stands for Prevent All Soaring Tactics. It ensures that horses are free from soaring and abuse. And it also will, this amendment will further urge members of the Tennessee delegation to the United States Senate to co-sponsor and pass the PAST Act. A little tongue twister there. So for those of y'all who have not kept up with what the PAST Act is, it will further protect horses and ban action devices like those you see on my desk here, which I will dramatically drop for effect. And it will really kind of take the federal regulations to the next level that would have happened under the Obama administration, but that rule was sent back to the USDA. So this bill, the PAST Act, has already passed the House of Representatives with 333 members voting in favor. It had 308 co-sponsors. I think even in this body, that's a pretty large number to get. That's 227 Democrats co-sponsored and 81 Republicans co-sponsored in the U.S. Congress. And so what this does, again, is putting us on the record saying that federal regulations need to go further to prevent soaring and ban these action devices like you see on my desk here. So thank you, Council Lady Van Rees, for accepting this amendment to your resolution, and I appreciate the council's support on this.
All right, so the motion is to adopt the amendment. It's been properly seconded. Councilmember Davis.
I love animals. I'm in support of this legislation. Let's be clear. You said I want to have a horse called Buttercup. I mean, literally. And of course, you know, I'm a lab owner myself. He's my spoiled four-legged son. So I'm all in favor. I would have a cat, but I'm allergic to cats. But I still like other people's cats. But
that's probably more than we wanted to know.
Well, I know. TMI.
Thank you.
But well, I just want to remind folks, and that, you know, the good Lord made us stewards of animals for a reason, because we need to if we fix people, you know, we can fix the animals. And I want to remind people, at once that we're protecting animals, I just want us to show some of the same initiative when it comes to the kids in all our communities and to other adults in need. And I just want people to remember this and be just as passionate for animals as they are for our youth. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Previous question.
Previous question has been called on the amendment. We're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, so previous question prevails. We are on the amendment. This is Councilmember Murphy's amendment to Councilmember Van Rees's resolution. All in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment passes. Councilmember Van Rees, you're on your resolution as amended.
Thank you. I move approval of the resolution as amended.
All right, so there is a motion to approve the resolution as amended. It's properly seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Councilmember Swope? All right, all those in favor of the resolution as amended say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Councilmember Swope, any comments? Okay, all right. All right. right. All right, we're now on Resolution RS 2019-1872 by Councilmember Glover. Request a moratorium on any demolition at the Fairgrounds Nashville site. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's go ahead and just lay everything out on the table here very quickly. This is non-binding memorializing resolution.
You got to get committee reports.
Oh, sorry about that. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Swope. You got a codes report on Resolution RS 2019-1872.
1872, Codes Fairs Farmers Market voted 3 for, 1 against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Glover?
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyway, it is late at night. Let's cut straight to the chase here. It's non-binding, but let's also understand where we are in the process. The court has thrown it back to the Chancery from appellate. And we unfortunately, I'm not an attorney. We couldn't get all the answers in the committee, but believe me, I've been getting text explaining that the appeal and it coming back to the court is more than just 1 or 2 things. It really is questioning even the validity of the vote and did we violate the charter. So whether we did or we did not, this really has no power to it. But I think it does send a message that says we need to wait until the court has spoken before we move forward. Because once you tear things down and once you go ahead and break what may have occurred with the charter amendment back in 2011, then have we created even greater problems for ourselves and our taxpayers. So that's why I'm asking that we support this, pass it, because we just move too fast on some of these things sometimes, thinking it's got to be a certain way. And in this one, we got a gotcha when it's been handed back now. And until the court rules, none of us sitting in this room knows what goes on. So with that, I would move and ask for approval. Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. Pursuant to Rule 8, I'd have this deferred 1 meeting.
Okay, so this gets deferred automatically by rule. All right. We are now, we have 1 late file resolution by Councilmember Withers. I'll actually read what it is. It's expresses support for those affected by Sunday's mass shooting in Dayton, Ohio, and I believe probably El Paso, Texas as well. Are they both in the resolution? Just Dayton, Ohio. Encourages lawmakers to take seriously the public health epidemic that gun violence presents. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I believe, do I need a committee report from Rules on suspension?
Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
This was brought before the Rules Committee, and it was approved with a 7-0 vote.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move approval, and then with a brief
Move
comment.
to suspend the rules to get in front of you. Okay, so there's a motion to suspend the rules to get this matter before us tonight. Any objection? Seeing none, you're on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a very brief comment.
All right, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
I appreciate everyone's staying up this late. Dayton, Ohio happens to be my hometown. Obviously, we've had shooting events here in our city, and we know how that affects us. I wanted to express my and our solidarity with the elected body and the public servants in the city of Dayton. This resolution does a couple of things. One is that it names the lives of the 9 who lost their lives. It also recognizes the police officers who stopped that threat so quickly. I think sometimes when we have shooting events, we all feel like victims, and I want to recognize the police officers as well as members of the community that took proactive stops to save the lives of others. And finally, what it does is it asks lawmakers both in the state of Ohio and in Tennessee to work towards some sort of a solution. Doesn't necessarily what that is, but I think the move to do something is very, very important. In the state of Ohio, Governor Mike DeWine has been meeting with folks, and I'm encouraged to see some bipartisan talks about some possibilities. I would hope that we could have similar discussions here in the state of Tennessee. So just in the interest of wanting to get this sent to my hometown in Ohio as quickly as we can, just appreciate everyone's willingness to suspend the rules and go ahead and consider this today. If you'd like to sign on to it, please notify the clerk, and if we could get that mailed out in the next couple of days, I would be very appreciative as a point of personal privilege.
So Councilmember Withers moves to approve properly. Seconded. How about if we just say everybody who's voting on this goes on as a sponsor? Any objections? Okay. Okay, so we're voting on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Okay, we are now on bills on second reading. We are trying something different this meeting. We actually are going to try to have a consent calendar, which will hopefully get through bills on second reading much quicker. So what we are doing is we are, I'm going to go through the bills that are on the consent agenda, and then we are going to do the exact same thing we do on resolution. So here we go. If you need to bump something, let me know. BL 2018-1320 is on the consent. 1328 is on the consent calendar. 2019-1791, consent. 1792, 1793, 1794, 1795, 1796, 1797, 98, 99, and 1800 are on the consent agenda. Anything need to be bumped? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to read the captions real quick. Bill 2018-1320 by Mendes and Elrod approves an amendment to the Rutledge Hill redevelopment plan. BL 2018-1328, Mendes, Cooper, and Henderson amends the Metro Code regarding tax increment financing development and redevelopment plans. BL 2019-1791, Pulley, Bedney, and O'Connell bans existing public sanitary sewer mains, manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, except new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for four properties located at Belmont Park Terrace, Harding Place, and Granny White Pike. BL 2019-1792, Sledge, Bedney, and O'Connell abandons existing public sanitary sewer main and sanitary sewer manholes, except a new water main, fire hydrant assembly, and a sanitary sewer manhole for property located at 22223 8th Avenue South. BL 2019-1793, Swope, Bedney, and O'Connell abandons an existing sanitary sewer easement, except new water mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 6021 Mount Pisgah Road and Mount Pisgah Road. BL 2019-1794, Wiener, Bedney, and O'Connell, except permanent and temporary easements from the Harness Drive Stormwater Improvement Project for 8 properties located on Harness Drive, Carriage Drive, and Sawyer Brown Road. BL 2019-1795, Henderson, Bedney, and O'Connell abandons existing water pumping stations, brick building, and associated easement, and to retain the remaining 10-foot public utility easement located at 1505 Dresden Circle. BL 2019-1796, Sledge, Bedney, and O'Connell abandons alley number 2086 and unnumbered alley right-of-way. 2019-1797, O'Connell, Bedney abandons alley number 384 and alley number 386 right-of-way. BL 2019-1798, Scott Davis, Bedney, and O'Connell authorized the purchase of property at 1012 Apex Street for the Apex Storm Screening Facility Improvements Project. BL 2019-1799, Allen and Hall provides honorary street names designation of Perry Wallace Way for a portion of 25th Avenue South, and BL 2019-1800 by Councilmember Dow amends the Metro Code to authorize an increase in the assessment rate for the South Nashville Central Business Improvement District for Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County. Okay, so those are all the bills on the consent agenda. We're trying something different. These are basically bills that would go through very quickly anyway, particularly the sewer and water manhole things. All right, so we're ready to go. Anything needs to be bumped? Seeing none, let's get committee reports. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On BL 2018-1320, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4-0 against. On BL 2018-1328, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4-0 against. And on BL 2019-1798, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4-0 against. Was 1800 on consent too?
1800 was on consent.
BL 2019-1800, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12-4-0 against.
All right, Councilmember Bedney, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll try not to scream. 1633 was approved as amended.
You're on the wrong bill, so don't scream.
Yeah, we started the wrong way. 1791 approved, 10-4-0 against. 1792 approved, 10-4-0 against. 1793 approved, 10-4-0 against. 1794 Approved 10-4-0 against. 1795, the same. 1796, the same. 1797, the same. 1798, the same.
Great, thank you. Councilmember O'Connell, Public Works. You start with 1791.
Yep, 1791, we were 6 in favor, 0 against. Same for 1792, 1793, 1794, 1795, 1796, 1797, 1798, and 1799. We were 9 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, thank you. Traffic and parking. I've got Councilmember Wiener, but is it Councilmember Hager? You've got that one?
Yes, I do. It's 1796 was approved, 3-4-0 against. 1797 was 3-4-0 again.
All right, Councilmember Lee, I go to you.
Rules did not have any on this, but I would like to please move approval of all on the second reading consent agenda.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Roberts, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I still have a committee report on 1632.
That we haven't gotten to that yet. It's not on the consent calendar.
Not on consent.
No.
Sorry about that.
We'll come back to you in just a minute. All right, so I got a motion to approve all those matters on the consent agenda. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, so we're now on BL 2019-1632 by Councilmember O'Connell. That's where your public safety report comes in. Let me go to Councilmember O'Connell first. Amends the Metro Code relative to aggressive panhandling by deleting the section in its entirety. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer indefinitely, please.
Okay, let's get committee report.
Sorry, yeah,
just
committee
because
report.
she's been so excited about doing it.
No, I know.
Councilmember Roberts,
I
go
would
ahead.
not want to deny her that excitement.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is a big moment for me. Public safety voted 5 in favor, 0 against to defer indefinitely per the sponsor.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell has moved to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion to defer indefinitely passes. And you did a really nice job, Councilmember Roberts, on that. Substitute Bill BL 2019-1633 by Councilmember Allen. This amends the Metro Code regarding short-term rental property owner-occupied and short-term rental property non-owner-occupied. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to ask for committee reports.
All right, Codes, Fair, and Farmers Market. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Codes agreed on 2019-1633 as amended, 3-4, 1 against.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Bedney.
Yes. I'm really sorry. We are on 1633?
Yep.
Okay. Trying to find the page. That's the one you tried to stop me before, right?
Yep.
Okay, so it was approved as amended 4 against, and the late file amendment by Councilmember O'Connell passed 11-4, one non-voting.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval as amended. We'll get to the amendment with a brief explanation.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve, properly second. Back to you.
Thank you. Brief explanation, then we'll move on to the amendment. Just to remind people, this bill was introduced in June to do several things. It incorporates language that makes us consistent with state legislation. It removes references to the $50 fee now that we've done the fee study, and that can be addressed in another section. And it removes RM from the zoning districts where short-term rental non-owner occupied permits are allowed at a point in time. It does not affect existing properties in RM zoning. The reason that we did that particular piece of it was because we were beginning to see in council meetings that RM properties were having to go through rezonings or properties that were trying to be rezoned as RM were having to come back as SP specifically so they could say they would not be used for short-term rental. So residential property, which we need to address our housing needs, was having a more difficult time being created simply because of the default to short-term rental, which seems like we've gotten that whole system backwards. And also that we were seeing that from the public hearing that we had, hearing that the RM properties now in many cases are experiencing a premium in cost because of this potential use. When again, the basic need of the basic use of RM should be for residential multifamily zoning. So that is why this addition has been made to that. The process that we went through, this went through the Planning Commission public hearing. Some people spoke in favor of it. Others were concerned that it would have an adverse effect on people who had made investments in parts of Nashville based on the rules in place. They asked at the Planning Commission that some concessions be made to allow them to continue with the process they had started based in good faith on what the rules were at the time. The Planning Commission passed that version unanimously, but every single planning commissioner said, but we feel like you should address this concern that has been raised about properties that are already in process. So the only way to make that adjustment was to do it at second reading after public hearing here. And so a substitute was offered. That substitute did two things. One, it made refinements to the delayed start date that had always been in place. And two, it, at the request of investors, had made an allowance for future property owners of RM zone property to be able to apply for a permit, and if they qualified, to get that permit. That was the piece that troubled many council members and also neighborhood advocates, and is something that we have been working on. This has been deferred in an effort to buy more time to make adjustments to that. There will be an amendment offered that I think is a significant improvement over that substitute, and I welcome that amendment. I believe that, as Councilmember Van Rees said earlier, this must be a good compromise because we've got people who don't like it on both sides, but there are folks in the middle who seem to feel like we've done a decent job of trying to find the common ground. So I'm sorry that we can't make everyone happy, but I feel like we have tried very hard to address a need, which is to make RM, residential multifamily, be consistent with how residential single family is being treated with regard to short-term rental, which is if the owner lives there, you can get a permit. If the owner doesn't live there, we're going to draw a line in time and say that has proven to be problematic to neighborhoods, and we see that we need to end that. And we want to try to do it in an orderly fashion that does not wreak too much havoc, but that will provide the protection that neighborhoods need. So with that not-so-brief explanation, I will defer to Councilmember O'Connell for an amendment.
Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have an amendment to this bill. It's just, I guess, can I move that and then offer a brief explanation, please?
So is this amendment late filed?
Yeah, so I guess, so here's the deal. We have a timely filed version of this amendment that includes most of the provisions, but in, kind of making sure we got the language considered, there is a late filed version that unfortunately we did not take to Rules Committee, so I'm going to try this. I'd like to move to suspend the rules to get better language here.
All right, so you're moving to suspend the rules to do, to bring a late filed amendment before this body.
Correct.
You're also suspending the rules because it didn't go to the Rules Committee.
That is correct.
All right, so is there an objection to the suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your amendment.
All right, thank you. And do I need to suspend twice, once for rules and once to actually bring the amendment?
I did them both at the same time.
Perfect. So just by way of brief explanation here on the mechanics of this, we've got a couple things here. Some of you will remember from after Councilmember Allen filed a substitute, there were a few sections in there, and I originally filed an amendment that would have deleted Section 14, which was the one that would have allowed ongoing transfers of permits, basically departing from the work we did in BL 2017-608 and bringing it into line with that. We've also heard from representatives and Metro Legal that there was some erroneous permit issuances over the past year that have resulted in a number of lawsuits. We've got a cleanup provision for that would allow those lawsuits to be resolved without actually costing Metro taxpayers and Metro Legal time and materials to do that. We have, instead of eliminating that provision on transfers, I think because there is a recognition that multifamily zoning is different in many cases than single family or duplexes, we are allowing up to 2 transfers to track with the industry. I think There are a couple things I want to consider here, though. If there was one thing that was clear from Thursday's results at the ballot box, Nashvillians are ready for the people who govern this city, namely us, to start making decisions in the interest of Nashvillians again. There's just a few thousand short-term rental permits that have been issued in Nashville, and probably a few thousand more operating without a permit. There are almost 700,000 Nashvillians. Most of us live in neighborhoods, and none of us signed up to have unstaffed hotels operating in our neighborhoods. Unfortunately, many of us were unwillingly signed up for just that in the original bill that introduced short-term rentals to Nashville. As a permitted use, as I said earlier in this meeting on a different bill, I think short-term rentals can exist in our city, but they should not exist in areas we've long said through community plans and a comprehensive zoning code with multiple categories should remain residential. I appreciate the aims of this bill, but it is frankly far too generous to an industry that has acted with near abandon and rejected or dismissed efforts to make its presence less disruptive to neighborhoods. So I'm offering an amendment that would bring that alignment into case. RM is the remaining category that has an R. It is residential. My amendment is a result of frustrating conversations and negotiations. I'm disappointed that the interests of a few dozen property owners and the idea of generational wealth have us so willing to destroy quality of life for neighbors who will be trying to live in previously residential areas for years to come. Even so, if we are unwilling to apply this amendment, then we should not pass this bill. A few weeks ago, I attended the placement of a historical marker for the Reverend Bill Barnes at the congregation he founded, Edge Hill United Methodist Church. Just a few blocks north on parts of Sigler and Hawkins Streets in District 19, the neighborhood where this champion of affordable housing cited his remarkable inclusive church is unrecognizable because it's not a neighborhood. It's a network of hotels that pretend to be houses. Anyone who put the word neighborhood on a mailer during recent campaigns for re-election should, at a minimum, support my amendment. But pay attention to how you've heard from neighbors across Nashville that we move too far in the direction of investors and industry. We all still have work to do to return houses to being homes, not hotels in our neighborhoods. Please support this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. So you're moving your amendment properly. Seconded. Okay, so we're on the amendment. I've got people in the line, Councilmember Murphy, Councilmember Roten, Glover, and Weiner, on the amendment or on the bill? Let me go through Councilmember Murphy on the amendment. Councilmember Murphy, you're on the amendment.
I believe it's on the amendment, but I think, like many of y'all, it's past my bedtime and I'm starting to get confused. I have neighbors concerned that this legislation, buried in here somewhere, I'm not exactly sure where, some treasure hunt, I guess, that this is going to open up or undo work that we've done for duplex properties slash APR, not APRA, it's HPRs, where you'll have, right now you can only have one permit per parcel, like per lot, basically, and this is gonna undo that, and so a duplex could have an Airbnb on both sides, or for an HPR, both would be able to get a permit. Is that going to happen with this conglomerate of things we're doing tonight?
Mr. Jamison.
No, so after 608 was adopted, there was a period of time where permits were erroneously issued to HPR properties. Litigation resulted, and so the single sentence that you see now, that is the new subsection, or section 7, would state that those properties, provided they have their permit issued before July 1st of 2019, this provision doesn't apply to them. It doesn't create any new exceptions other than for those particular permits. It'll then eliminate, I think, 41 separate lawsuits. I think Mr. Cooper's nodding yes. 41 separate lawsuits filed by the HPR owners who had obtained their permits during that window of time, and that's the sole intent of that sentence.
So to clarify, because I'm sleepy, if I own a duplex and September 22nd, I go to get, say we pass this, and September 22nd, I will not be able to get an Airbnb permit for both sides.
If you had your permit before July 1st, 2019, you get to keep that permit. You do not get a new permit if you don't have one before that date.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Roden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I guess this is for Mr. Jamison. Mr. Jamison, so we're talking about RM properties, non-owner occupied. Most of the large RM properties are owned by real estate trusts, corporations, and this is for, once they sell the property, then it's 2 more times, or just 1 more time?
It's 2.
2 times.
Under this.
So we could have a corporation that goes for 100 years. So we're talking about this could go indefinite. There is no time limit on this, is what we're saying.
Well, if you had an individual owner, it doesn't even have to be a corporation, but if you have an individual owner, that individual owner is allowed to continue to renew their permit. Now, the truth is that these tend to deteriorate over time, and they reduce themselves just by function of the natural operation of businesses. But in answer to your question, if you had a corporation whose personnel changed, but the corporate entity remained the same, that wouldn't be a transfer, although you had no new personnel involved, and that is correct.
So basically, it's indefinite until the building is torn down. But if they continue to own the property and they built something else there, could they continue to have the permits?
Yeah, if it's the same property.
So it could be indefinite is what we're saying.
It could be.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All right, so Mr. Jameson, more of a technical question on this. Obviously, in committee today, we were flying, and there was all kinds of things popping on a lot of different issues. Got confusing to me in there. I came back, and I was not supportive, but I think that I am now supportive of it. Is this still amendable after this? Is it still amendable on third? So it is. Okay.
Yes.
That's perfect. And then I'm just going to make one final comment, Vice Mayor. I love it when when my point gets proven. When we did this several years ago, before several of us were in here, when we did this, I warned us that we were opening up Pandora's box. That's exactly what we did, and that's exactly what we do so frequently. And right now, it's coming back and explaining to us that we really should take our time and make sure we understand what unintended consequences are. Thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Weiner.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a question. Mike, is there a transfer of property rights applicable in any other area of the zoning code?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So this, if we pass this, then we have inconsistency in the code and the way it's applied.
One man's inconsistency. What I would submit is, in a relative unique period of time where we had a brand new economic engine, a disruptive economy, short-term rentals and scooters. Short-term rentals were dealt, I can't find a single city that got their ordinance right the first time because it's a brand new entity. During a limited period of time after passage of 608, we allowed for the permits to be issued to RM zone properties. That clearly presented a problem for the constituents of the council members who came here on RM properties. And so the request has been made to categorize that with all other residential properties and eliminate non-owner occupied STRPs there. So for a limited period of time, with a limited instrument, with a recital that says this is not intended to create any sort of precedent whatsoever, you have to address how people acted properly under the rules as they existed for a period of time, and by some council members' estimation should not be punished when they acted properly, and yet you want to cure the residential property that is non-owner occupied STRPs.
Okay, so on a different note, my second question would be probably geared to one of the two sponsors. Insofar as having any conversations with the neighborhood groups since all of these changes have been firing, when was the last time that these groups were talked to, engaged?
Councilmember Allen.
I have talked to anybody who has called me. I've talked to representatives of a number of groups, different neighborhoods. I've talked to John Summers of the Coalition for Neighborhoods. They have made very clear that their strong, I would say, preference, insistence is no transfers. And I'm very well aware of that. And I understand their concern about setting precedents. I have tried to address both of those by allowing the amendment to go from the initial offer of, as we talked about it 2 weeks ago, or whenever that was, perpetuity, which I think everybody was unhappy with, People had thrown out 50 transfers, 10 transfers, 8 transfers. We've got it down to 2. We don't have it down to 0, and I know that there are some neighborhood groups who are not happy that we don't have it down to 0. I have talked with other representatives of neighborhoods who have said, we think it's important enough to draw a line in the sand that we're comfortable enough with 2 that seems like a reasonable compromise. I can't say that I've made everybody happy. I think I probably made everybody mad from what I can tell. But I have tried to listen to all sides. We've gotten, I think, very effective feedback from all directions and have tried to take that into account in trying to find something that feels like a middle ground.
Councilmember Weiner.
So for me, the only consistency is that I still have heartburn over this issue, as probably many of us do in the room, especially given what time it is. Having said that, I can't honestly tell you that I can support the amendment, nor can I support the bill, but I'm willing to listen for however long we're still talking.
All right. Councilmember Hager.
Well, it took me almost a year to get 608 passed along with my co-sponsors. And you say this is consistent, but to me it's not consistent with what 608 did. And 608 in the legislature decided that they would we'd have to grandfather everybody in, but once they sold the property or they didn't renew their permit, that was it. So what are we doing here today? We're doing this. This is inconsistent with what the legislature wanted us to do with 608. So how does that protect us in saying, okay, 608 is the way it is now, you can't transfer that permit with the property, but on these RM properties, you're going to be able to do it twice? So the permit doesn't run with the person, it runs with the property. So what you've done, you've made it a property right. So how is that consistent? It's not. So I can't support this unless legal counsel can come up with maybe the, rule of perpetuities, a life and being plus 21 years, but I don't think that'll work either. So I can't support this because it's inconsistent with the spirit of 608 and what we went through at the legislature to get 608 passed and grandfathered in with the permit staying with the person, not with running with the land. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I wonder at this point, how many among of us is so articulate, what this bill does? I think many of the stakeholders themselves is confused because what this bill does is, like Council Lady Allen said, eliminate RM from applying short-term rental permit. Because right now, RM is residential mixed use. So residential mixed use, but treated like a commercial. That means is non-owner occupied short-term rental is allowed. So that is one Council Lady Allen's objective. And the neighborhood liked it when Council Lady Allen initially proposed it. However, of course, investor will not be happy because they bought the property, intend to start short-term rental. It's not fair to the investor. So what this bill does is initially kind of created the confusion because by introducing this bill, yes, we have to extend the proper time so investor can recoup whatever invested, and then do twice, give a transfer rights. So further created a confusion. I mean, short-term rental bill itself is already confused, but by introducing the 1633, created further confusion with neighborhood group and also investment group. So the amendment I will not offer today, but what my amendment will do if I were to offer is just do nothing. Leave everything as we passed 608 as is. That means currently if you have RM property, you are able to apply for short-term rental property until and unless somebody proposes to the change. So investment community will be safe. Investment community will continue what they start doing until our next, council member comes in. And what my amendment does is just comply with state of Tennessee, because Tennessee legislature passed Short-Term Rental Act. So Section 1 of this bill, Council Lady Allen's bill, is remove RM from investment type owner-occupied permit. And the Section 3, and then because removed it, so add back special exception to RM, give a length and affidavit, special exception. Then Section 14 does because, removed it, not allow it, so let's give it transfer. So just kind of ping pong. So seems like just trying to create, I understand, Council Lady, try to listen to all stakeholders. So try to please everybody. But it seems to me by doing so, this bill is further created confusion. Because last time a short-term rental bill passed, because nobody, I did not mean to offend second-term council member, but such a complex issue, nobody imagined this short-term rental will be such a complicated issue. Because, they said it is good to have owner-occupied short-term rental, to have visitor, and so forth. So let's not create any further confusion at this late stage. So I'm not in favor of this one, but I will listen.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Allen continuing to take on this very challenging topic. I initially held a similar view to what others have expressed, that I didn't want to grant something to a little bit more institutional grade investors that you would typically have for multifamily properties, and give them something that we would not be giving to your average owner of a second house or something like that they happen to convert to short-term rentals. So I had heartburn with that. I'm persuaded by Councilmember O'Connell's amendment and his support of that compromise. Both Councilmember O'Connell and I have some of the largest numbers of short-term rentals in our districts that we represent. They take a little bit different format sometimes, but this is an imperfect solution to a very imperfect problem. Part of the Bill 608 included language that specifically created this loophole. And we have, as a body, spent most of the whole 4 years talking about this topic, and also we have spent a considerable amount of time, jumping through hoops to try to mitigate that with multifamily housing things here. So I'm not crazy about it. I think, as Councilmember Allen has stated, everyone's a little bit unhappy, but I also don't believe that leaving RM open to unlimited short-term rentals is healthy for our city. I don't think that serves the purposes of Nashville Next to give us the density that we need. I also am somewhat skeptical, although many of these folks are friends of mine, that any one particular organization truly reflects all neighborhoods in the city. I think they work very hard at it. It's very difficult even for one person who's elected as a representative of a contiguous neighborhood group to do that. But so I'm in support of this. I think that doing nothing is not good. I think that starting this conversation totally over with a brand new council in a couple of months would drag it out further, would potentially allow more loss of multifamily housing units to short-term rentals. This is the best solution that I think we can all find for right now. And I encourage everyone to go ahead and support this with Councilmember O'Connell's amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Elrod.
Previous question.
All right, you were the last person in the queue. We're voting on the previous question. All in favor of the previous question, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. Mary Carolyn Roberts. Councilmember Roberts, you have to abstain, correct?
That
so
is
we're
correct.
abstaining on the amendment vote, and then you'll be abstaining on the regular vote as well. All right, thank you. All right, so we are voting on the amendment. We haven't voted on the measure yet. This is simply on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, this is Councilmember O'Connell's amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I believe the amendment passes. All right, so we are now back on Councilmember Allen's bill ordinance as amended. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would move the bill as amended. Certainly, this is amendable on third reading. We can continue to talk. We have an exit plan that Councilmember Johnson has at the ready, so I would ask folks to keep the conversation going. I know this is complicated, something that we would not necessarily choose to do this late in the term, but I feel like an awful lot of work has gone into this, and I would ask for your approval as amended.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So Councilmember Allen moves passage as amended, properly seconded. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate Councillady Allen's work on this bill, and initially I had co-sponsored an amendment with Councilman O'Connell that would take out essentially what is a grandfathering provision. I would remind colleagues that an annual permit is not a property right. I recognize that RM is an issue that we need to address. Respectfully, those of us who worked so hard on 608 had the intent to come back to that, and we did need to get some things in line with the state. But where this bill is now, I appreciate what Councillady Allen is saying about continuing the conversation, but I really do think we should pare this bill down to where it just gets what we need to do on the fees, the alignment with state law, and just keep it simple housekeeping, because that just passed something before the end of the term, and respectfully to Councillady Allen, I know she has worked hard on this, but I do not think we are getting to a better place. I think we have all seen, as folks have come before us related to RM on that public hearing, housing is being built specifically for the purpose of being a short-term rental with, kind of non-functional home, not home-sized kitchens, just for that purpose. We have an affordable housing problem, and that was kind of central to our argument on 608 about phasing out the type 2 in residential-only zoning. And this is an issue that is so palpable for so many of our constituents who reside next to these, who have had their neighborhoods and their streets kind of hollowed out. It is significantly diminishing quality of life. It is diminishing our affordable housing. And I do not feel that Councillady Allen's bill at present, I think it is too weighted to the institutional investor. Respectfully, it is kind of buyer beware, a speculative real estate investment. This is, to Councilor Jamison's point that he made earlier, this is an emerging new business model. I would assert it's metastasizing. And so, if you make a speculative real estate investment based on a 1-year permit for an issue that is this fraught, again, buyer beware. So I do want to accommodate those folks. To Councillady Johnson's point, if we kind of keep it as it is, they're still in a good place. It was the same kind of thing we were trying to do with 608 with a 3-year fair phase out. And so I would ask colleagues and Councillady Allen, if you would please keep looking at this closely. I'm not going to support it even on second because I just feel so strongly about this, but we should not, in an effort just to get something done before the end of term, do something that is this kind of convoluted, in my view, that has not had the neighborhood engagement that it needs. And with that, I would ask that we vote against this at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Jameson, I need to ask you a couple of questions because I think this is where some of the confusion fell for me this afternoon. If we adopt this as amended, then I hate to use the word, I think Director Cooper said it, but the lawsuits go away. And I mean, that's a simplistic, I guess, analysis, but can you tell me financially what that has the potential to save the taxpayers if we do that?
No idea.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me ask the question this way. Could it be substantial if we don't try to come to some sort of resolution as we're trying to do right now?
I know that the statute that they filed suit under includes a provision for attorney's fees. So in other words, after you've recovered whatever verdict would be awarded to plaintiffs if they prevail, then the plaintiff's attorneys can come back and petition for an hourly rate for the hours spent on the case. So I assume that means it could be significant, but I defer to John on that.
Director Cooper, what's your opinion on that, please, sir?
I really can't speculate what the cost would be. I mean, this would make those go away. These are cases where Metro has been held in contempt for some subsequent letters that went out from codes, and so we did pay some attorney fees already for that issue. But going forward, I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. Well, so then would it be safe to say, without putting a dollar to it, that we're at risk, and it's already been proven that we probably, it would cost us more money to whatever extent it is that we don't know?
Correct. I mean, we think it's in Metro's best interest if the lawsuits can go away. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to end up supporting this, and the reason I'm going to is because this is exactly, again, I hate to say, told you so, but when we open up these cans of worms and we don't understand the consequences, when we won't let somebody teach piano at their house, but we let a hotel open in the neighborhood, I don't really see what the difference is. They both are businesses. So I'm going to support this, and hopefully the real solutions will be found because we have created our own nightmare with this. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
All right. So the previous question's been called on the substitute bill as amended. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We're voting on substitute bill BL 2019-1633 as amended. I will tell you that because there's an abstention, we are on the board. All right, so we are voting. This is on second reading, remember. Substitute bill BL 2019-1633 as amended. Madam Clerk, if you will open up the machines. This is for passage on second reading. Everybody voted? Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote.
20 in favor, 8 against, 3 abstentions.
All right, so the bill passes on second reading. Okay, we're now on substitute bill BL 2019-1643 by Councilmember Hall. Requires all existing culverts, inlets, storm drains, and ditches within the T2 rural neighborhood policy and T3 suburban neighborhood policy to be upgraded, retrofitted, and or constructed to current stormwater management manual standards by January 1st, 2025. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
Committee reports, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Vercher. We're on 2019-1643.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. At the request of the sponsor, Budget and Finance recommended a definite deferral, 12-4-0 against.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. President. We actually deferred by rule in Public Works.
All right, Councilmember Hall.
I'd like to move to defer indefinitely, please.
Okay, the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Bill 2019-1731 by Councilmember Anthony Davis and Bedney amends the Metro Code pertaining to the definition of responsible bidder or offerer and the evaluation factors considered in procurement, and amends Metro Code regarding information reported by employers. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Councilmember Vercher, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended a substitute, 12-4-0 against, and recommended approval as substituted with a re-referral back to Budget and Finance, 12-4-0 against.
All right, Councilmember Davis, back to you.
First, could I move the substitute?
Yeah, so there's a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Just a quick explanation, and since we're re-referring this back to budget, I'll save most of this stuff for next meeting. The substitute was the big compromise moment, met with Ashford, Michelle from procurement, and others, and so if you'll just go with me here on second, and we can talk more next meeting. Please approve the substitute.
All right, so there's a motion to approve the substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute passes. You're back on your bill as substituted.
I will move approval with the re-referral to budget. And again, if there's more questions or things come up, we can talk more next meeting. Again, move approval with re-referral to budget.
All right, so the motion is to approve on second reading the substitute as substituted, the bill as substituted, properly seconded and re-referred back to budget. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. It passes. BL 2019-1731 as substituted passes on second reading. BL 2019-1733 by Councilmember Hall, amends the Metro Code relative to landfill creation and expansion. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Withdraw.
This bill is withdrawn. Okay. All right, so that completes all bills on second reading. We're now on bills on third reading. All right, BL 2018-1319 as amended. Councilmember Mendez, Vercher, and others amends the Metro Code regarding tax increment financing. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Move to defer this one meeting.
It's moved to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the deferral say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. It is deferred to the last meeting. Second substitute bill, BL 2018-1413 by Councilmember Scott Davis, changes .33 acres from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 927 Douglas Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
I believe I have a substitute to move since this is now approved by the Planning Commission. It doesn't. Sorry, it's late. I apologize.
So what are we doing?
It's approved.
Okay, so you got to get a planning report, but it has been approved by the Planning Commission, correct? They're double checking. While we're here, let's get the Planning Committee report. Councilmember Bedney, Planning and Zoning.
The committee recommended approval 6-4, 1 non-voting.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Davis.
Move for approval.
You good? We're good. Okay, so we're on the second substitute bill, BL 2018-1413. It is properly before us. It has been moved, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1524 by Councilmember Vercher and Hall, amends the Metro Code regarding definitions of qualified company and qualified project. All right. Okay, so because you want to abstain, we have to go on the board, okay? So, yeah, we need to know that beforehand so when we take that vote. All right, so we're going to have to go back. Section substitute bill BL 2018-1413 by Councilmember Scott Davis. Madam Clerk, we're going to have to go on the machine. This is for an approval on third reading. Madam Clerk, open up the machines. Okay, machines are open. Everybody voted? Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote. 24 yes, 0 no, 2 abstaining, 13 not voting. The second substitute bill, BL 2018-1413, passes on third reading. BL 2019-1524 by Councilmember Vercher and Hall amends the Metro Code regarding definitions of qualified company, qualified project, and eligibility for economic community development incentive grants. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to defer indefinitely, and Budget and Finance recommended an indefinite deferral, 12-4-0 against.
Okay, so the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on the motion. All in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. This bill is deferred indefinitely. We're now on BL 2019-1537 by Councilmember Scott Davis. This is a disapproved bill, changes 0.18 acres from RS5 to R6 zoning for property located at 327 Gatewood Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Defer to the next meeting, please.
All right, let's get a committee report. Councilmember.
I don't think we had a quorum.
Excuse me?
I don't think we had a quorum in planning.
Councilmember Bedney, can we get a report on that bill? BL 2019-1537.
Yes, I'll be happy to do that, sir. It was recommended for approval, 7-4-0 against.
Okay, this is 1537?
1537.
It's a disapproved bill, 1537.
It says here on the report, we according to the report I have here, that's what I said. Mike Jemison, can you verify that for me?
You have my report.
I'm going to defer anyway, so.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the last meeting, properly seconded. We can check the committee report next time. All right?
Yeah, approved.
So the motion is to defer one meeting. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is passed. This bill is deferred to the last meeting. Substitute Bill BL 2019-1569 by Councilmember Scott Davis changes 2.3 acres from RS5 to SP zoning for property located at 1804 and 1806 Lishi Avenue. Councilmember Davis, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move this approved bill I'd like to move the substitute for this approved bill.
So it's a substitute bill already. You don't have a new substitute.
Yeah, I do.
It's a second substitute. He does.
You have a second substitute.
Second substitute.
All right. So you want to move the second substitute? Let's get the committee report first, because it was re-referred to Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Bedney, you're recognized.
This is Jessica Bill we're on now.
Councilmember Bedney.
At this point, we started lacking quorum, so we had no quorum for this.
You had no quorum on this. Okay. All right. So Councilmember Davis has moved the second substitute on this bill. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the second substitute. Councilmember Davis?
So from planning, take it?
Okay. Who wants to explain it? Planning? Okay, you're on.
Sure. The second substitute incorporates the Planning Commission conditions of approval of the SP.
Okay, so Councilmember Scott Davis has moved the second substitute. Properly seconded. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
I thought Councilman Bedney said that we lost quorum, so we don't have a recommendation on this bill.
It had been approved and re-referred, so you do have a committee.
Yeah. So it had already been to the committee, so it's already been approved once. This was just re-referred. That's okay. All right, so Councilmember Scott Davis has moved his second substitute. It's properly seconded. It's before us right now. Councilmember Davis?
It's late. Let's move for approval.
So we're on the second substitute. All those in favor of the second substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Second substitute is adopted. Now you're on your bill as properly substituted.
Let's move for approval, please.
So there's a motion to approve. We're on BL 2019-1569 as substituted. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1611 as amended by Councilmember Hastings. This is a disapproved bill. Changes 5.31 acres from R8 to SB zoning for properties located at 1014B and 1018 West Trinity Lane, and for properties located at 948B Youngs Lane unnumbered, and 1014C and 1014D West Trinity Lane, to permit a mixed-use development with 117 multifamily residential units and 24,000 square feet of non-residential uses. Councilmember Hastings, you're recognized on your bill.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to defer one meeting, please.
Okay, the motion is to defer one meeting. Let's get a committee report. Councilmember Bedney, Planning and Zoning, did you not have a quorum? Okay. All right, so no report from Planning and Zoning. The motion is to defer to the last meeting. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. This will be on the last agenda. BL 2019-1614 by Councilmember O'Connell. This is also a disapproved bill, amends the Metro Code pertaining to prohibited signs. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe the committee report will show that there was no quorum in Planning, Zoning, and Historical. If that bears out, I'd like to defer one meeting to try to get that committee report.
All right, Councilmember Bedney, is that correct? No report? Okay. All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved to defer one meeting to the last meeting. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. All right, we are now on BL 2019-1623 by Councilmember Haywood. This changes 20.49 acres from RS20 to AR2A zoning for property located at 3801 Knight Drive. Councilmember Haywood, you're recognized.
I think all committee reports are in. Is that correct?
That is not correct. We have have Planning and Zoning, and we have no committee report. Huh? No quorum, so we don't have a committee report, so we have to defer. Okay. All right, so Councilmember Haywood, this is our problem. We don't have a committee report, which we have to have, or you could move to suspend the rules to just bypass that rule and get it passed tonight. Or you can move to defer one meeting to get the committee report at the next meeting. It's up to you. Do you understand? We have a rule that says you got to have a committee report. They didn't have a quorum, so they have no committee report. So you're missing one.
Yes, I do understand that, and I will defer for one meeting.
Okay, so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We've got to make sure we have everybody in there next time. BL 2019-1630 by Councilmember Mendez, Cooper, and others. Amends the Metro Code pertaining to requirements for tax increment financing plans. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
All committee reports are in. Move approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on BL 2019-1645 by Councilmember Mendez, Cooper, and others. Approves an amendment to the Arts Center Redevelopment Plan, Bordeaux Redevelopment Plan, Casey Plan Redevelopment Plan, Central State Redevelopment Plan, Jefferson Street Redevelopment Plan, Phillips Jackson Redevelopment Plan, Rutledge Hill Redevelopment Plan, and the Skyline Redevelopment Plan. I think I got them all. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
All committee reports are in. Move approval.
Motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1652 by Councilmember Lee changes 11.28 acres from AR2A to SB zoning for properties located at 3720 Pinhook Road and Pinhook Road unnumbered to permit 41 single-family lots. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
I move for approval, please.
Motion is to approve. All committee reports are in. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
No quorum?
Hold on just a minute. Was there an amendment on 1652?
Not that I know of.
Oh, you know what? You know what? It was supposed to be. So I would like to move the amendment.
We're good? Okay.
Then move and second.
So, Councilmember Lee, we haven't approved 1652 yet. So, Councilmember Lee moves a properly filed amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for a discussion of what the amendment is.
The amendment just puts some more things in here that we had several community meetings, and the community wanted to make sure that certain things were in there related to ARB, short-term rentals and things like that. So the developer worked with us to get those things in, and that's what that is putting in.
All right, so Councilmember Lee moves the amendment. It's properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Now, Councilmember Lee, you're on your bill as amended.
I would like to move this bill as amended, please.
All right, so Councilmember Lee moves the bill as amended on third reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on third
Thank you, sir.
reading. BL 2019-1655 by Councilmember Davis, Allen, and others amends the Metro Code regarding disclosure requirements for economic and community development incentive grant agreements. Councilmember Davis, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I couldn't quite get this one over the hump, and I'm leaving it to some colleagues next term. Once we open the hood on this, it just got a little too many people involved, so this was the do better tweak. So I'm moving to defer indefinitely.
So there's a motion to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Your motion passes. The bill is deferred indefinitely. Thank you for your efforts. All right, BL 2019-1679 by Councilmember Bedney and Murphy changes 38.49 acres from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at Pettis Road to permit 143 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Bedney, you are recognized.
I want to ask for a one meeting deferral.
Okay, so the request is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is deferred one meeting. BL 2019-1682 by Councilmember Hastings. This changes 1.96 acres from RA to RM28 zoning for properties located at 1012 and 1014 West Trinity Lane. Councilmember Hastings, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, committee reports.
There is, everything's in.
All right, everything's in on this one. Would like to move for approval.
Okay, you've got a substitute. 1682.
1682. Well, we would like to move the substitute first, and then I would like to defer one meeting.
All right, so there's a motion on the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Explanation of the substitute over to planning.
Planning?
I believe that the substitute would change the requested rezoning from RM20A to MULA.
All right, so you've heard an explanation of the substitute. Now, let me make sure I've got this clear, because I've got a note that if the substitute goes on, it becomes a disapproved bill.
That's correct. If substituted, it does become a disapproved bill.
Okay, so Councilmember Hastings has moved this substitute, properly seconded.
Yes.
Any discussion? Okay, you're on your substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute passes. You're on your bill as substituted.
All right, Mr. President, would like to we would like to defer one meeting.
Okay, so the motion now is to defer one meeting to the last meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. This bill will be on the last agenda. BL 2019-1692 by Councilmember Glover. Changes from RS-15 to SP zoning for property located at 4307 Central Pike, 6157 North New Hope Road, and Central Pike unnumbered to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please, sir.
Referred to Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Bedney, you're recognized.
The committee recommended approval, 12-4-0 against.
Okay, Councilmember Glover.
All right, Mr. Jameson, I need to ask you a question here. I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure I don't mess up. There may be a possibility of an amendment that needs to come on this. And so they've asked me to defer one meeting. My question to you, Mr. Jameson, will I be able to do the amendment if it is required without suspension of the rules as long as I get the timing in right? Okay, thank you. Then I ask for a one meeting deferral, please, sir.
All right, so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. This bill will also be on the last agenda. BL 2019-1706 by Councilmember Murphy, Sledge, and others bans the use of action devices on Tennessee walking horses, racking horses, and spotted saddle horses. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. With our previous vote on Council Lady Van Reese's resolution, which basically, which went on the record supporting the federal legislation, which would, if passed, take care of banning the same devices in this bill, in the substitute, I'm going to indefinitely defer this for now. Thank you.
Okay, so we consider that a withdrawal or an indefinite deferral. We don't need to vote on that. Do we have to vote on it? All right, so it's a, so you're moving to indefinitely deferral. If you've withdrawn, we wouldn't have to vote. Done. Okay, so the bill is withdrawn. BL 2019-1732 by Councilmember Robertson Swope amends the Metro Code regarding definitions pertaining to beer and alcoholic beverages and location restrictions for obtaining beer permits. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval.
So all reports are in. There's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just have a question. I'd applaud getting this thing straightened out because it is so confusing with all its notwithstanding clauses. But just in trying to go through and trace where everything used to be and where it landed, I have a question about when I go back to the Muni Code and look at Section 708090A2, there was a whole list of things specifically applicable to the arena exception that called for the following provisions and restrictions to be subject to that, and it dealt with having a detailed plan for the number of persons selling beer and the locations of the police officers, and that didn't seem to land anywhere. So did we mean to get rid of it because we don't need it anymore, or I just wanted to know why that was gone?
It's not gone. You're only changing A1, and then the definition of Metropolitan Arena, which was placed in the middle of a long paragraph, that definitional portion was moved to a definition section, but A2 remains intact.
Let me look at it then, because I thought it just said A and not A1, and that could just be operator error. Can we confirm that? Let me.
Yeah, I've got A1.
A1 it says, okay. So 2 is intact as there, okay. I just wanted to clarify, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Roberts, we're back to your approval on third reading, again, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1734 by Henderson, Bedney, and O'Connell amends an existing sewer contract and grants a permanent easement to Harpeth Valley Utilities District of Davidson-Williamson County, Tennessee, for property owned by Metro government. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With all committee reports in, I would move approval.
So the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1735 by Councilmember O'Connell and Roten.
A1, that's all we're doing.
Establishes a public stormwater quality project fund to implement projects that benefit stormwater runoff quality and approves the Metro Department of Water and Sewerage Services regulations governing the payment into the public stormwater quality project fund for development projects unable to comply with existing water quality standards. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right, so the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Since Councilmember Murphy withdrew her bill, we didn't really have a vehicle for horse jokes and pun funds. If folks want to do those right now, I'd be welcome to use this bill for that purpose. Otherwise, I'd just renew my motion to
All
approve.
right,
Thank
so
you.
we'll just cut off your microphone. So the motion is to approve on third reading 1735, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on third reading BL 2019-1736 by Councilmember Allen, Sledge, and others. Bans existing water mains and fire hydrant assemblies, except new water mains and fire hydrant assemblies. Acquire easements for the 12th Avenue South Water Main Improvement Project Phases 2 and 3 for various properties between Belmont Boulevard and 12th Avenue South, along 12th Avenue South, Kirkwood Avenue, Sherburne Avenue, 9th Avenue South, Craig Avenue, Leland Lane, and Gale Lane. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Move approval.
The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1737 by Bedney, O'Connell, and Murphy abandons existing public sanitary and combination sewer mains, combination sewer manholes, inlets, and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer and combination sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, combination sewer manholes, inlets, and easements for 5 properties located on Broadway, Lyle Avenue, and 20th Avenue South. Councilmember Bedney, you are recognized. There you are. Councilmember Bedney. Councilmember Bedney moves approval on third reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-1738, Councilmember Bedney, don't go anywhere. Bedney, Murphy, and O'Connell abandons existing public water and sanitary sewer main and manholes and easements, and to accept new water main, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes and easements for 24 properties located along 33rd Avenue North, 35th Avenue North, Trevor Street, and Delaware Avenue, known as Sky Nashville. Councilmember Bedney, you're recognized on 1738.
I move to approve.
Motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
So I just want to be very clear that last meeting, I had no intention to sign on to this bill. I need to make sure that I am taken off the bill, and I plan on voting no on this bill.
Okay. So, so she has to, she can take her bill name off. She has to cross it off. Yeah, so Councilmember Murphy, here's the deal. You can take your name off the bill, but you have to physically do it, okay? Do we have the bill? So before you vote on it, you need to take it off of it.
I emailed to do that. I never had the intention to sign on.
Okay. So, so while we're looking for the bill, we're going to go on to BL 2019-1739. We'll come back to 1738. Councilmember Dow, Bedney, and O'Connell authorizes Metro to acquire permanent and temporary easements for the Century Farms Development Water Pump Station for properties located at 5348 Cane Ridge Road and Cane Ridge Road unnumbered. Councilmember Dow, you're recognized on 1739. Hold on, here you go. Councilmember Dow.
Move for approval.
So there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1739 say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on BL 2019-1740 by Councilmember Lee. Readopts the code to include supplemental replacement pages and certain ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on before January 16, 2019. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
I would like to move for approval, please.
All right, so there's a motion to approve 1740, properly seconded. Nobody leave yet, because we got a bill that we're going to have to vote on the board. So we're on 1740. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. 1740 passes. Now we're on BL 2019-1738 by Bedney and O'Connell. This abandons the existing public water and sanitary sewer main, manholes, and easements, and to accept new water main, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manhole and easements for 24 properties located along 33rd Avenue North, 35th Avenue North, Trevor Street, and Delaware Avenue, known as Sky Nashville. Councilmember Bedney, we're back on your bill. This is 1738.
Yes, move to approve.
Okay,
Thanks.
so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember O'Connell, you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. President. Really would appreciate knowing from the council member from District 24 why she prefers unsanitary manholes. Thank you.
Councilmember Murphy, any response?
I'm happy to send an email to the council.
All right, Councilmember Glover, you want to be recognized on this bill?
Just very quickly, I think it's hilarious that we're doing a machine vote on sanitary issues. Thank you.
There is a negative vote on third reading. That requires a rule. The rules require us on the board. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
I think you were going there, but I was just going to say previous question. It's too late.
Well, you have to say it you have to say it right at the beginning, and that's my ruling. All right, so we are on BL 2019-1738. It's the last bill on our calendar for tonight. We are on the board. What? We have something else, but we'll do it first. We have apparently. Do we have something else? We have something else that we've got to deal with. All right, so we are on the board, 1738. We're voting for it on third and final reading. Madam Clerk, if you will open up the machines.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I had to do something.
Is the board working?
I hope so.
Everybody voted? Madam Clerk, take the vote, close the machine. Hold on.
26 in favor and 1 against.
Bill 2019-1738 passes on third reading. All right, what else have we got?
And it was, yeah, Mr. Davis, he has that.
Oh. You're welcome. All right, so we have one last measure. Councilmember Scott Davis. You're recognized.
I'd like to get a Rules Committee report. Need suspension to put 1464 back on an agenda for third reading of our last meeting. Sorry, I'm running on fumes here.
Councilmember Lee?
I'm looking. I don't think that did not come before us tonight.
It came from the Rules Committee. It was approved.
It is not on the agenda. Councilmember Davis, I understand, is trying to get it on the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, went before the Rules Committee today.
Well, that was the time before. Wasn't on this. Okay, so
Yes.
if I am remembering correctly, it did not come before the Rules Committee today. It came last time. And we did approve for him to go through it. Okay, I'm sorry, it may have come, I'm going to go to my vice chair.
Councilmember Haywood, do you know what happened in Rules Committee? So let's explain exactly what's going on. Mr. Jameson,
We
can
can
you
rewind
explain?
the tape because it was recorded.
Okay, hold on. So, Mr. Jameson, if you could explain what Councilmember Davis is trying to do.
This is a zoning bill that came before the council in May and was indefinitely deferred. It goes from SPR to RM15 zoning, and it was, again, deferred indefinitely on May 7th. Councilman Davis wanted it reinstated onto today's agenda. He missed, however, the deadline to request reinstatement, so he would be requesting suspension of the reinstatement deadline. And because it's a bill that's been lasting, it's been deferred more than 90 days, it has to be mandatorily deferred one meeting. So he needs it on tonight's agenda so it can get the mandatory deferral and allow consideration August 20th.
Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Please forgive me because we were trying to get ready to get out of here. I had to look back and do this, and it was found for me. Yes, it did come before the committee, and it was approved.
All right.
My apologies.
Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I was just going to follow up. My button was pressed before. What came up in Rules Committee was that this had to be in by noon, and it could have been emailed, but the councilman chose to not email it. He chose to do it in person, and so that was the discussion that happened in Rules, and I was just bringing that, the recap, since we couldn't find it on the paper.
All right, so Councilmember Scott Davis, I'm coming back to you. You have to move to suspend the rules to get this measure properly on the agenda tonight.
It was approved by the committee.
Okay.
Move
You
to,
you have to move to suspend the rules.
move to suspend the rules, please.
So the request to suspend the rules is to put this bill on this calendar tonight,
And
Defer
then
to
be
next-
deferred.
and then so that it can show up at the next meeting. So if it goes on tonight, will he have to then defer it?
It will
So
have to
that-
be,
Okay.
yeah,
So,
because of the 90 days.
so it's to get this bill on the calendar for tonight. That is the request to suspend the rules. Are there objections to the suspension of the rules? There are objections, so the bill does not go on. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion. Councilmember Glover.
So, Councilman Davis's daughter was in the hospital. That was the problem. So, Mr. Jameson, what is his remedy in order to try and take care of this? Because we have one meeting left. So what is his remedy in order to try and deal with this and clean his stuff up before this term ends? Is there a solution?
He would, 1 week before the August 20th meeting at noon, submit a written request to the clerk by email. The council office can do it, requesting reinstatement. It'll then be pasted onto the August 20th agenda, but subject to a request for suspension because he'll be asking that the 90-day bump rule be ignored.
Okay. The only thing I ask is that we honor what happened to him today. And he can go ahead and put it in, correct? He can go ahead and order it now.
Councilmember Glover, that was just a, we're not even on the bill, so that was just a point of order, so you can't make your argument.
Okay, sorry.
All right, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Properly moved, properly seconded. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. We stand adjourned. Thank you.
And so the council has concluded about a 7-hour and 20-minute meeting. We knew it would be long. That turned out to be quite long tonight. One reason for that was they spent 4 hours tonight going through 65 zoning bills. Council members trying to get that business taken care of since they're coming towards the end of the term. 20 of those bills alone were sponsored by Councilman Scott Davis. 26 of those bills of the 65 were disapproved by the Planning Commission or required additional amendments to be made to them. One of those bills did not make it through second reading tonight after the public hearing. Others still seem to have not been resolved with the Planning Commission. Remember, it takes 27 votes to approve these when they come up again on third reading, even those that passed tonight. Elsewhere in the council tonight, the council passed a late resolution to express sympathy and solidarity with the cities that have recently experienced mass murders and mass shootings. In addition to that, the Vice Mayor is asking one of the new incoming councilmen, a former Metro police officer, Bob Nash, to meet with representatives in other cities, police and others, to come up with solutions that might be shared with state and local officials and federal officials on what could be done to curb this kind of ongoing violence. Also, on some of the bills that came up tonight, the council got involved again in the MLS Stadium Fairgrounds controversy. There was a bill by Councilman Glover that would change the setback provisions for putting up a new parking garage in that area. Councilman Glover has a concern that the current plans are too close. It would create some safety issues. Those in the council did not think that was the case. The bill to try to make that change, that resolution failed 17 against and 13-4. There was also a resolution that Councilman Glover was offering to ask for a moratorium on any ongoing demolition at this fairgrounds, primarily because there's a pending lawsuit that's been sent back from the appeals court to the circuit court to try to deal with that going forward. But the council, again, does not seem ready to buy that at this point. The bill was deferred to be considered on the final meeting of the council, which is coming up in 2 weeks on August the 20th. Council also had a resolution tonight that would spend $9.8 million through a number of nonprofit groups. Would take 15 tax delinquent properties in 3 council districts, the 21st, the 5th, and the 17th, in order to build what would be 372 new affordable housing units and workforce units. It passed 31-0 with only 1 abstention, but there was quite a bit of debate about it because some of the minority members were quite concerned that more grassroots minority groups, that organizations that did not get a chance to get into this as this money is being divided up among the nonprofits. Also concerned that they're not sure at this point they could get any money involving constructions. They also go out to minority groups. Once people felt like it was more important to go ahead and get the bill passed, the resolution again passed without dissent, although you wouldn't have known that from listening to most of the conversation tonight and the debate on the floor. The council also approved on the consent calendar the $1 million allocation to various nonprofit groups and the community partnership grants. They also deferred one of the bills on tax increment finance changing to the August 20th meeting. They did pass one tonight, Bill 2019-1630, that would make some changes in tax increment financing. In fact, it would mandate that within the district in which the TIF money is given, it cannot be used for any other purpose or taken away from that without a resolution by the council that would require 21 votes. We'll see what happens on the third bill. There's some other bills pending, and again, those will all be up for one way or the other to be decided on the final meeting of the council in 2 weeks. There was a bill that would have eliminated Metro's prohibitions against aggressive panhandling, and frankly, any bills in the city involving panhandling to ban that or curb that. There still seem to be concerns about the court rulings involved in that. The bill was deferred indefinitely, which means it'll have to be left up for something to consider one way or the other by the new council. The council also went again one more time on short-term rentals. The bill was passed tonight to make it first compliant with state law, but also to add in some a prohibition on non-owner occupied short-term rentals in areas zoned for residential multifamily. Some council members didn't like that. The bill did pass tonight 20-8 to 3. That is enough to pass it on second reading, but it will need at least one more vote to have 21 votes on third and final reading for that to pass. The council did approve the honorary designation of the 25th Avenue area near the Memorial Gym over near Vanderbilt in honor of Perry Wallace. Again, this is memorializing. This is an honorary situation, would not permanently change 25th Avenue South. Perry Wallace is, of course, the civil rights icon and basketball player who broke the color barrier within the Southeastern Conference. One other thing that we didn't talk about earlier tonight, but is probably worth mentioning, there was an effort tonight for the first time, at least in recent memory, and perhaps the first time ever in the history of Metro, to have the charter actually recall or remove a member from the Board of Zoning Appeals. It's Tom Lawless. The problem primarily is over the notification issues, how the council was notified when he was appointed, and then over time his nomination became permanent and the council not acting on it. It seemed to be not anything particularly about anything he's done on the BCA, although there were some people in the council, particularly some of the minority members, concerned that he comes from a satellite city, and satellite cities are not subject to Metro zoning. They did not think perhaps it was appropriate for him to be appointed to that board. It would have taken 30 votes or 29 votes to 30 votes to get him removed tonight. It fell well short of that as the bill failed, I think, 18-12. There was also a bill tonight to get the council to outlaw the soaring of horses for walking horses and others here in Davidson County. That bill was ultimately deferred on third and final reading in favor of a memorializing resolution where the council went on record in favor of federal legislation that's pending in the same area. That bill's already passed the House, but is still pending in the U.S. Senate. The council also approved a resolution, a memorializing resolution, urging the Metro Clerk, the Metropolitan Council's Office, the Metropolitan Information Technology Services Department, and others within Metro government to expedite the efforts to get additional solicitation and procurement of an upgrade or replacement for the council's current voting system. They've had several problems with that, did not have any tonight, but have had some in the past, and this is just, I think, a way of expressing some unhappiness in the council that this sort of continues to go on, and hopefully will be resolved, probably not before the end of this term, but into the new council. The council is now in recess for 2 weeks. We'll come back again for its final meeting of this term. It will consider only resolutions and third reading bills, but based on the deferrals and other things tonight and the resolutions that normally come in, it'll probably still be a somewhat lengthy bill agenda meeting, although I would have to say if it's 7.5 hours, I'd be very surprised. We'll be back at that time on August 20th to provide live coverage. Until then, good morning from the council chambers.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.